What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Omni-sensei. Welcome to What If I Was in Marvel as Spider-Man, Conqueror of Multiverse, Part 14. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Also, remember to check out the original story, link in the description. Without further ado, let's get into it. A day after the tense meeting in Wakanda, Peter found himself standing at a podium in the Grand Assembly Hall of the United Nations headquarters in New York City. The President of the United States had helped arrange this emergency meeting, and Wakanda had specifically requested Peter's presence to address the assembly. As Spider-Man, he was a beloved figure worldwide, and his voice held immense weight. As he walked up to the podium, the room fell into a hushed anticipation. The representatives from every corner of the globe, each bearing their country's flag, watched with eager eyes. When Peter reached the podium, the room erupted in applause, a gesture of respect and admiration for the hero they had all come to love. Peter waited for the clapping to subside, a humble smile hidden under his mask. "Yo," he began as usual, his voice projecting clearly through the hall. "It's been a while since I've been here." He started his speech by addressing a topic that had been plaguing the world for years: pollution. "Alright, let's get this started so we can all go home. We've gathered here today to discuss a crisis that transcends borders, a crisis that affects every living being on this planet: pollution. We've witnessed the devastating effects of global warming, the destruction of our oceans, the decimation of our forests, and the ever-increasing extinction rates of countless species, both on land and in the sea." Many in the audience exchanged knowing glances. Environmental issues were nothing new, and they had heard countless speeches on the subject. But Peter knew that they would see the urgency soon enough. "Before we get into the heart of the matter, let me pose a question," Peter continued. "What if I told you that our actions, our negligence, have inadvertently created an enemy, one that we never intended to provoke?" A few eyebrows raised, and some leaned forward in their seats, intrigued. Peter paused for dramatic effect before dropping the bombshell. "Hidden beneath the depths of our oceans lies an advanced civilization known as Talokan, similar to the legends of Atlantis, led by their king, Namor." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The idea of another hidden nation, akin to Wakanda, was almost inconceivable. "Now you're listening, huh?" Peter smirks under his mask. "And this nation is not happy with us. In fact, they're growing quite aggressive about the whole situation." One of the UN members leaned into a microphone, his voice tinged with excitement. "Are you saying that a hidden nation is threatening war against us?" Peter nodded solemnly. "Yes, precisely. Talokan has grievances against the surface world, many of which are tied to the very issues we've discussed today. They've issued an ultimatum to Wakanda, asking them to ally themselves with Talokan and against us." Instantly, all eyes turned to the Wakandan royal family, who stood behind Peter. Peter continues, "Of course, Wakanda immediately came to me with this, and we've come to a decision. Instead of a war, which we all know will have no real winner, we can all take action on our part to rectify these problems. Obviously, we can't fix everything in a single day, but we can work towards it in a meaningful way. And if we fail to do so, Talokan seems more than happy to wage war over our actions." The room was silent for a moment before it erupted into a flurry of questions, confusion, and outrage. Voices clamored to be heard as representatives demanded explanations and solutions. Peter held up a hand, urging for calm. "Then," he continued, "but before anyone entertains the thought of war, I want to make something very clear. Talokan is not to be underestimated. They possess technology and military might that rivals even Wakanda. Your odds of victory without help are close to zero. And of course, the Avengers could handle them easily, but we refuse to fight a war that can be avoided with simple actions." On cue, T'Challa stepped forward beside Peter, his regal presence commanding attention. "Wakanda, too, refuses to engage in a war that can be avoided. We believe that there's a peaceful solution to this crisis." The room was filled with a cacophony of shouts, arguments, and protests. It seemed like chaos was about to reign until Peter, growing impatient, snapped his fingers with a touch of magic. The shock wave of sound reverberated, causing everyone to groan in discomfort as they covered their ears. When the room fell silent, Peter spoke again, his tone firm. "I understand your concerns, your fears, and your frustrations, but let me assure you, The Avengers are more than willing to step in if necessary. However, we strongly urge that steps be taken to appease Talokan before it comes to that. We need to address the pollution and environmental issues that have driven them to this point. Once the revelation of Talokan's ultimatum and the impending threat to the world had sunk in, the Assembly at the United Nations was abuzz with discussions and questions. Representatives from various countries voiced their concerns and confusion, but it was the impassioned plea from the representative of Burundi, a small and impoverished nation, that drew Peter's attention. The Burundian representative stood with a somber expression, his voice carrying the weight of his nation's struggles. How can nations like mine, impoverished and struggling to meet the basic needs of our people, be expected to address these complex issues of pollution and environmental degradation? We lack the resources, manpower, and funds required for such massive undertakings. His words resonated with many others in the room. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Not every country had the financial means, skilled workers, or technological capabilities to tackle environmental problems on a global scale. Peter, anticipating this concern, motioned for Chala to step up and address the assembly once more. As Peter moved to the side, the Black Panther took his place at the podium, his regal presence commanding attention. Chala began, "I understand the concerns raised by many representatives here. Not every nation has the resources to combat these pressing issues. However, I stand before you on behalf of Wakanda, the richest, most developed, and technologically advanced nation on the planet." His words sparked interest and curiosity among the representative. Some leaned forward, eager to hear more, while others, who had long held the status of the richest or most advanced nations, grumbled in annoyance. Chala continued, "Wakanda believes it is our responsibility to assist in this situation. We are more than willing to provide financial aid and resources to any nation that needs it, with the condition that these resources are allocated specifically for addressing the environmental problems discussed today." The announcement seemed to split the room into two distinct reactions. Many representatives looked pleased, imagining the potential benefits of such aid for their countries. Others, whose nations had previously held the spotlight as economic powerhouses, now found themselves overshadowed by Wakanda's generosity. Chala didn't stop there. He went on to explain that Wakanda had already developed groundbreaking inventions to combat pollution and environmental degradation. He briefly outlined some of these inventions, including advanced air and water purification systems, sustainable energy solutions, and innovative waste recycling technologies. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. It was one thing to hear speeches and warnings about environmental problems, but it was an entirely different matter to learn that there were actual solutions, and Wakanda had them all. Stepping back from the podium, Chala allowed Peter to take his place once more. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. The representatives, once filled with uncertainty and apprehension, were now eager to listen to what Spider-Man had to say. Peter's gaze swept across the assembly, his expression serious and unwavering. "Listen up," he began, his voice carrying an undertone of determination. "Wakanda's offer is not just a generous gesture, it's a lifeline for our planet. But let me make something clear. This must happen, and it must happen with integrity." His words hung heavy in the air as he continued. "Any nation that misappropriates the funding, resources, and technology provided by Wakanda will face severe consequences. We will not tolerate corruption or misuse of these resources when the fate of our world hangs in the balance." A palpable tension filled the room as Peter's warning sank in. The representatives exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Then, a representative from the United States stood up, his voice filled with conviction. "I believe I speak for everyone when I say that we are more than willing to accept Wakanda's assistance. Not only does it hold the promise of preventing a devastating war, but it also provides us with the means to address the critical issues plaguing our planet. And on top of everything, Wakanda is generously footing the bill. Could it get any better?" The room burst into applause, a collective expression of gratitude and relief. It seemed like things were moving in the right direction, and now they needed to come up with a game plan for these nations to follow. Then, finally, they'd have to convince Namor not to go to war. Peter suddenly got a bad feeling. Why do I feel like he'll want to fight either way? In the Grand Chamber of Talokan, Namor, the king of the Undersea Nation, had been deep in thought as he contemplated the coming war with the surface world. The room was filled with generals and advisors, each awaiting his next command. Just then, a messenger entered the chamber, swimming gracefully to the throne where Namor sat. With a bow of respect, the messenger began to convey the latest news. "Your Majesty, urgent information has arrived from the surface world." Namor's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Speak." After hours of heated discussions, tense negotiations, and impassioned speeches, the representatives of the United Nations had finally come to a groundbreaking agreement. The Assembly Hall, once filled with uncertainty and apprehension, was now buzzing with anticipation and hope. As the clock inched past 2 a.m., Peter stood at the podium once more, addressing the assembly. "We're finally finished. I want to commend each and every one of you, even the greedy little bastards who made this last far longer than it was supposed to, for your dedication to finding a solution to the crisis at hand and working towards a better Earth." He paused for a moment to let the gravity of the moment sink in. "Hopefully, this will help avoid a war. And if it doesn't, then at least we can say that we tried to do things peacefully. Now, get lost. All of you. I don't want to see any of you for at least another year." Peter's lackluster goodbye brought wry smiles to everyone's faces. Of course, most of them felt the same. This meeting lasted far longer than it was supposed to, which hasn't happened in the UN for a very long time. The last time was probably during and after World War II. The comprehensive plan that had been devised was the outcome of everyone's tireless overtime. It was a plan that addressed Namor's grievances while also utilizing Wakandan technology and resources to assist every nation in the world. The plan had several key components. First, the Environmental Restoration Fund was put into place. A global fund would be established, primarily funded by Wakanda and other leading nations, to provide financial assistance to nations in need. This fund would be used for various environmental projects, such as reforestation, clean energy initiatives, and the cleanup of polluted water bodies. Second, we have the Wakandan technology. Wakanda would share its advanced environmental technologies with willing nations. This included state-of-the-art air and water purification systems, sustainable energy solutions, and waste recycling technologies. Each country would receive technology tailored to its specific need. Third, the skilled workforce exchange. Wakanda would facilitate the exchange of skilled workers and experts in environmental science and technology. This would help nations lacking the necessary expertise to effectively implement and maintain the new technologies, at least until they learn how to use and maintain them correctly. Fourth, and one of the most important, environmental accountability. Nations receiving financial aid and technology would be required to submit regular reports, including evidence, on their progress in addressing environmental issues. These reports would be delivered to the Avengers, who would be policing this entire situation. Anyone found misappropriating funds, resources, or technologies will be heavily punished. And lastly, education and awareness. Since some people either don't even know about these problems, or just flat out don't believe in them, a global education campaign would be launched to raise awareness about environmental issues. This campaign would involve schools, communities, and media outlets worldwide. And of course, diplomatic relations with Talokan was the next priority. In parallel with these environmental plans, diplomatic efforts would start to open up with Talokan. Peter, being the figurehead of all of this, would be the one to make the first visit. The ultimate goal was to establish peaceful coexistence and cooperation between the surface world and those under the sea. But Peter couldn't help but wonder, will Namor even listen? After all, from what he's heard from T'Challa and the Tribal Council, Namor seemed like a grade A as-dollar hole. And that's a lot coming from the Council, since half of the tribal leaders are as-dollar holes themselves. As the representatives filed out of the assembly hall, tired but hopeful, Peter watched them go. T'Challa and his family approached him, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation. "Thank you," T'Challa said sincerely. "Your leadership and your alliance with Wakanda have made all the difference." Peter nodded, his mental exhaustion catching up to him. "We're in this together, T'Challa. Now, you and your family have a lot of work ahead of you." T'Challa smiled tiredly. "Indeed we do. We will begin coordinating the distribution of resources and technology immediately. It will be a challenging endeavor." With that, the Wakandan royal family bid farewell to Peter, leaving the assembly hall to embark on their mission. Without another thought, Peter made his way back to his house. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The day had been long and mentally draining. He entered his darkened bedroom, careful not to wake MJ, who was already fast asleep. Crawling into bed beside her, he pulled her into his arms, feeling the warmth of her presence. Despite the immense responsibilities that rested on his shoulders, he found solace in this moment of quiet intimacy. Tomorrow would be the day he visited Talokan and met with the infamous Namor. The next morning, the sun's first rays pierced through the curtains, casting a warm glow into Peter's bedroom. He slept like a baby after yesterday's long meeting, but sadly, his peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, weighty impact on his stomach. With a gasp, Peter's eyes snapped open, only to find himself pinned beneath an unexpected assailant. Wake up! Lily, his grinning daughter, had launched a surprise attack, stomping onto his stomach with both feet. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and he let out an exaggerated groan of surprise. Before Peter could even muster a response, Lily giggled mischievously and darted out of the room, her laughter echoing through the hallway. As she scampered away, Peter could hear her excitedly informing her mother, MJ, that she had successfully woken up her dad. Intent on exacting revenge for his rude awakening, Peter quickly got up and rushed to get ready for the day. After all, he couldn't let her get away with that. As he descended the stairs, freshly showered and dressed in his normal clothes, he spotted Lily preparing to leave for school. She had her backpack slung over one shoulder and was chatting animatedly with MJ by the door. Peter seized the opportunity, a sly grin hidden beneath his mask. "Hey, Lily," he called out as he approached her. Lily turned, her innocent brown eyes locking onto her father's face. "Yeah, Dad?" With a feigned sweetness, Peter leaned in and ruffled her hair. "Have a fantastic day at school, sweetie," he said, his tone dripping with mischief. Little did Lily know, Peter had activated the reality stone, turning her dark hair into a vibrant shade of neon green. "Thanks, Dad," Lily chirped, oblivious to the transformation. She gave him a quick hug before heading out the door. Peter watched from the window as Lily joined her classmates at the school bus stop, her green hair attracting puzzled looks from her friends. The smirk on his face couldn't be contained. Turning around, he was met with the amused gaze of MJ, who had witnessed the entire exchange. She raised an eyebrow at him, her lips quirking into a knowing smile. Peter shrugged innocently and asked, "What?" MJ shook her head, a hint of laughter in her voice. "Lily's going to kill you when she finds out, you know." Peter chuckled. "Well, I probably won't be home until late tonight, so hopefully she cools off." With a nod of understanding, MJ wished him a safe trip. "Just be careful, Peter. And don't forget to call if you need any backup." After a quick breakfast with MJ, Peter donned his Spider-Man suit and prepared to embark on his journey. He focused on the coordinates Wakanda had provided him, allowing him to open a portal to the underwater kingdom of Talokan. Stepping through the portal, Peter found himself in a grand throne room. It was a sealed space, allowing him to breathe comfortably. The room was adorned with intricate Aztec patterns and all sorts of rare underwater gems, a testament to the wealth and beauty of the hidden nation. As soon as he set foot in the throne room, alarms began to blare, filling the palace with their shrill noise. Unperturbed, Peter strolled casually toward Namor's impressive throne, the center of the room, and took a seat, waiting for the king to arrive. "I should get a throne for the tower," Peter thought in amusement, though Tony might get jealous. Seconds later, the towering doors of the throne room swung open, and a small army of blue-skinned guards rushed in, their spears at the ready. But as they assessed the situation, they froze in shock at the sight of someone other than their king occupying the throne. Peter waved at them with a friendly grin. "Yo, can you get Namor for me? I'm here to have a little chat." The guards exchanged bewildered glances but took no action. Instead, they awaited their king's orders. Before long, footsteps echoed behind the guards, and Namor himself appeared, his regal presence commanding the room. He regarded Peter with an annoyed expression, his piercing eyes locked onto the intruder. Namor's deep voice filled the room. "That won't be necessary. I'm already here." Peter maintained his casual demeanor, a smirk hidden beneath his mask. "Good, Namor. I'm here to discuss your grievances with the surface world." Namor's skepticism was evident in his tone. "I've heard about your little trip to the United Nations. Do you truly believe they will follow your plan?" Peter shrugged, his confidence unwavering. "They will, or there will be consequences. I've made that very clear." While Peter agreed with Namor's doubts about some nations following through on the plan, he was prepared for such contingencies. Any nation that refused to comply would face the wrath of the Avengers. "Maybe I'll take over a few countries in the name of the Avengers?" Peter thought. After all, if they didn't listen, then maybe some new leadership would be required. Meh, forget it. That sounds like a lot of work. Namor weighed his options for a moment, his guards still standing vigilantly behind him. Finally, he made his decision. War preparations have already begun, and I'm not keen on halting them, especially after Wakanda betrayed us by leaking everything to the surface world. Peter raised an eyebrow, prompting Namor to continue. "But," Namor added, "I'd consider a different course of action if the great Spider-Man could best me in battle." Instantly, the guards banged their spears to the ground and erupted into a rhythmic chant of Namor's name, confident that their king would emerge victorious. Peter couldn't help but smirk beneath his mask. He knew that defeating Namor wouldn't be a challenge. After all, he had faced far more formidable opponents, including Dormammu. How could a mere enhanced human stand a chance? Peter sought clarification, making sure he understood the terms. So, if I win, there will be no war, and Talokan will ally with the surface world, just like Wakanda? Namor nodded in agreement. But if you lose, you stand with Talokan in our fight against the surface. Talokan had spies all over the surface world, and they had been well aware of Peter's strength, or at least aware of what the public knew. Adding him to their side would be a significant advantage. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Deal. So, when do we begin? Namor signaled to one of his guards, who promptly handed him a gleaming spear. Now, as soon as Namor finished speaking, Peter vanished from the throne, seemingly teleporting across the room. Namor's eyes widened in shock as Peter's fist collided with his abdomen, launching the king of Talokan backward. Blood spewed from Namor's mouth as he was sent crashing into his stunned guards, who struggled to catch him but ended up tumbling to the ground themselves. Peter remained in his position, casually waiting to see if the great Namor would get back up. The guards, once chanting for Namor, were now in disarray, unsure of how to react to this sudden turn of events. Is that all you've got? Peter asked as Namor struggled to pick himself up off the floor. Because I thought you'd be a bit stronger. He taunted as Namor rose to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth. Ah, there he is. The great Namor stands to his feet. What an accomplishment. The tension in the throne room was palpable as Namor glared angrily toward Peter, his eyes burning in rage. The guards had retreated to the perimeter, forming a wide circle around the combatants. Their loyalty to their king was unwavering, and they chanted Namor's name, their voices filled with conviction. Namor, his regal attire torn and blood-stained from the previous hit, tightened his grip on the gleaming spear he wielded. You may have caught me off guard earlier, but you won't win this fight so easily, he declared, his voice tinged with the weight of his ego. Peter merely raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, his expression unreadable. With a casual flick of his wrist, he beckoned his opponent forward, his demeanor relaxed and unguarded. Namor lunged forward with remarkable speed, thrusting the spear toward Peter's chest. It was a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand, but Peter effortlessly sidestepped the attack, the spear whistling harmlessly past him. You really need to work on your aim, Peter taunted, his movements fluid and graceful. Namor growled in frustration, pulling the spear back with surprising strength. He swung it horizontally, attempting to catch Peter off guard, but the agile hero ducked and rolled beneath the attack. As Peter sprang back to his feet, he lashed out with a powerful kick to his opponent's face, sending Namor sprawling to the ground, a cut opening up along his jaw. The guards' chants faltered as they witnessed their king's humiliating fall. Namor staggered to his feet, his face contorted with rage and determination. He hurled the spear like a javelin, aiming directly at Peter's chest. But Peter, his reflexes honed to perfection, reached out and caught the spear mid-flight, its sharp tip inches from his neck. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Peter snapped the spear in two, the sound echoing through the throne room. Is this really the best you've got, Namor? Aren't you supposed to be some unbeatable immortal mermaid king? I gotta tell you, I expected a lot more. Namor's eyes blazed with fury as he unsheathed the Atlantean blade at his side. With a roar, he charged at Peter, swinging the sword in a vicious arc. But Peter effortlessly dodged the attacks, his movements a blur of speed and precision. With a lightning-fast strike, Peter slapped Namor's wrist and disarmed him, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Namor stumbled backward, his confidence shattered, and his body bruised and battered. Peter took a step closer, his voice laced with sarcasm. Had enough yet? You should really give up. Prolonging this will only make it worse for yourself. Namor, his pride wounded and his body aching, refused to yield. He lunged at Peter once more, his fists a flurry of blows. But Peter effortlessly blocked and parried every strike, his combat skills far superior. With a single, well-placed punch, Peter sent Namor crashing into a wall, leaving a sizable dent in the ornate structure. The guards, witnessing their king's devastating defeat, exchanged nervous glances, their loyalty waning. Peter approached Namor, who lay battered and broken on the ground. He leaned in close, his voice dripping with triumph. I'll ask one last time, Namor. Do you give up? Namor, bloodied and defeated, stared up at his conqueror. The stubbornness in his eyes wavered, replaced by a profound sense of responsibility for his people. He swallowed his pride and uttered the words he never thought he would say. I give up. Peter's grin widened beneath his mask as he straightened up. I'm sorry, Namor. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Namor's voice was strained, but he spoke the words louder and clearer this time. I give up. You win. With a satisfied nod, Peter turned to face the guards, who had been rendered speechless by the one-sided battle. You heard your king. Stand down. Despite Namor's reluctant surrender, the tension in the throne room remained palpable. The guards, torn between their loyalty to their king and the undeniable reality of his defeat, stood at the ready, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Namor, battered and bruised, managed to push himself up from the ground. His voice, though strained, held a hint of desperation. "Stand down, all of you. I've lost." But not all of the guards were ready to accept their king's defeat. A group of them, driven by their undying loyalty and the belief that they could still turn the tide, rushed forward with spears and tridents raised. Peter, ever vigilant, anticipated their move. With an agility that left the guards in awe, he leaped into action. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the oncoming attacks, moving with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. One by one, he disarmed the guards, his movements a blur of precision and strength. His fists and feet struck with a controlled force, sending them reeling. The once confident guards now found themselves struggling to keep up with the masked hero's unmatched combat skills. As the battle raged on, Namor watched in astonishment as Peter effortlessly defeated his loyal guards. Their cries of pain and frustration filled the throne room, their weapons lying scattered on the ornate floor. Peter, never taking a single hit since he arrived, incapacitated the last of the guards. They lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies battered and broken, their will to fight extinguished. With the guards defeated, Peter turned to face Namor once more. The king of Talokan, now completely defeated and broken, had tears of frustration and shame in his eyes. His bones ached, and his body bore the marks of the relentless beating he had endured. Namor stared up at Peter, his voice filled with resignation. I give up. You win." Peter's grin beneath his mask was triumphant, and he nodded in acknowledgement of Namor's surrender. "That's what I wanted to hear. It's time to put an end to this. After all, war brings nothing but death and ruin to both sides," he says as he motioned to the guards littered across the floor. "I made sure to hold back, but if this was a war, well, I'd have probably killed you all by now." Namor, his ego humbled and his people's well-being at the forefront of his mind, nodded in agreement. The conflict that had threatened to engulf both the surface world and Talokan had been averted. He never though Spider-Man was this powerful. It made him wonder, are all of the Avengers this strong? Although that thought should have brought upon a dreadful feeling, Namor found himself growing excited. He's been alive for over 500 years, yet not a single person could best him in combat. Now, it seemed like the world was full of worthy opponents. And since he lost, these opponents would become his allies. The remaining guards, still reeling from their defeat, reluctantly lowered their weapons, their loyalty to Namor momentarily overshadowed by the undeniable strength and determination of their opponent. Peter extended a hand to help Namor up to his feet, his tone now laced with empathy. "Let's find a way to bring peace to both our worlds, Namor. The Talakanal and the surface nations deserve a future without fear and conflict." Namor, bruised and battered but with newfound humility, accepted Peter's hand. He had lost and he wouldn't go back on his world. His ego wouldn't allow it. Peter patted him on the shoulder. "All right, let's get you prepped." "Prepped?" Namor asked in confusion. "Prepped for what?" "For your debut at the United Nations." As the chaos in the throne room of Talokan came to a close, things were starting to get exciting back in the Avengers Tower. In a laboratory on one of the higher floors, Hank Pym and his daughter, Hope Van Dyne, labored tirelessly. The dimly lit room was a testament to their relentless pursuit of a singular goal, to find and rescue Hope's mother. Before them, a swirling vortex of energy crackled to life, a portal to the mysterious and elusive quantum realm. The room hummed with anticipation as Hank and Hope watched, their breaths held in anticipation. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the veil between dimensions had been pierced, revealing a tantalizing glimpse into the enigmatic realm beyond. But as quickly as it had appeared, the tunnel faltered and collapsed, leaving only a fading echo of its existence. Hank Pym clenched his fists in frustration, his voice laden with determination. "We're getting close, Hope. Closer than ever." Hope nodded, her eyes fixed on the failed portal, her thoughts consumed by the possibility that her mother, Janet Van Dyne, might still be trapped within the depths of the quantum realm. It had been decades since Janet had shrunk to subatomic levels, and the search for her had become an unrelenting quest, which the Avengers so graciously funded. Although she was still determined to keep trying, Hope couldn't help but express her annoyance. "But why does it keep closing? We've been at this for weeks and the gateway always fails. It's like we're not even making progress anymore." "Don't worry, we'll get it. We just have to keep trying." Of course, Hank felt the same as his daughter, but he refused to voice his anguish. At least not in front of her. Maybe I should ask Stark for help? He hated the very thought of asking a Stark for help, but they were running out of ideas here. Hours after the battle that had unfolded in the throne room of Talokan, a slightly bruised and battered Namor, king of Talokan, stood before the United Nations. It was an unprecedented moment in history as he addressed the assembly of world leaders, and Peter stood quietly behind him, casting a watchful presence that seemed to suggest Namor's appearance was not entirely voluntary. Namor cleared his throat, his regal attire now impeccably repaired, though traces of recent combat were still evident on his face, which was bruised and cut in few places. Ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations, representatives of the surface nations, and esteemed guests, he began, his deep voice carrying authority. I stand before you today not as a conqueror, but as a seeker of unity and understanding. A hushed murmur swept through the assembly as they beheld the imposing figure of Namor, the king of Talokan. It was a shocking sight, one that many had thought they would never witness. After all, just the other day they were told that this man was planning to start a war with them. Yet here he is, seeking unity and understanding. Namor continued, for too long, the oceans and the surface world have been divided by fear and mistrust, which falls mainly on our part. But today, I come with an offer of peace and cooperation. The time has come to bridge the gap between our worlds and work together for the betterment of all. Peter, standing just behind Namor, had a knack for influencing the situation without uttering a word. His mere presence suggested that Namor had been brought here against his will, and it was clear that the king of Talokan was not in the position to refuse. Namor's speech was well rehearsed, emphasizing the need for collaboration on environmental efforts. He commended the many surface nations for their newfound dedication to preserving the planet, echoing his words of unity. It was a speech that appealed to the very heart of the United Nations mission, and the delegates listened intently, knowing all the while that Spider-Man was behind this. As Talokan joins the United Nations, we pledge to work hand in hand with all nations, to share our knowledge and resources, and to protect the oceans that are our shared heritage, Namor concluded. His words met with resounding applause. Peter smiled under his mask and clapped Namor on the shoulder. Nicely done. Namor, who was forced to say these things, couldn't help but force a smile onto his face. He may not have written those words, but they were his now and he would have to follow them. Though the small bit about the oceans being everyone's shared heritage definitely left a bad taste in his mouth. After all, he is the king of the ocean. The idea of sharing never really came to mind until now. And with that, the UN meeting came to an end, and it was official: Talokan was now a member of the United Nations, alongside Wakanda. The world had witnessed an extraordinary shift in the balance of power, as two extremely advanced hidden nations joined the global community, bringing with them the promise of collaboration and progress. The following day, the world was in shock as information about Talokan flooded the airwaves, television stations, and the internet. The hidden nation had been unveiled to the world, and its advanced technology and unique culture were the subject of intense scrutiny and fascination. News broadcasts featured images of Talokan's breathtaking underwater city, its majestic architecture, and its people who had remained hidden for centuries. The world watched in awe as they learned about the advanced technology and sustainable practices that had allowed Talokan to thrive beneath the ocean's depth. But that wasn't all. Rumors began to circulate, fueled by pictures of Namor's bruised and battered form from the UN meeting. Some broadcasters speculated about the events that had unfolded, suggesting that Spider-Man had been instrumental in convincing Namor to seek peace. As the world grappled with the revelation of Talokan's existence, one thing became clear: the balance of power on Earth had shifted once more, and the potential for a new era of cooperation and discovery had dawned. A day had passed since Hank and Hope's experiment in the Avengers Tower had once again ended in disappointment. The failed attempts to breach the quantum realm had left Hank feeling a gnawing sense of frustration, a feeling that had become all too familiar over the years. But this time, he knew he had to do something different, something he had been avoiding for a long time. With a determined resolve, Hank made his way to the hall outside of Tony Stark's workshop. Hope was visiting Scott at the moment, which gives him just enough time to beg Stark for help. Ugh, I feel a headache coming on already. Just the thought of it gave him a migraine. When he arrived outside Tony's lab, Hank paced back and forth, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind of doubt and determination. He had never liked Tony's father, mainly because the man couldn't keep his eyes and sometimes his hands off of his beautiful wife. And although Tony hasn't necessarily done anything to him, Hank still doesn't like him, considering him a reckless playboy who had little respect for the scientific community. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and his wife's fate hung in the balance. He just couldn't waste any more time. After several minutes of internal debate, Hank finally stepped up to the door leading to Tony's lab. He hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the buzzer that would announce his presence. Inwardly, he cursed himself for needing to seek help from the son of the man he had despised for so long. Before Hank could make up his mind, the door unexpectedly slid open on its own. Inside, he found Tony Stark waiting for him, an amused look on his face. "Are you coming in? Or were you planning to pace outside my workshop for another 10 minutes? Tony had been informed by Jarvis of Hank's peculiar behavior outside the lab, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to tease the old scientist. Tony's smirk only deepened as he watched Hank's discomfort. He knew that Hank had come here for a reason, and the fact that he had swallowed his pride and sought help from Tony was a source of great amusement for the billionaire. Hank gritted his teeth, fully aware of the smug expression on Tony's face. He had no choice but to proceed with his request, no matter how much it grated on him. "Stark, I need your help." Tony's grin faded slightly as he saw the seriousness in Hank's eyes. He leaned against a workbench, folding his arms across his chest. "All right, Pim, I'm listening. What's got you so desperate that you had to come crawling to me?" Hank took a deep breath to steady himself before explaining his predicament. He recounted the decades-long search for his wife, Janet Van Dyne, and the repeated failures to access the quantum realm where she was believed to be trapped. He spoke of the recent experiment with Hope and the frustration of being so close yet so far from reaching his goal. Tony listened attentively, his amusement replaced by a growing sense of empathy and interest. He had a keen interest in the quantum realm, and the opportunity to explore its mysteries was too enticing to pass up. He thought for a moment before nodding slowly. "I'll help you," Tony said, surprising both Hank and himself with his willingness. "But there's a condition. I'm coming with you on this mission. I want to see what's inside the quantum realm for myself." Hank hesitated, torn between his reluctance to involve Tony and his desperation to rescue Janet. After a moment, he begrudgingly agreed. "Fine, Stark. You can come along. But don't expect me to hold your hand or be your babysitter." Tony smirked once more, a hint of genuine amusement in his eyes. "Deal. Now let's get to work," he said as he grabbed some supplies and followed Hank down to his and his daughter's lab. Returning home a day after his victorious battle with Namor, Peter stepped through the front door, ready to return to his lazy life. "I'm going to do nothing but eat, sleep, and watch TV." But he barely had time to take a breath before he found himself under attack from an unexpected assailant. A small figure, barely reaching his waist, lunged at him with all the ferocity an 11-year-old could muster. Instantly, Peter's reflexes kicked in, and he sidestepped the incoming assault with ease, watching with amusement as his daughter, Lily, flew past him in a blur of motion. Her attempts to drop-kick him were valiant, but ultimately futile. Getting a good look at her, Peter couldn't help but burst into laughter as Lily scrambled to her feet, her eyes narrowing in determination. The day before he had left to confront Namor, Lily had unknowingly started a war. She stomped on Peter's stomach to wake him up, and in return, he had used some mischievous magic to turn her hair bright green. Of course, she hadn't noticed until her friends had brought it to her attention. But that was halfway through the school day, and up until then she was wondering why everyone was looking at her funny. Lily pointed accusingly at her still green hair and declared, "You'll pay for this." Peter smirked, his playful side fully awakened. "Bring it on." What followed was a fierce battle that erupted throughout the house. Lily darted and weaved, launching attacks at her father with all the speed and agility her spider powers granted her. However, Peter, with years of experience and his own enhanced abilities, effortlessly dodged every strike. It was clear that he was holding back, but even at her best, Lily couldn't land a hit on her father. After a long battle of what appeared to be superpowered tag, Peter stood over a panting and collapsed Lily. He knelt down beside her, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Why didn't you just turn your hair back to normal?" Lily, still catching her breath, glared up at her father. "I tried, but it just kept turning green again. I even had to go to school with green hair for a second day, because you didn't come back until now." Peter chuckled and waved his hand, instantly restoring Lily's hair to its natural color. "There, all better?" Lily scoffed, but she couldn't hide her smile as she took her father's hand and got up from the floor. As she did, she angled her leg and delivered a super-powered kick to his stomach. Peter, who could have easily dodged the kick, let it land, wincing playfully as he held his abdomen. Lily might have been small, but her strength was impressive for her age. He grinned and said, "Yeah, that's better." With a beautiful smile and a skip in her step, Lily ran off, her earlier frustration now replaced with joy. As she disappeared into another room, Peter turned to find MJ leaning against the kitchen doorframe, an amused look on her face. MJ raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "I told you she'd be mad when she found out about her hair." Peter shrugged, his expression untroubled. "Meh, she seems alright to me." Later that night, Peter lounged on the couch, living his lazy man's dream, flipping through Netflix without much enthusiasm. He had earned a break after stopping what could have been World War III, and he intended to enjoy every moment of it. However, his leisurely evening was abruptly interrupted when a distinctive blue figure appeared beside him. It was Genie, the magical being that currently resides in his penthouse back at the tower. "Hey there, compadre," Genie greeted as a sombrero appeared on his head. Peter turned his head lazily and nodded. "What's up, Genie?" Genie was appalled by Peter's low-energy response and floated closer. "You, my friend, seem in dire need of some excitement." "I'm bored, and you know what happens when I'm bored," Peter sighed, not eager to have his peaceful evening disrupted. "Fine, Genie. What do you want to do?" Genie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "How about a little adventure? You and me taking on the world, just like old times. What do you say?" Annoyed and unwilling to entertain the idea, Peter came up with his own idea. "Alright, Genie, you win. I'll take you on the next mission I go on. Just promise me you'll be quiet until then." Genie clapped each of their hands together dramatically, agreeing with boundless excitement. "Deal." And just as Peter and Genie were about to settle in for a quiet night of Netflix and chill, minus the innuendo, Peter's phone suddenly went off. He sighed and reached for it, only to see that it was a call from Tony. And he even had a few missed calls from Hank Pym. Instantly, Peter could tell that his night would soon be ruined. "Why? I just want to be lazy. Is a few days on the couch really too much to ask?" Turning to Genie, who wore an evil smirk, Peter suddenly realized that his blue friend knew this would happen. "You bastard!" "Yo, Tony, what's up?" Peter asked as he picked up his phone, hoping for a simple, quick conversation that wouldn't require him to leave his comfortable spot on the couch. Tony's voice crackled with urgency on the other end. "Hey, we've got a situation here." The sounds of thruster blasts and destruction followed. Peter closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of his laziness being shattered by the demands of being a superhero. "Alright, I'm on my way." As he ended the call and let out another exasperated sigh, his spider suit flashed over his body, replacing his normal clothes. With that done, he glanced over at Genie, who was practically buzzing with excitement. The mischievous Djinn was loving every minute of this. Genie floated closer to Peter, his blue form shimmering. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Peter chuckled, despite his reluctance. Yeah, Genie. You're getting what you want, but remember, you have to keep a low profile. No Genie magic, and you'll need to look like a regular human." Genie beamed and, with a flourish of his magical powers, transformed into a human form. He now appeared as a tall, athletic Kree man, dressed in casual attire that wouldn't draw attention. "How do I look?" Peter nodded his head. "Yeah, that'll work. But remember, if anyone asks, you're a friend of mine from my time off planet." With their disguises in place, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a shimmering golden portal that hovered before them. He stepped aside and gestured for Genie to go first. "Alright, Genie, let's get this over with." The two of them stepped through the portal, the golden energy swirling around them as they stepped into Avengers Tower. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves in the midst of a fight, which was currently destroying Hope and Hank's lab. The scene before them was nothing short of pandemonium. Iron Man, in his sleek crimson and gold suit, darted around the room with bursts of repulsor blasts. Ant-Man and the Wasp, which Peter guessed was Hank and his daughter, were zipping in and out of sight, their sizes shifting from minuscule to normal in the blink of an eye. And there, amidst the chaos, was Ghost, a masked womanly figure in a white suit that seemed to flicker in and out of reality. Her movements were elusive, a blur of motion as she phased in and out of visibility, making her an elusive target. Insert picture of Ghost/Ava Star here, Tony voice crackled over the suit's comm system. "Come on. We need to corner her. Isn't that the girl with some weird quantum disease? What was her name again?" Peter watched the battle unfold with a mix of amusement and curiosity, leaning against a lab table with Genie by his side. "Looks like they're having a rough time." Genie nodded with an impish grin. "That lady's powers are interesting. It's like she fades into another dimension." Peter nods his head. "Yeah, but it seems to be tearing her body apart and then mending it back together. That's gotta hurt." Ghost sensed Hank and Hope's approach and phased through them, emerging behind the father-daughter duo. Before they could react, she delivered a swift kick to Hank's back, sending him sprawling. Hope narrowly avoided the attack, soaring upwards to regain her normal size. Genie nodded his head in agreement as he gestured toward the chaos in front of them. "Are you going to help them, or?" Peter shrugs. "Nah, let's watch for a bit. They ruined my lazy night, so let them suffer for a while." Peter raised an eyebrow, considering his options. He had more than enough power to put a swift end to this little skirmish. However, he wanted to enjoy the show for at least a little while. Iron Man's repulsor beams lashed out, narrowly missing Ghost as she phased in and out of existence. Hank and Hope shrunk down, attempting to take her by surprise in miniature form. The chase was on, and it was clear that they were struggling to keep up. As the battle raged on, the frustration among the heroes was palpable. But Ghost remained eerily silent, her every movement taunting them. She was like a literal ghost, her form intangible no matter what they threw at her. As he watched them fight, Peter started to realize that they need to update the tower's security. After all, Ghost isn't a current member of S.H.I.E.L.D., which means she got past all of their security. I'll have to come up with some sort of dimensional security. Maybe I can con the Ancient One into doing it. After a while, the battle continued to escalate, with no sign of Ghost getting caught. It was at that moment that Tony realized Peter was here, sitting at the back of the room, casually watching them suffer. Tony was not happy. "Hey, a little here?" he yelled, which drew everyone's attention back to Peter and Jeannie. Peter sighed dramatically, finally relenting to the inevitable. With a begrudging expression, he stepped forward, his power coursing through his veins. In an instant, he snapped his fingers. Time seemed to slow as Ghost's eyes widened in shock. Her phasing powers faltered, and with a loud thud, she ran face-first into a nearby wall, her body becoming solid and corporeal. The white-suited woman crumpled to the floor, dazed and disoriented. What did you do?" Tony exclaimed, his voice a mixture of awe and confusion. After all, they've been fighting her for a while now and nothing has worked. Yet all Peter needed to do was snap his fingers and she was defeated. Peter glanced at Ghost before shrugging toward Tony. "I temporarily sealed her powers," he explained casually. Ghost lay on the ground, her breath shallow as she realized the impossible. Her powers, the source of endless torment and pain throughout her life, were gone. She reached out to touch the wall, her hand trembling as she felt the cold, solid surface. The pain that had always haunted her had disappeared. Seeing that Hope was about to continue her attack on the now powerless Ghost, Peter dashed over, swiftly intercepting her. "Easy there, the fight's over." Hope blinked in surprise, her anger and determination waning as she recognized Peter. "She hit me at least 10 times. Can't I get one?" Peter smiled under his mask. "No, but maybe next time." Ghost, lying on the floor, stared up at Peter with a mixture of shock and disbelief. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and grabbed onto Peter's leg. "Please, don't let it come back," she begged, her voice filled with desperation. With a gentle but firm tone, Peter replied, "Well, it's only temporary. Your powers will return eventually." Ghost's mask fell to the floor, revealing her tear-streaked face. She sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. "I don't want them back. I can't stand the pain anymore. Please don't unseal them. I don't want to die." Tony, Hank, and Hope stood in stunned silence, their formidable foe reduced to a crying, vulnerable woman by Peter's intervention. It was a sight they never expected to witness, the enigmatic Ghost stripped of her powers and her stoicism. "What do you mean you don't want to die?" Tony asks curiously, confused by the sudden turn of events. Once Ghost calmed down, everyone gathered around Peter and the now powerless woman. Tony was the first to speak, his Iron Man suit retracting its faceplate to reveal his face. "All right, lady, the game's over. Who are you, and what's with these powers of yours?" Ghost, her mask now discarded on the floor, looked up with tear-filled eyes. Her once defiant demeanor had crumbled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. She hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice shaky. "I'm Ava Starr, I used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., she began, her words quivering. "And my powers, they're a curse." Everyone remained silent, listening intently as Ava continued to speak. "I suffered a quantum accident," Ava explained, her voice filled with pain. "It tore me apart at a molecular level and then put me back together. I became out of phase with reality. My body constantly shifts between dimensions, and it's excruciating." Tony exchanged glances with Hank, who was equally perplexed by Ava's revelation. "So, your powers are what's causing you all this pain?" Tony asked, his tone surprisingly empathetic. Ava nodded, her tears continuing to flow. "Every moment of my life is agony. I'm in a constant state of flux, never fully here or there. It's a living nightmare. And if that wasn't enough, I'm slowly dying because of it." Hank, who had been silently observing, chimed in, his voice tinged with sympathy. "And what were you trying to achieve by attacking us?" After all, they were just working on the portal to the quantum realm when Ava suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started attacking them. Ava glanced at the floor, shame and regret in her eyes. "Bill Foster said your technology might be able to help." I thought if I could steal it, I might find a way to stabilize myself, to end the pain. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I was desperate. Hank began to grumble at the mention of his estranged business partner's name. That loud-mouthed idiot. Hope, who had been silently listening, spoke up with a softer tone. We can help you, Ava. You don't need to steal. We'll gladly help you find a cure. Ava's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief etched on her face. You would help me? She was used to a Hydra-controlled shield, who would do nothing but use her without anything in return. Hope nodded, her expression sincere. We're scientists. Our goal is to help people, not to hurt them. We'll do whatever we can to find a solution. Peter, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. Well, I'm sure they can help, but I can probably cure you by tomorrow. The question is, do you want to keep your powers or no? Ava's tear-filled eyes looked up at Peter in shock. You have the power to fix it? Permanently? Peter nodded solemnly. I can. I'll have to run a few scans, but I should be able to fix you up with a spell or two. But it's your choice whether you want to keep the powers or not. Ava hesitated for a moment, her mind racing, though she didn't hesitate for long. I want them gone, she stated resolutely. I'm tired of being used. I just want to live a normal life. Peter's eyes shimmered with a faint glow as he waved his hand, projecting a glowing golden barrier around Ava. The magical barrier encased her entire body, bathing her in a soft, ethereal light. It was a sight to behold, a fusion of science and magic, as Peter initiated the scans to understand the nature of Ava's affliction. Tony, Hank, Hope, and Jeannie watched in fascination as the golden barrier began its work. They had never seen anything quite like it, and Peter's proficiency in both technology and mysticism left them in awe. As the scans progressed, Tony couldn't help but break the silence, his curiosity getting the better of him. So, what's the diagnosis? What's wrong with our ghostly attacker here? Peter continued to concentrate on the scans, his eyes locked onto the glowing barrier surrounding Ava. Well, from what I can see, her body has been bathed in an unholy amount of quantum energy. It's soaked into her very being, from her physical form to her astral self. He spoke with a tone of concern, fully aware of the gravity of Ava's condition. Tony furrowed his brow. Quantum energy? So she has some type of dimensional radiation poisoning. Peter nodded somberly. In a way, yes. Humans aren't built to hold these kinds of dimensional energies within their bodies. To do that, you'd need to be either a master of the mystic arts or a metahuman. Ava, unfortunately, is neither. Hank and Hope exchanged worried glances. They had suspected as much, but hearing it from someone as knowledgeable as Peter made it all the more daunting. Ava, who had been listening to the conversation with rapt attention, finally spoke up with a tremor in her voice. So, what does that mean for me? Can you do anything about it? Peter waved off her concerns. Don't worry, Ava. I can help. Since you don't want to keep your powers, it makes things even simpler actually. With a graceful wave of his hands, Peter began to conjure a complex spell circle in the air. The circle pulsed with intricate lines and symbols, each one more perplexing than the last. Ava's eyes widened as she watched the mystic display unfold before her and swiftly cover her entire body. Tony watched as Ava began to glow in an odd light, a mix of concern and interest written all over his face. Is she supposed to be glowing like that? Peter chuckled softly, his focus never wavering from the spell. Yeah, that's just the quantum energy being expelled from her body. It can be a bit dramatic. Ava gasped as the light surrounding her intensified, creating a breathtaking display of otherworldly luminescence. It was as though the very essence of her being was being purged of the quantum torment it had endured for so long. The room fell into a hushed reverence as they watched the transformation unfold. Ava's body trembled with the release of energy, and she let out a shuddering breath. It was a difficult and painful process, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the brilliant glow began to subside. The spell circle dissipated into shimmering motes of golden light, fading away like stardust. Ava stood before them, her breathing heavy, her body drenched in sweat. Peter stepped forward, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Ava, are you all right? Ava nodded, her voice a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I think so. It's just, I've never felt anything like that before. Hank and Hope approached her cautiously, concern etched on their faces. They had been witnesses to a truly extraordinary event, one that defied their understanding of science and magic. Tony couldn't resist a touch of sarcasm as he quipped, well, that was one heck of a light show. But are you back to normal now? Ava gave a weak smile, her gratitude shining through. I hope so. I haven't felt this human in a long time. Hope stepped closer, her expression empathetic. We'll monitor your condition, Ava. If you need anything, just let us know." Ava nodded in a daze. "Thank you." Hope smiled, happy that everything turned out okay. "No problem." Ava, now free from her torment and subsequent death sentence, rushed up to Peter and dived into his chest. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice quivering with emotion. "I can't believe I'm finally free from that pain." Peter awkwardly returned the hug. "You're welcome." He pat her back gently. "You said you used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., right?" Ava nodded as she released him, tears of relief still in her eyes. "Yeah, they promised to help me if I worked for them, but they never did." "Why?" "Because I'll have Fury whip you up a nice retirement package to help with the start of your new life," Peter explained, which only made Ava cry even more than before. "Thank you," she exclaimed as she dived into Peter's arms for a second time. After sending Ava home for the night, Peter finally took a step back, his eyes scanning the room. His work here was done, and he was tempted to retreat to his cozy couch once again. Tony cleared his throat and asked a question that Peter was hoping to avoid. "Now that that's settled, how would you like to give us a hand with this quantum portal?" Hank Pym, who had been silently sitting in the background, finally spoke up. "As you already know, we've been trying to safely access the quantum realm. But we've hit a dead end. The portal keeps destabilizing, and we can't seem to figure out why." Peter's initial instinct was to decline, his cozy couch and Netflix calling out to him. But then he turned to look at Jeannie, who was wearing that unnerving expression that resembled a giant puppy dog, begging with teary eyes. Lily's puppy dog eyes are way cuter. When he does it, it's just disgusting. Although he didn't want to, Peter decided to do what Jeannie asked. After all, he hasn't seen the Djinn in a while. "Alright, I'll help with your little quantum realm rescue mission. But Jeannie gets to tag along as well. He's visiting, so I can't just leave him." Tony's face lit up with satisfaction, knowing that he had convinced Peter to join their expedition. "Great. With your help, this trip should be a breeze. We're going to crack the quantum realm wide open," he said before turning to Jeannie. "He's the Kree guy that helped us on Sakaar, right? He can come." Jeannie nodded with a knowing smirk on his face. "Yup, that me. Just your average Kree male, visiting my good friend Dash." Seeing that Jeannie was hamming it up a bit too much, Peter had to cut in, slapping him upside the head in the process. "Don't mind him, he has brain damage. He hasn't been the same ever since, right?" Tony muttered suspiciously. "Anyway, let's take a look at this portal." Peter quickly changes the subject. A few days later, the lab was a hive of activity as Peter joined Tony, Hank, and Hope to work on the portal to the quantum realm. Tony had brought along an array of his own specialized equipment, which everyone was thankful for. After all, Tony always had the best toys. Hank wasn't exactly happy to have so many cooks in his kitchen, but he begrudgingly adjusted to a crowded lab. As for his daughter, Hope was more than happy to have the help. She just wanted her mother back and would do anything to make that happen. Meanwhile, Tony seemed to be enjoying his time with Hank, annoying the old man at every possible moment. Peter tried to keep the peace between them at first, but swiftly gave up on that far-fetched dream. Jeannie, on the other hand, just sat back and enjoyed the show. He wasn't exactly a scientist, so he was delegated to the back of the room, where he couldn't mess anything up. As they worked together, the room hummed with a palpable sense of progress as the portal's energy signature began to shift with every test, inching closer and closer to stability. Hope's voice crackled with excitement as she observed the data. "We're almost there, just a little more." Soon enough, the final adjustments were made, and Peter, Tony, Hank, and Hope shared a moment of anticipation. The quantum portal, once a chaotic swirl of energy, now stood still, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow. Tony couldn't contain his excitement. "We did it! The portal's stable." Hank's skepticism had transformed into grudging admiration. "I can't believe it." Hope's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "We've achieved the impossible?" Peter shrugged. After all, a portal to another dimension wasn't exactly a new thing for him, though the quantum realm is a bit different than other dimensions. So, what now? With everything in place, Hank stepped forward to take the lead. "Now we run some tests, prepare, and find a way to bring Janet back. If she's still alive." Quantum realm, Axia. Deep within the shimmering city of Axia, in a chamber concealed from prying eyes, Janet Van Dyne lay in peaceful slumber. Though under her pillow, a shimmering pistol could be seen, hidden and ready in case of emergencies. Insert picture of Janet here. By her side rested her lover, their limbs intertwined under the thin white sheets. He was an older human-looking man with gray hair, and a fellow member of the Resistance. Days had passed since Peter, Tony, Hank, and Hope had embarked on their mission to stabilize the quantum portal and find a way to bring Janet Van Dyne back from the mysterious depths of the quantum realm. In the confines of their high-tech laboratory, they had made significant progress but encountered a series of unexpected challenges. Their first hurdle revealed itself during the testing phase. Drones sent into the quantum realm would occasionally return at different times than expected, as if time itself played tricks within that dimension. It was a disconcerting mystery, one that threatened the very concept of time as they understood it. Tony, his face etched with frustration, pointed at a monitor displaying the drone's erratic return times. This time hiccup is going to make our rescue mission a logistical nightmare. How are we supposed to navigate a place where time is so broken? Peter, leaning over the monitor with a furrowed brow, contemplated the issue. I've seen something like this before in some books in Kamartad. It's a matter of stabilizing the connection to time itself between our world and the quantum realm. Hope nodded her head, still completely and utterly confused. And how are we supposed to do that? Just leave this one to me. With that, Peter set to work, carving intricate runes into the portal's casing. His hands moved with precision, imbuing the gateway with a sense of temporal permanence. It was a fusion of science and magic, a testament to his unique knowledge and abilities. Once the runes were complete, Peter stood back, satisfied with his work. There, the portal should now serve as a constant, untethered from the unpredictable flow of time. Hank observed the modifications with a hint of skepticism. If those symbols actually work, then you solved our biggest problem. I guess. Of course, they had to test it. After all, neither Hope nor Hank had much trust in magic, and after sending in more drones to test the time difference, Hank was shocked to find that Peter did in fact fix their little time problem. With that issue resolved, they turned their attention to the next challenge, finding Janet Van Dyne within the vast expanse of the quantum realm. Hank had some theories involving DNA tracking and energy signatures, but it was far from foolproof and would take a while to get working, and that's if it even worked in the first place. Peter took their plans a step further. He held in his hands a normal compass that he bought online, its needle spinning wildly as if guided by some invisible force. This compass is enchanted with a tracking spell. As long as you can give me some DNA and personal items, it will lead us to Janet once we're inside. Hank raised an eyebrow, impressed by Peter's ingenuity. You certainly have a knack for this magic stuff? He began to wonder whether he should look into learning magic as well. After all, it seems to be fixing all of their problems. Peter grinned under his mask. It's my specialty, but they still had a lot to worry about. After all, the quantum realm was known for its unpredictable dangers. They had witnessed some of them through the eyes of the many drones that ventured inside. From raging storms that seemed to bend reality around them, to unknown creatures, both big and small, that would gladly rip them apart or swallow them while they couldn't risk venturing in blindly. And with this mindset, Hank and Hope had developed a cosmic event detector, a device that would alert them to any impending threats such as quantum storms or other unknown anomalies. As for the creatures inside, they'll just have to fight or run when they come across them. And thankfully, they have Peter, so they wouldn't be doing much running. But those weren't the only dangers. No, for all they knew, the quantum realm held all sorts of unknown sicknesses and viruses, so in order to fight against that, Peter cast a very useful spell, which every master of the mystic arts has used at least once, on each of their team members, the vaccine spell. Although the spell is called a vaccine, it doesn't really operate like one. It simply reads your body and logs all of the viruses, germs, and sicknesses that you've ever been exposed to. And with that knowledge, the spell adds these viruses to a whitelist, which basically says these are normal. The spell then blocks anything that isn't on this whitelist. It's a spell that every master uses, especially when they're traveling the many dimensions. After all, who knows what types of viruses they'd catch and subsequently bring back to Earth if they weren't careful. As the team made final preparations, Peter couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. He had traveled to other dimensions before, but the quantum realm was unlike anything he had encountered. It was a place where the very fabric of reality was in constant flux. A dimension filled with danger and uncertainty. Not to mention Kong the Conqueror. Peter thought with a hint of interest. I wonder if he's in this universe. Because if he is, then I can certainly make use of his multiverse traveling ship. Although Kang's ship was ruined in the movie, stranding him in the quantum realm, Peter knew that he could still study it to help further along his own multiverse traveling dreams. He and Tony have been working on this ever since Peter returned from his accidental multiverse adventure, and they were constantly making strides in their research and development. But there was still one question. If Kong is in the quantum realm, does that mean those time police guys are here as well? Peter wondered, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it's not very likely. After all, I'm an anomaly that they would have at least tried to deal with. I've changed this universe's timeline so much that it's practically unrecognizable anymore. If they existed, they would have definitely appeared by now. But that doesn't mean that Kong doesn't exist. There are an infinite number of universes, which means there's an infinite number of Peters, MJs, Tonys, and even Kangs. I kind of hope he's here, because I really want that ship of his. Peter's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of greed. Once all of the work was done, Tony clasped his hands together and heaved a sigh of accomplishment. All right, I'm guessing we're done with the preparations. I'm going to get some sleep in preparation for tomorrow's exploration. Jeannie, who had been quiet but observant throughout their preparations, chimed in with an excited grin. Oh, are we finally exploring the quantum realm? Peter nodded tiredly. Yeah, just don't cause any trouble, okay? As the team left the room, each of them began their preparations for the dangers that would soon come. On the following day, everyone arrived with an air of anticipation and anxiety. Peter, Tony, Hank, Hope, and Jeannie stood before the now stable quantum portal, dressed in their trademark suits and armor, carrying an assortment of equipment. The enchanted compass, entrusted to Peter's care, glowed with a soft, reassuring light. Tony cracked a grin in his red and gold armor. All right, did anyone forget to pack their lunchbox? Peter smirked under his mask. Nope, my mom packed my fruit snacks and chocolate pudding. Just as everyone was ready to leave, the doors to the lab suddenly swung open. Hey guys, mind if I tag along? The team turned in surprise to see Scott Lang, dressed in his Ant-Man suit, standing there with a confident smirk on his face. Hope stepped forward, donned in her wasp suit, her voice tinged with worry. Scott, you shouldn't have come. I told you we can handle it. It's too dangerous. What if something happens to you, huh? What will happen to Cassie? Scott, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Hope's waist, pulling her into his chest. You know, I can't let you go without me. They're dating. Peter wasn't that surprised. After all, they seemed to be heading in this direction on the last time he saw them. Tony couldn't resist a quip. Great, now we've got a whole bug collection. Seeing that her boyfriend wouldn't take no for an answer, Hope had no choice but to give up. Fine, you can come. Just stick close, Scott, and follow our lead. This place is unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Scott nodded, his determination unwavering. Don't worry. We'll find my future mother-in-law. After all, I have to make a good first impression. Hank raised a single eyebrow. Why does she get the good first impression and I get a criminal, breaking into my house? With final checks and affirmations exchanged, they fired up the portal and stepped into the swirling unknown. The transition was disorienting, like being caught in a whirlwind of colors and sensations. They held onto each other, relying on their suits to maintain a connection as they tumbled through the quantum tunnel. As they emerged on the other side, the team found themselves in a realm that defied all comprehension. Reality stretched and folded around them in kaleidoscopic patterns, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed to shift like quicksand. Insert a picture of the quantum realm here. Peter surveyed their surroundings with a keen interest. Welcome to the quantum realm, everyone. It's about as I expected it would be. Tony, attempting to appear nonchalant, observed their surroundings with a mix of fascination and unease. I feel like I'm inside the Scream. A/N. It's a famous painting. Suddenly, the compass in Peter's hand began to twitch, its needle spinning for a moment before pointing in a specific direction. The compass is working. Let's follow it. Axia, Kong the Conqueror, the enigmatic master of time and space, sat regally upon a grand floating throne within the heart of his impenetrable citadel. The throne itself seemed to defy the laws of gravity, hovering effortlessly above the polished obsidian floor, a testament to Kang's mastery over the forces that bound the universe. All around him, Kang's subordinates scurried about, bringing him vital information gathered throughout his empire. They were loyal and obedient, for they knew that Kang's wrath was as relentless as his ambition. One of Kang's lieutenants, a figure shrouded in futuristic armor, knelt before him, presenting a holographic display of the quantum realm's landscape. My lord, we have tracked the resistance. The rebel leader was spotted as well. Kang's cold, calculating gaze fixed upon the hologram, his mind racing with possibilities. Janet Van Dyne was a thorn in his side, a symbol of resistance against his empire. With her leadership, the rebellion has gained constant momentum, threatening Kang's iron rule. A sinister smile played upon Kang's lips as he contemplated the unfolding events. Prepare my forces. It's about time we've dealt with these terrorists. As Kang's subordinates hastened to carry out his orders, the quantum realm itself seemed to tremble in anticipation, For the Conqueror of Worlds had set his sights on this dimension, and his presence would shape the destiny of all who dared to tread its unpredictable path. Amidst the surreal landscapes of the quantum realm, Peter led the way with the enchanted compass clutched tightly in his gloved hand. The compass's needle quivered and twitched, directing them through a realm where reality itself appeared to be in flux. What started as a few-minute march turned into an endless journey through a bewildering wasteland of shifting sands and odd anomalies. Scott, encased in his Ant-Man suit, couldn't help but voice his growing doubts. "Hey, are you sure this compass of yours is working? We've been walking for ages, and there's no sign of Janet or anyone else anywhere." Hope's voice resonated with uncertainty as well. Scott's got a point. "Maybe we should consider if we're heading in the wrong direction." Hank grumbled alongside them, his old muscles feeling the burn from the endless walking. "Yeah, and we should have brought some vehicles. This place is too big to explore on foot." Before Peter could explain that they were close, as the compass wouldn't be working otherwise, the group came to a sudden halt near the edge of a cliff, their gazes locked on a bizarre and unsettling sight. Down in the vast valley below them, a herd of enormous, luminous orange, spider-like creatures roamed freely. The creatures' eyes, akin to fiery embers, turned upward in eerie unison, fixing upon the intruders who had appeared on the cliff above. Tony Stark muttered grimly, "Oh, that's not good." The tension in the air escalated, with both sides locked in an eerie standoff. The luminescent spiders' collective intelligence seemed to process the presence of the interlopers, and as one, they surged into action, charging toward the cliff with alarming speed. The group snapped out of their collective shock, propelled into action by the impending threat. Tony's helmet snapped shut as he rocketed off the cliff, and the others quickly followed suit. Scott, Hope, and Hank activated their respective suits, their forms growing to colossal proportions as they descended into battle. Genie, riding atop Scott's massive head, discreetly used his magic to summon some weaponry, raining down red laser fire from above. Peter, however, remained poised at the cliff's edge, hands tucked casually in his suit's pockets. "I'll just wait until they're finished," Peter thought lazily as a comfortable chair appeared behind him, which he flopped back into without a care for the war unfolding before him. With the size and power befitting giants, the Ant-Men and the Wasp descended upon the horde of luminescent spiders. And before the herd knew it, the small prey that seemed so easy to hunt before was now squishing them like bugs beneath their boots. Tony's repulsor beams cut through the air, striking multiple targets at once, while Scott's enlarged fists pounded the ground, creating shockwaves that sent the creatures tumbling. Hope shrank and zipped through the air, constantly growing and shrinking in order to more quickly squish the herd of arachnids. Hank, in his towering form, utilized his enhanced strength to deliver crushing blows, rendering the spiders little more than shattered remains. Genie stayed exactly where he was, firing off the top of Scott's head like a madman, a cigar in his mouth and a military helmet atop his head. Peter watched the skirmish unfold with a nonchalant demeanor, his masked face betraying no sign of concern. "This is truly one of the perks of being a superhero," he muttered to himself. After all, he gets to see other heroes in action almost all the time. And it was most definitely entertaining. Far more entertaining than any movie, show, or comic could ever be. The battle raged on, the team's combined might proving overwhelming for the luminescent spiders. One by one, the creatures fell, their glowing forms either flattened or riddled with holes. As the last of the arachnoid foes met their demise, the team regrouped, their suits retracting to their normal sizes. Tony's face mask flung open as he glanced around at his battle-worn surroundings. "That was unexpected," he muttered as he eyed the dead creatures with keen interest that only a scientist could have. Scott grinned, his Ant-Man helmet retracting to reveal a triumphant expression. "And I thought fighting regular-sized spiders was bad." Hope shook her head, her voice laced with relief. "No, I think regular spiders are still much worse." Peter scoffed incredulously. "I take great offense to that," he shouted from his seat atop the cliff. Hank looked up at Peter and couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Is he always like this?" "Like what?" Tony asked. "Lazing around while others do the work and then complaining afterwards?" Hank clarifies, clearly bothered. "Well, yeah." Tony nodded his head absent-mindedly. "You know that I can hear you, right?" Peter said as he hopped down the cliff, landing beside the group. Hank didn't seem to care. "So? Whatever, follow me." Peter shrugged uncaringly and started walking again, compass in hand. "I think we're close." With the immediate threat neutralized, the team continued their journey deeper into the quantum realm, the compass once again guiding their way. The city of Axia within Kang's sprawling empire buzzed with tension. Janet Van Dyne, once the hero known as the Wasp, had become the beacon of resistance against Kang the Conqueror's tyrannical rule. Shortly after they had first met, before his empire was even a thought, she had uncovered the truth about the man she had grown to admire, a man whose lust for power and vengeance knew no bounds. Janet's heart raced as the sirens wailed, signaling the impending attack by Kang's formidable army. She had been preparing for this moment for years, but the surprise assault certainly caught her off guard. How did he find us so quickly? She didn't have time to dwell on her shock. Her years of leadership had honed her instincts, and she immediately sprang into action. "Everyone, to your battle stations," Janet commanded, her voice laced with determination. She rallied her comrades, heroes and survivors alike, to defend what little freedom they had left. The resistance fighters, armed with their unique weaponry, fanned out across Axia's street. Blasts of energy and the roar of battlesuits echoed through the city as they confronted Kang's advancing forces. It was a desperate fight for survival, with countless of her allies being slaughtered as the non-combat personnel were hastily evacuated to safer locations. As the battle raged on, it became evident that Kang's army had the upper hand. Their advanced technology and overwhelming numbers pressed the resistance fighters back. Janet's heart pounded with each passing moment, knowing that their resistance was faltering. Then, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope appeared. Janet saw an opportunity to slip away from the front lines and regroup. She didn't like leaving her comrades behind, but she couldn't be captured. The consequences would be catastrophic. Darting through the rubble-strewn streets, her agility and familiarity with the area allowed her to evade the enemy's notice as she escaped. Just when it seemed she might get away, a familiar voice called out to her, "Janet, over here." She turned to see Kryler, her lover and fellow freedom fighter, beckoning her into an alley. Relief washed over her as she rushed toward him, thinking that he had come to aid her as he always does. But as she reached him, Kryler's expression dropped from concern to guilt. Before she could react, he raised his weapon and fired, striking Janet with a paralyzing energy blast. She crumpled to the ground, unable to move as Kryler stood over her. "Why?" Janet managed to whisper, her voice filled with betrayal and disbelief. She trusted Kryler far more than any other member of the resistance. He was there for its founding and seemed to hate Kang as much as any other freedom fighter. She couldn't help but wonder why he would do this. Hell, she even betrayed her wedding vows for him. Though technically, she hasn't seen or heard from her husband in what felt like forever, so it wasn't exactly a hard thing to do. Kryler's eyes dated away. He couldn't look her in the eye. "Kang made me an offer," he said, the guilt written all over his face. "He promised to keep you alive in exchange for what he wants. This is a good thing, Janet. We can be together without worrying whether we'll be killed on some insignificant battlefield or starved because we couldn't find enough food to fill everyone's stomach." Janet looked at him in disgust. "How could you do this? I've told you how manipulative he is. How could you believe him?" Janet watched in horror as Kryler turned away from her, his allegiance now firmly with Kang. Her heart shattered as she realized the depth of his betrayal. Moments later, Kang himself strode into the alley, flanked by his loyal guards. His sinister smile stretched across his face as he gloated, "Ah, Janet, the mighty resistance leader. It appears that your loyalty to the resistance was your downfall." Kryler here was quite eager to switch sides when he saw the benefits of serving me. Janet seethed with anger but remained powerless, her body still paralyzed by Kryler's treacherous attack. Kang continued his taunts, relishing in his victory. "Your little rebellion ends here, love. I have to say, it's been fun while it lasted, but everything has to come to end at some point." As Kang's guards restrained Janet, the once proud leader of the resistance felt a profound sense of defeat. Betrayed by someone she had loved, her comrades captured, and her most valued base in ruins, she couldn't help but wonder if there was any hope left. "All right, round them up," Kang ordered, and his men rushed to take all of the survivors into custody, hauling them back to his towering citadel, prisoners in their own city. As his men worked, Kang snapped his fingers, jolting Janet onto her feet. She stood wide-eyed and frozen, her body completely under his control. "Now, let's get home. After all, you have some explaining to do." Janet glared at him, defiance radiating from her very being. "I'll never help you again. We'll see." Not long after their battle, Peter and the group finally arrived at a place that wasn't either barren or filled with deadly colossal creatures, Axia. Axia was a huge and extremely technologically advanced city. Odd humanoid creatures walked the streets and flying vehicles filled the air. It stretched out before them like a metropolis of the future, a stark contrast to the desolate landscapes they had encountered earlier. Peter smirked under his mask. "Yup, Kang's here alright. Multiverse ship, here I come." Although everyone else was surprised and happy to find civilization inside this wasteland, They were also shocked to see the remnants of a battle at the edge of the city. Smoke filled the air, and buildings, which once stood tall, were either completely destroyed or crumbling to bits. Floating away from the destruction, they could see a cluster of ships, each matching as if they were some sort of military or police. Looking down at the compass in Peter's hand, Hank and Hope watched as the dial followed the ship's trajectory perfectly. Peter studied the compass, his expression thoughtful. "It seems she's on one of those ships?" Tony asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think she's been captured? Or is she with the people who did that?" He pointed to the destroyed portion of the city. Hank didn't even have to think before he shook his head, stating firmly, "Janet wouldn't do such a thing." Peter nodded in agreement. "I guess we'll have to go and find out for ourselves, won't we?" With determination in their hearts, the group decided to follow the compass's guidance once more. Peter, with a casual wave, opened up a portal to the towering citadel at the center of Axia, where the ships seemed to be headed. It didn't take long for the rest of the team to fall in step behind Peter, especially Hope and Hank, who were more than ready to finally see their most loved one once again. Upon returning to the citadel, Kong couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" He turned to Janet, a curious look in his eyes. "We didn't really get a chance to talk about it last time, but I always wondered. When our minds touched, what did you see? A monster who thinks he's a god." She spat venomously. Flashback, one fateful day, as Janet Van Dyne went about her usual routine, trapped in the quantum realm, her keen eyes caught something peculiar hurtling from the heavens. Instinctively, she armed herself, the familiar weight of her wasp gear comforting against the unknown. With determined resolve, she rushed towards the impact site, her senses on high alert. Arriving at the scene, Janet's sharp gaze fell upon a crashed shuttle embedded in the earth, its metallic hull warped and scorched. But what truly seized her attention was the sight of a strange creature materializing beside the wreckage. In a surreal display of otherworldly power, it duplicated itself before her eyes, its eerie twin leaping into a frenzied assault. Janet's battle-honed instincts took over, and with precision, she dispatched one of the creatures, her stings finding their mark. Yet, before she could react to the imminent threat of the remaining doppelganger, it met a sudden and unexpected end, a blaster shot ringing out. Turning swiftly, Janet's eyes met those of her unanticipated savior, a mysterious man sprawled on the ground, his weapon still smoking. Bewildered and injured, he looked at Janet and inquired, "Where am I?" After nursing him back to health, the man, who introduced himself as Kong, revealed a tale that transcended the boundaries of belief. He claimed to be a traveler and scientist, navigating the multiverse in his ship. However, an unforeseen mishap had left him stranded, his craft spiraling off course to this unfamiliar world. Their mutual predicament forged an unlikely alliance as they agreed to work together, seeking to repair Kang's ship and chart a course back to their respective homes. Through countless attempts to mend the intricate multiversal engine core, hope flickered dimly. Amidst the toil of endless repairs, Janet found herself gradually opening up to Kong, sharing the fragments of her life and the deep yearning to reunite with her daughter. Kong, in turn, offered solace and reassurance, promising her a path back to her cherished family. Time passed, and with relentless determination, they succeeded in restoring the core. As they seamlessly integrated it with the ship, an unforeseen event unfolded. The ship, unexpectedly connected to Kang's mind, unwittingly bridged the chasm between their consciousness, allowing Janet to peer into Kang's very soul. In the visions that washed over her, she bore witness to a chilling truth. Kong, in countless timelines and worlds, had been a harbinger of chaos, destruction, and untold death, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and devastation. His remorseless actions painted a grim portrait. Kong, now aware of Janet's newfound knowledge, attempted to persuade her to adhere to their original plan, sweetening the deal with promises of a safe return to her daughter only minutes after she left. It would be as if she never left. After all, his ship traveled in both time and space. A/N. It's basically a multiverse hopping TARDIS, minus the bigger on the inside bit. Thinking face should I have Peter and Tony make their multiverse traveling ship something like a TARDIS? But Janet's resolve was unwavering. She knew she couldn't allow Kong to escape his sins, nor could she allow him to leave his prison. Far too many people, worlds, and universes would pay the price if she did. With a heart heavy but resolute, Janet enacted a daring plan. She manipulated the core's size, shrinking it to a manageable scale before stealing it from the ship's clutches. Armed with knowledge and conviction, she faced the formidable Kong, knowing that defeating him head-on was an insurmountable challenge. Harnessing a series of growth discs, Janet magnified the core's size by 1,000 times, turning it into a potent weapon, which she used to distract Kong as she escaped. Flashback End. Kang's shoulders rose in a nonchalant shrug, a stark contrast to the gravity of their conversation. When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes. He paused, the weight of Janet's accusation causing an invisible ache. Although he would never admit it, Kang had trusted Janet far more than he ever trusted anyone else. Inwardly, he lamented, if only she didn't see what I've done, what I'm going to do. Things could have been different. Janet pressed on, her voice heavy with disappointment and anger. And you're the only one who sees? Kang met her gaze unwaveringly. I am the only one that can see it's broken. A bitter retort escaped Janet's lip. And who broke it? Kang's admission was stark, devoid of evasion. I did. Every version of me. My variants throughout the multiverse. Playing with time like children. But I saw how it ends. I saw their chaos spreading across every reality in existence. Universes colliding. Endless incursions. I saw the multiverse. And it was dying. All because of them. Because of me. So, I set out to fix it. Janet's voice trembled in accusation. You mean you started a war? And now you want to wipe away any universe that's a threat to you? That's what monsters do. Kang's response was unapologetic. A glimpse into the mind of a conqueror. That's what conquerors do, Janet. We burn the broken houses, villages, towns, cities, worlds, and universes. And then we rebuild them anew. Janet refused to relent, her words filled with condemnation. You don't care about saving anything or anyone. You only want revenge because they beat you. You started a war and they finished it. You lost and you hate it. You can't lie to me, I've been in the psychotic little head of yours. I know the real you. Kang's eyes held a depth of pain as he responded, his voice tinged with an anguish only he could understand. You do, don't you? And you're right, I have lost. You have no idea what I have lost. And I will burn them out of time for what they've done to me. Janet's tone turned somber as she pointed out the stark consequences of his actions. You'll be wiping out entire timelines and universes, murdering trillions and trillions of people. Kang's response was chilling in its detachment. I wish that mattered, Janet, I really do. But it doesn't. As Kang's final words hung in the air, a sudden, golden portal materialized behind Janet, causing both her and Kang to turn in surprise. The portal emitted an otherworldly light, and its appearance was nothing short of astonishing. From the shimmering portal, a group of individuals emerged, their presence commanding attention. Among them, Peter led the way, wearing his Spider-Man suit, his expression hidden under his mask. Peter looked around the high-tech chamber for a moment before asking, Yo, you guys don't happen to have a bathroom, do you? We've been traveling for a while, and I was too scared to, out there. I mean, what if some quantum creature swims up my stream or shoots up my butt while I'm not looking? His voice reverberated through the room, cutting through the tension with ease. Janet, still in shock from the unexpected turn of events and the odd question, managed to stammer, you'll have to ask him. But her words were cut short as her gaze landed on her aged husband, Hank Pym, who stood beside Peter. Tears welled up in Janet's eyes as she called out, her voice trembling, Hank? Hank, equally moved, stepped forward, but before he could reply, Janet's attention shifted to a young woman standing beside Hank. It had to be her daughter, Hope. In a choked voice, Hope called out, Mom? Jellybean? Janet whispered, her nickname for her daughter, disbelief and joy mingling in her voice. Hope couldn't contain herself any longer. She rushed into her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face as they embraced, a reunion they thought impossible until this very moment. Hank moved to join the heartfelt reunion, but Kang had seen enough. With a snap of his fingers, he froze everyone in place, their movements coming to an abrupt halt. Panic and frustration swept through the group as they struggled to move, finding Kang's power unyielding. Congratulations, Janet. You finally reuniting with your family, Kang spoke, his voice laced with a sinister satisfaction. Then, his gaze turned toward the newcomers, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the group. How did you manage to come here? Kang inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. And more importantly, how did you open that portal? Is there a sorcerer among you? It's been a while since I've killed a master of the mystic arts. As Kang questioned their arrival, Peter, who had easily overpowered Kang's hold on him, strolled around casually, examining the technologically advanced equipment within the chamber. He couldn't help but praise Kang. You've got quite the lair here, Peter commented nonchalantly. It's been a while since I've seen one like this. Lately, it's been pretty lacking as far as evil bases go, but this is impressive. I'll give you that. Kang raised a single brow, surprised that someone could so easily slip out of his hold. You are? He asked. Spider-Man, Peter answered as he turned back to Kang. Anyway, where's the bathroom? You might want to be quick, because I've been holding it for a while. he warns as he gestures to some nearby equipment. Though I could relieve myself here, but I wouldn't want to hose down your tech. After all, it'll be mine soon, so I want to keep it in good condition. Not a single person in the room had expected what came next. As Kong and Janet continued their tense exchange, Peter, seemingly unfazed by the high-stakes conversation, decided it was time to address the elephant in the room, the bathroom. He really wasn't kidding, he had to pee. Seeing as no one was pointing him in the right direction, Peter shook his head in annoyance and snapped his fingers, conjuring a urinal right in the center of the room. It materialized with a metallic shimmer, contrasting starkly with the advanced technology that surrounded it. A collective gasp swept through the room as Peter nonchalantly approached the urinal, his mask still firmly in place. He glanced around, noting the shocked and bewildered expressions on the faces of those present. "What? A guy's gotta go when a guy's gotta go," he quipped, unzipping his suit and relieving himself. The act left the room in a state of bizarre silence, as everyone watched in utter disbelief. Once done, Peter flushed the urinal with a simple snap of his fingers, and just as abruptly as it had appeared, the urinal vanished into thin air. Not missing a beat, Peter conjured a sink next to the spot where the urinal had been. He began washing his gloved hands, the water flowing from the faucet in a precise stream. His movements were efficient, portraying the confidence of someone who had done this countless times before. While he was washing his hands, Peter turned his attention to Kong. "So, big guy," he began, his voice muffled by his mask, "are you the bad guy here?" Kong, who had been momentarily taken aback by Peter's unusual behavior, tilted his head in curiosity. "From a certain perspective, everyone is a bad guy," he replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. "But to ourselves, we're the heroes, aren't we?" Janet, who had been simmering with anger, couldn't hold back any longer. She interjected, her voice dripping with contempt, "Don't listen to a word he says. He's a manipulative psychopathic monster who has and will slaughter trillions of people. Not to mention the way he's been ruling this little empire of his, ruthlessly slaughtering anyone who even thinks about disagreeing with him, let alone their families." Kong rolled his eyes at Janet's outburst. "Some things never change, Janet," he remarked with a sigh. "You always did have a knack for dramatics." Peter, having finished washing his hands, vanished the sink just as effortlessly as the urinal. He turned to Kong with a casual demeanor. "So, you are the bad guy," Peter concluded, his tone nonchalant. "That's good." Kong raised a perplexed eyebrow. "Good? How is that good?" Peter nodded, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Yeah, because your tech is pretty advanced. I could make good use of it." Tony Stark couldn't help but nod in agreement, his genius mind already racing at the possibilities. He wanted to study the technology surrounding them, and he knew his friend Peter would be more than willing to share. Kong scoffed at their comment. "Are all heroes thieves in your universe?" Peter shrugged, seemingly uncaring. "It isn't theft, it's confiscation. Bad guys use their toys to commit crimes or hurt others, so they lose ownership. It's like when you play a game. Is it wrong to loot the fallen enemies? Especially the criminal ones?" "Not really." Kong, still trying to comprehend the situation, pressed further. "So, in your point of view, am I truly a bad guy?" Peter nodded again, his mask concealing his expression. "Yep, probably." Kong couldn't help but laugh. "You know, my counterparts across the multiverse would laugh if they heard you say that." "How so?" Peter asked as he conjured a chair to sit in and a bucket of popcorn to munch on. He could tell when a villainous monologue was coming. Kong began to explain. "Out of all the Kangs across the multiverse, I was once the most peaceful. I didn't hurt anyone, steal anything, or commit a single crime. I don't know if I was some anomaly, but I cared, unlike my counterparts," he continued, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "But one day, while traveling the timelines in pursuit of research, I decided to see the end of it all. What happens when every reality comes to an end? When each multiverse dies and reality itself vanishes? What I found shocked me. My alters from across the multiverse somehow managed to kill reality itself. Nothing was left, and it was all their fault." Janet tried to speak again, hoping to remind everyone that Kong was a monster, but Kong snapped his fingers, rendering her unable to utter a word. Frustration and panic welled up in her as she struggled against Kang's hold. Hope, Scott, and Hank, witnessing Janet's struggle, also attempted to speak out, but Kang's powers silenced them as well, leaving only Peter seemingly unaffected. Peter, still enjoying his popcorn, nodded in apparent understanding. "Go on," Kong continued. "Upon realizing the chaos caused by myself, I came to a decision. A decision that would change the multiverse forever. I created the Council of Kangs, a governing body for my many selves across the multiverse. A government for the Kangs, by the Kangs, to keep us all in check. Kong seemed to smile slightly, remembering his past exploit. Of course, it wasn't easy. I faced so many challenges, especially in recruiting Kangs from across the multiverse. But after a while, I delegated that task to subordinate Kangs, who carried out the recruitment for me. Sounds like a noble endeavor, Peter commented with a smirk. So, what went wrong? Kong paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Peter. The more chaotic Kangs, the ones I was trying to stop, decided that there were too many laws, too many regulations, and they certainly didn't agree with any punishments. So, they rebelled, recruited like-minded individuals, and started a war that raged over a vast portion of the multiverse, killing trillions and trillions of people. Janet, Hope, Jeannie, Tony, and Hank watched in silence, their frustration evident in their expressions. Well, Jeannie could break free at any time, but Peter said that he couldn't use his Jinn powers. Kong resumed his narrative, his tone weary. I might not have started the war, but I certainly played a significant part in the deaths of many innocents. As I said before you arrived, I didn't care then, and I don't care now. War is hell, and a war across the multiverse is a far worse hell than any of you could ever imagine. Kang's narrative was momentarily interrupted by Peter, who slurped a cup of ice-filled Coke through a straw. Kong shot him an annoyed glance, prompting Peter to stop and offer a sheepish grin. Sorry, please continue. Kong carried on. Despite the chaos, we had made great strides in winning the war. But then something unexpected occurred. The Kangs I trusted most, my advisors and fellow high-level council members, betrayed me. They destroyed every universe I ruled over, killed my people, my wives, my children, my family, and finally, they stabbed me in the back and banished me here, to the quantum realm. Kang's voice took on a somber tone as he turned to Janet, his expression distant. And when I grew to trust someone again, she betrayed me as well. Janet could feel the betrayal in his voice, and she knew that he was talking about her. But sadly for him, she wasn't that easily swayed. She may feel a bit bad, but at the end of the day, Kong is a ruthless killer who just couldn't be trusted. She's seen it. Peter couldn't help but nod his head, an impressed look hidden under his mask. Wives, huh? You lucky bastard. You know, my girlfriend would probably cut my family jewels off if I did anything like that. Yes, well, there are perks to traveling the multiverse. It's impossible for your wives to ever meet or even know of one another. Kong explains, a sly smirk on his face. Though I have had a few mishaps over the years, but a simple mind wipe can clear up just about anything. Peter nods as he vanished his snack and stood up, stretching his body for the fight to come. I feel like my girlfriend would still find out. I think it's the spider senses, you know? Anyway, should we get this show on the road? You still want to fight? Kong asked, hoping he could have won Peter over with his tragic backstory. Peter shrugged. You aren't the only villain with a sad backstory and a heroic goal. Although I do sympathize with your situation and certainly see the threat of your altars, I can't just let you go. Kong sighed in exasperation. He was hoping to avoid a fight with someone of Peter's capabilities, but that didn't seem to be possible. You do know that if you kill me, nothing can stop the other Kangs from coming and destroying your universe. I'm the one who's trying to save you all. Peter finished his stretches. Yeah, I get it, but I'd rather just handle them myself. After all, you can't really be trusted. I mean, you admitted to killing trillions of innocents, so what's to stop you from killing our universe? Especially if it would complete your revenge against the Council? Yeah, you're probably right. So be it. Kong, his emotions a swirling maelstrom, suddenly lashed out with a blue laser beam that erupted from his suit's fist. The deadly energy surged toward Peter, who watched the approaching danger with an almost casual curiosity. Gasps of horror and disbelief filled the room as the laser inched closer and closer to Peter. It seemed inevitable that the blast would make contact, until, at the last possible moment, Peter's gloved hand shot out to intercept it. He caught the deadly laser between his fingers, his expression hidden behind the mask, but his posture oozed confidence. With steady determination, he held the energy beam up for everyone to see, the blue light casting eerie shadows across his suit. I would have slapped it away, Peter quipped, his tone dripping with nonchalance, but I wouldn't want to damage any of this cool tech. Kong, momentarily taken aback by Peter's unexpected prowess, watched in astonishment as Peter calmly held the lethal energy at bay. The others in the room shared equally shocked expressions, torn between awe and disbelief. With a smirk, Peter taunted Kong, "Catch!" With a flick of his wrist, he released the laser, sending it hurtling back toward Kong. But the powerful conqueror wasn't about to be caught off guard again. In a flash, Kong disappeared, teleporting a few feet away to safety. As Kong materialized with a triumphant grin, he was ready to gloat, convinced that Peter wouldn't be able to best him. However, His confidence was short-lived as he suddenly sensed something amiss. Over his shoulder, Kong heard Peter's voice call out, "Yo." Before Kong could react, a powerful fist connected with the side of his head, sending him hurtling across the room. His body tumbled through the air, crashing into a window with a resounding thud. Glass shattered and rained down as Kang's form fell out of the building, dazed and disoriented. Without wasting a single second, Peter jumped out of the window behind Kong, landing right beside the fallen conqueror. "You still alive?" "Hey, wait," Genie yelled as he left. "We're still stuck," he yelled as everyone turned to him, confused as to why he could speak and they couldn't. Did Kong forget to mute him as he did them? Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Kong glared up at Peter as he used his suit to teleport a few meters away. The city crackled with tension as Peter and Kong faced off. The air seemed to vibrate with impending conflict, and everyone in the area held their breath, hoping for their emperor's defeat as they cleared away from the two combatants. With a flicker of movement, Kong lunged forward, his armor-clad fist aiming for Peter's face. But Peter, his senses heightened by years of heroism, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, the punch whooshing past him. Kang's fist collided with the reinforced wall behind Peter, leaving a deep dent in its wake. Peter wasted no time. In a fluid motion, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Kang's back, sending the conqueror staggering forward. Kong, recovering quickly, unleashed a barrage of blue energy blasts from his palms, each one aimed at Peter's rapidly moving form. Spider-Man's agility was on full display as he gracefully evaded the deadly energy beams. He somersaulted through the air, cartwheeling and twisting to avoid the attacks with uncanny precision. Each blast left scorch marks and craters in the ground and nearby buildings, but none of them found their mark. With a confident smirk hidden beneath his mask, Peter shot a web line at Kang's feet, yanking him off balance and causing him to crash to the ground. Before Kong could recover, Peter was on him, pinning him to the floor with his enhanced strength. Kong struggled beneath Spider-Man's grip, his armor whirring as he attempted to break free. But Peter's grip was unyielding, and he held Kong in place effortlessly. "Is that the best you've got?" Peter taunted, his voice a muffled echo behind his mask. "Because I was expecting a lot more from a guy who could wage wars in entire universes. This is actually kind of sad." Kang's response was a defiant sneer, and with a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a shockwave from his armor, sending Peter hurtling backward. The force of the blast shattered nearby windows and left Peter skidding across the floor. But Peter quickly regained his composure, his body twisting gracefully as he landed on all fours like a spider. With a determined glint in his eyes, he launched himself at Kong once more. This time, Peter was relentless. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike precise and calculated. Kong, despite his armor's formidable defenses, struggled to keep up with Spider-Man's blinding speed. Unlike Kong, who had to rely on his armor to fight, Peter's natural reflexes and strength seemed to dwarf his entirely. Peter's fists struck Kang's armor with resounding impacts, denting the once impenetrable surface and sending shockwaves throughout his body. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants clashed, their movements a blur of motion. Peter's spider sense guided him, allowing him to anticipate Kang's every move and evade his counterattacks effortlessly. Kong, realizing he was outmatched in physical combat, attempted to teleport away, but Peter was one step ahead. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web line at Kang's ankle, which he imbued with a hint of eldritch energy, preventing his escape. Instantly, Kang's teleportation device malfunctioned, leaving him completely vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Peter used his superhuman strength to lift Kong off the ground, holding him in a chokehold. Kong struggled, his armor's servos whining in protest, but he couldn't break free from Spider-Man's vice-like grip. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter asked tauntingly, his voice cold and determined. "You can't leave yet. We're just getting started." Kang's eyes widened with desperation as he realized the futility of his situation. He needed a way out, a bargaining chip. With a flicker of his hand, he activated a holographic interface within his armor, bringing up a live video feed of Tony Stark, Jeannie, Scott, Hope, and Hank, who were restrained nearby. "Let me go, Spider-Man, or your friends will suffer," Kong threatened, his voice strained. Peter's mask concealed his expression, but his resolve remained unshaken. He knew Kong was ruthless, but he couldn't allow himself to be blackmailed. With a calm, almost detached demeanor, he raised his free hand and snapped his fingers. The reality stone responded to his will. Time and space seemed to warp around him as he manipulated reality itself. In an instant, Tony, Jeannie, Scott, Hope, and Hank vanished from their sight, leaving only a bewildered Kong in Spider-Man's grasp. "What did you do?" Kong demanded, panic in his voice. A magician never reveals his secrets, Peter replied casually, as if discussing the weather. Kang's face contorted with rage, but before he could react, Peter released him and took a step back. Kang stumbled forward, disoriented and furious. As he turned to face Spider-Man, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, evidence of the earlier blows he had suffered. With a swift and fluid motion, Peter closed the distance between them, his leg snapping up to deliver a devastating kick to Kang's stomach. The force of the blow sent Kang hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby support pillar with bone-jarring force. Ugh! Kang grunted in pain as the pillar collapsed beside him, his armor sparking and falling to pieces as blood oozed from his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and other wounds that he endured during the battle. With Kang lying battered and broken on the ground, his armor in shambles, and his defiant spirit now diminished, Peter stood over his fallen adversary, contemplating the next steps with his masked visage betraying nothing. Kang, though gravely injured, was not one to yield easily. He wheezed and coughed, his voice strained as he spoke. "You may have won this battle, Spider-Man, but you can never truly defeat me. I am eternal, and my legacy will endure." Peter's expression beneath the mask remained stoic as he considered Kang's words. He couldn't deny the Conqueror's resilience and tenacity. Kang's knowledge, particularly about the Council of Kangs, was too valuable to be lost in the heat of battle. With a solemn determination, Peter reached a decision. He had an idea that would ensure Kang's knowledge wouldn't fall into the wrong hands, and at the same time, he would put an end to Kang's reign of cruelty and bloodshed once and for all. "Your legacy will endure, Kang," Peter agreed, his voice a low, measured tone. "But not in the way you imagine." Kang, weakened and bewildered, could do little more than watch as Peter raised his hand, the red glow of the reality stone shining with an eerie light. The power of the mystic arts surged through him, intertwining with the reality stone's might. Peter's actions were deliberate, calculated, as he waved his hands, drawing a cluster of golden spell circles along the air. Kang's eyes widened with dawning realization as he felt a strange sensation. It was as if an invisible force was tugging at his very essence, pulling him away from his battered physical form. Panic welled up within him as he understood the gravity of the situation. What are you doing?" Kang stammered, his voice trembling. Peter's grip on Kang's astral form tightened, the mystic energy flowing through him with an otherworldly glow. He uttered an incantation under his breath, a whispered invocation that resonated with ancient power. The crumbling city around them seemed to hum with energy as Peter's actions reached their climax. With a final surge of mystic force, he separated Kang's astral form from his broken body. Kang's spectral self floated before him, a faint, ghostly echo of the Conqueror's former self. Kang's anger and confusion were palpable as he gazed upon his own ethereal form. He attempted to resist, to fight back against Peter's sorcerous grasp, but it was futile. Peter's mastery of the mystic arts was absolute. With a determined flick of his wrist, Peter summoned a small, intricately carved crystal from a hidden pocket within his suit. The crystal seemed to shimmer with an inner light, as if it held a world of its own within its confines. Kang's astral form was drawn inexorably toward the crystal, his struggles growing more desperate by the moment. He pleaded, he threatened, he cursed, but it was all in vain. With a final, ethereal wail of despair, Kang's essence was sealed within the crystal. Peter held the crystal in his gloved hand, examining it with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Kang's voice echoed faintly from within, a constant reminder of the Conqueror's presence. But Kang was trapped, his knowledge and power now at Peter's mercy. "You'll be my prisoner from now on, Kang," Peter declared, his voice casual. "But look at the bright side, your knowledge of the Council of Kangs will remain with me, and I'll use it to destroy the Council just as you want. Isn't that great?" With that, Peter pocketed the crystal as Kang screamed from within, its soft glow concealed from the world. The battle was over, but the consequences of their clash would resonate through the multiverse. Peter thought to himself, "I wonder if the Council of Kangs know he's been defeated? They were able to figure it out in the movie. Meh, whatever." The area was filled with an eerie silence, the tension dissipating as the dust settled. Peter eyed Kang's lifeless body for a moment before snapping his fingers, causing all his armor to disappear. "I'll give that to Tony later." Without a care for anything else, Peter conjured a ball of fire in the palm of his hand, which he tossed over. In a matter of seconds the Conqueror's body was ignited in wild flames, and in a matter of minutes, it was completely turned to ash. Now, let the looting begin. The battle had come to an end, and Kang the Conqueror lay defeated, reduced to a pile of smoldering ashes. Peter Parker, still clad in his Spider-Man suit, stood amidst the aftermath of the epic confrontation, surrounded by the citizens of Axia, who looked at him with a mixture of fear and gratitude. It was a moment of triumph, but there were loose ends to tie up. With a casual snap of his fingers, Peter summoned the power of the Reality Stone once more. The air around him shimmered, and in an instant, the missing heroes reappeared. Tony Stark, Jeannie, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne blinked in confusion as they found themselves back in existence. "What just happened?" Tony exclaimed, his suit's HUD displaying multiple error messages as it tried to make sense of the temporal anomaly. "One moment, we were about to be Kang's hostages, and the next..." Hank was equally bewildered. "I don't understand. Did we just vanish into thin air?" Peter cleared his throat, his voice calm and collected. "You did, but for good reason. I had to keep you safe from Kong. He was using you as leverage." Scott scratched his head, still trying to piece together what had transpired. "So, you made us disappear? How?" Peter smirked beneath his mask. "Magic." Hope shot Peter a curious look. "What happened to Kong? Did you defeat him?" Peter nodded, his eyes shifting to the pile of ashes nearby. "He's gone. For good." As soon as Janet heard those words, she couldn't contain her emotions any longer. Her heart swelled with a mixture of relief, joy, and grief that had been building up for far too long. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at her husband, Hank, and her daughter, Hope, who she's finally reunited with after an eternity apart. "Where is he?" Janet's voice quivered with anticipation. She had to be sure that he was dead. After all, Kong is like a mutated cockroach. He could survive just about anything. Peter silently pointed toward the smoldering remains of Kong. Janet stared at the ashes, disbelief washing over her. Kong, her eternal nemesis, the source of so much suffering, was finally defeated. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Hank, equally moved, embraced his wife tightly. She had fought a seemingly endless battle against Kong, and now, she could finally find some semblance of peace. Though she wasn't the only one in tears. The surrounding Axia citizens couldn't help but cry out in relief and sorrow for the many years spent under Kang's oppressive rule. Just as Hank and Janet found solace in each other's arms, a set of footsteps approached them. A middle-aged man, his features etched with a mix of shock and hope, stepped out from the crowd of Axia citizens who had gathered to witness the battle's conclusion. "Janet," he called out, his voice trembling with a strange blend of guilt and longing. Janet's head snapped toward the newcomer, her eyes locking onto his face. Recognition flickered in her gaze, followed by a bone-chilling glare that sent shivers down the man's spine. This man was Kryler, her former lover from her time in the Resistance. Kryler flinched away from Janet's intense gaze but tried to muster the courage to speak. "Janet, I love you. Everything I did, it was to make a better future for us. And now, with Kong gone, we can rule Axia together. We can make it a better place." Janet's sneer cut through his words like a razor. The man who had betrayed her, who had chosen to side with her greatest enemy, now wanted to rule Axia with her. Her expression darkened as she realized she might not have known Kryler as well as she thought she did. Hank, shocked by this revelation, looked at his wife with a mix of confusion and hurt. He hadn't known about Janet's relationships during her time in the quantum realm. They were separate for a long time, so Hank couldn't blame her too much. After all, even he tried his hand in few dates throughout the years, though not a single woman lasted more than the third date. His love for Janet seemed to always dwarf that of anyone else, except their daughter, of course. And although he couldn't exactly blame her, that didn't mean he didn't feel the slightest bit betrayed. The only question was, who would she choose? Her long-lost husband, or the man she found in the quantum realm? And could Hank live with the fact that she had moved on, replacing him with another man? Only time would tell. As Kryler's words hung in the air, Janet's anger boiled over. She pushed Hank away and walked toward Kryler, her steps filled with purpose. Hank and Hope called out to Janet, trying to understand her actions. "Janet? Mom." Kryler, blinded by his own desires, thought that Janet was coming back to him. He eagerly opened his arms to embrace her, but as Janet leaned in, she made a swift, unexpected move. With lightning speed, she reached for the blaster holstered at Kryler's side. In the blink of an eye, she drew the blaster and unloaded it into Kryler's chest. The once confident man crumpled to the ground, coughing up blood that mixed with the crimson pool forming beneath him. Everyone around gasped in shock, except for Peter, who let out a low whistle of approval. "Your mom's kinda scary," Scott whispered to Hope. Janet looked down at Kryler, her expression cold and unforgiving. "We're even now. See you in hell." Kryler, struggling to speak through his dying breaths, gazed up at Janet with a mixture of disbelief and regret. His betrayal had cost him everything, including the woman he had once claimed to love. With a final, rasping exhalation, Kryler succumbed to his wounds, leaving behind a world that would move on without him. Janet stood over Kryler's lifeless body, a sense of finality in the air. Kong was gone, and now, so was the man who had betrayed her. The weight of her long-fought battles and tangled emotions had finally begun to lift, leaving her to face an uncertain future with her husband, Hank, and her daughter, Hope, by her side. She only hoped that her husband could look past her indiscretion, praying that Kryler's death would help show who she really cares for. As Janet explained her actions to her confused family, the trio of Peter, Tony, and Jeannie seized the opportunity to sneak away and begin their looting mission within Kang's citadel. Scott Lang, torn between joining the heist and making a good impression on his future mother-in-law, chose to stay with Hope and her family, at least for now. The trio swiftly moved through the labyrinthine halls of Kang's fortress, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They knew that within these walls lay treasures from across the multiverse, and they were determined to claim them as their own. Tony couldn't resist the opportunity to dig deeper into one particular mystery that had been bugging him. As they scoured the citadel for valuables, he turned to Peter, who was walking beside him. "So," Tony began casually, "I couldn't help but notice that Kree friend of yours, Jeannie. He seems interesting. You care to explain?" Jeannie was a few paces ahead, preoccupied with a holographic display of a rare artifact. Peter realized that Tony's curiosity extended beyond mere observation. Peter glanced at Tony, considering his words carefully. He made sure that Jeannie's true nature as a powerful djinn was a well-guarded secret. Peter had instructed Jeannie to keep his powers and identity hidden, given the potential danger if others were to discover it. "Well," Peter replied in a low voice, "Jeannie is a friend of mine. He's unique, and I trust him with my life. That said, if you want to know more about him, you'll need to earn his trust. I can't spill all the beans, you know." Tony arched an eyebrow, clearly intrigued but also slightly annoyed. "Come on. Can't you just tell me?" Peter chuckled beneath his mask. "No." Tony grumbled but decided to take Peter's advice. He walked over to Jeannie, who was busy examining a collection of alien weaponry. "Hey," Tony began with an overly friendly tone, "find anything good?" Jeannie gestured to a nearby rifle, a wary look on his face. "I think that gun might turn people into food paste." Tony groaned in disgust. "You?" As Tony and Jeannie struck up a conversation, Peter managed to find Kang's original ship, but of course, it was missing the multiverse engine core. It should be out in the wasteland somewhere. After stashing the ship into a portal, Peter decided to slip away for a moment. He turned to his two companions and spoke up. "I'm going out for a bit. You guys have fun here, and feel free to explore the city once you're done. Who knows what other goodies you might come across." Opening a shimmering portal with a wave of his hand, Peter stepped through and emerged in the wasteland just outside the city. Reaching into his pocket, Peter pulled out the gem containing Kang's soul. Immediately, he could feel Kang's intense glare boring into him from within the crystal. "Kong," Peter began, addressing the trapped conqueror, "I have a question for you." Kang's voice echoed from the stone, laced with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "What could you possibly want?" Peter's tone remained cool and collected. "I want to know the location of your multiverse engine core. Where is it?" Kang's initial shock at Peter's knowledge quickly turned to realization. He deduced that Janet had shared this information with Peter, but why didn't she just tell him? After all, she knows where it is. "Piss off," Kong retorted defiantly. Peter let out an exasperated sigh. "Kong, you have two choices here. You can either work with me, or I can deliver you to the Council of Kangs as a bargaining chip to keep them away from my universe. Either way, I get the Council off my back." Kong hesitated, weighing his options. He had faced countless challenges and manipulations throughout his existence, but Peter's threat struck a nerve. He knew that dealing with the Council of Kangs would be far from pleasant. With a resigned tone, Kong finally relented, revealing the location of the multiverse engine core. Peter smirked under his mask. "Thank you, Kong. You've been most helpful." The Conqueror's angry protests were silenced as Peter stored the crystal back in his pocket, where Kong could neither see nor hear anything. With the information he needed in hand, Peter created another portal, this time leading him to the location of the multiverse engine core. As he arrived at the colossal structure, Peter marveled at its sheer size. With a snap of his fingers and the power of the Reality Stone, Peter shrunk the engine core down to its original size, catching it effortlessly in the palm of his hand. "I'll have to permanently shrink it with PIM particles later," he thought as he eyed the core with a greedy glint in his eyes. The tiny, yet incredibly powerful, multiverse engine core pulsed with energy, which brought a smile to its new owner's face. With his prize secured, Peter was ready to rejoin his companions, knowing that this could be exactly what he and Tony need to finish their multiverse traveling project. After acquiring the multiverse engine core, Peter rejoined Tony and Jeannie on the bustling city of Axia. The once ominous citadel that stood in the center of the city, now hollow and stripped of its technological wonders, reduced to an empty monument to Kang's former ambitions. As they walked through the city, the trio made it clear that they were willing to buy any tech that caught their eyes. The citizens, still in awe of Peter's victory over their oppressor, were more than willing to part with some of their prized possessions. It was a small token of gratitude for the man who had freed them from Kang's tyrannical rule. "Hey, how much for this?" Tony inquired, holding up a compact, advanced hard-light holographic device he had found at a street vendor's makeshift stall. The vendor, an elderly woman with a warm smile, shook her head. "No charge, dear. It's yours. We owe you and your friend everything." Tony raised an eyebrow, surprised by the generosity. "Are you sure? I insist on paying." After all, they had taken an obscene amount of rare materials and money from the citadel. The woman chuckled, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "We've been living in fear for far too long. Please, take it as a gift from the people of Axia." Tony accepted the device with a grateful nod, his heart warmed by the genuine kindness of the Axians. Jeannie and Peter, too, received all sorts of presents as gratitude from the citizens. As they continued their stroll through the city, Peter and his companions couldn't help but notice the transformation taking place. The once oppressed people were now free to rebuild their lives and their society. Hope and optimism filled the air, replacing the despair that had hung like a dark cloud over Axia for so long. Returning to the citadel, they encountered a group of armed individuals standing guard. These were the freedom fighters who had been imprisoned alongside Janet only hours earlier, and now they stood guard, determined to ensure that the power vacuum left by Kang's demise didn't lead to chaos. As the guards saw Peter approaching, they immediately straightened their backs and made way for him and his group. They had nothing but respect and gratitude for the man who had liberated them from Kang's clutches. Inside the citadel, Peter found Scott, Hope, Hank, and Janet gathered in a spacious council room. Janet was at the center, giving out orders and instructions to her fellow resistance members. She had swiftly assumed a leadership role, guiding her people through the critical transition period. Well, technically they aren't the resistance anymore since there's nothing left to resist, Peter thought. When Peter and his companions walked in, Janet's glare fell upon him. "Must you rob us of all Kang's technology? You do know we live in a dangerous dimension, right?" she demanded, her tone a mix of annoyance and resignation. Peter smirked beneath his mask. "To the victor go the spoils." He shrugged. "Besides, we only took what was in the citadel. I'm sure there's all sorts of useful things left lying around. I even saw a military base at the edge of the city." And before she could say anything else, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal on the center of the ceiling. "What are you?" Hope asked as a huge pile of what appeared to be thick credit cards fell from the portal and made a tall pile on the floor. Once it was done, Peter snapped the portal shut and gestured to the pile. "That's all the money we were able to find. I thought I'd give it to you since it's useless to us. After all, we can't use it back home." Janet huffed but ultimately let the matter drop. She was mad about the stolen tech and resources, but the very other sum of money, which they called Axie, managed to calm her down significantly. "Fine," Janet conceded, "but don't steal anything from the citizens. They've suffered enough." Peter nodded in agreement. "Of course not. I wouldn't dream of it." With that settled, Peter turned to Janet with a more serious question. "So, Janet, what are your plans? Will you stay here and take over, or are you planning to return with your family?" The room fell silent as everyone, from Janet's family to her dedicated subordinates, waited for her response. Her family had their hopes, and her subordinates had their expectations. Without hesitation, Janet declared, "I'm leaving with my family." Her words sent a ripple of mixed emotions through the room. Her family was relieved to hear her choice, but her loyal followers couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Janet had been a beloved and trusted leader, and they didn't know what they would do without her. However, Janet quickly added, "But I won't leave Axia as it is now. I intend to establish a new democratic government here. I won't depart until an election is held among the people to choose their new leaders and representatives." Her announcement brought a collective sigh of relief from her subordinate. While they would undoubtedly face challenges without Janet's direct guidance, they could take solace in the fact that she would leave them with a structured path to follow. The future of Axia was now in their hands, and they were determined to build a just and free society. A few days had passed since the liberation of Axia, and the city was already showing signs of recovery. Janet Van Dyne, once a captive of Kang's tyranny, was now working tirelessly to set up the foundations of a new democratic government. Her dedication to the task was unwavering, as she knew that the future of Axia depended on the decisions made in these early days. Meanwhile, Her daughter Hope had been spending most of her time assisting her mother in this crucial endeavor. The reunited family had much to catch up on, and amongst the chaos and responsibilities, Hope had forgotten to introduce Scott as her boyfriend. Scott, on the other hand, had been feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about Janet's reaction. After all, he had witnessed her ruthless actions when she had killed her old lover, Kryler. That incident had left an indelible mark on his memory, making him understandably cautious about introducing himself as the man dating Janet's precious daughter. One sunny afternoon, or whatever counts as sunny in the quantum realm, as the sounds of construction and rebuilding echoed through the city, Hope decided it was finally time to make the introduction. She had been discussing various matters with her mother when she cleared her throat nervously. "Mom," she began tentatively, "there's something I have to tell you." Janet looked up from her paperwork in curiosity. "Oh." Hope motioned to the nearby entrance, where Scott entered, a nervous smile on his face. "You've met Stott, Mom. He's my boyfriend." Janet's eyes widened slightly, her surprise evident. She hadn't expected this, but she quickly regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Scott, eyeing him intently. Scott, feeling the weight of Janet's scrutiny, shifted uncomfortably on his feet. Hi there, Ms. Van Dyne. It's, nice to meet you." Janet continued to assess him, her silence stretching into an uncomfortable moment. Finally, she spoke, her tone dry and laced with a hint of scrutiny. "We've already met?" Scott nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes, ma'am. I care about Hope a lot, and I promise I'll treat her right." Hope watched the exchange with a mix of anxiety and hope. She didn't know how her mother would react, especially after all that she's been through. Janet's lips curled into a sly smile, and she leaned back in her chair. "Well, Scott." She reached under her desk and pulled out the same blaster that took Kryler's life, laying it down in front of her with the barrel's end facing Scott. "Need I say more?" Scott gulped audibly, his nervousness only increasing. He hadn't expected a warm welcome, but this is a bit much. Hope stepped in, trying to defuse the tension. "Mom, put that away. Scott's a good guy." Janet chuckled, her stern facade softening as she put her blaster away. "I'm just messing with him, sweetheart. Scott, if you've won my daughter's heart, then you must have some redeeming qualities. Just remember, I'm a mother first, and you aren't my son until she has a ring on her finger." Scott let out a sigh of relief, a small smile appearing on his face. "Of course, ma'am. You have nothing to worry about. As for a ring, we'll see when the time comes." Janet nodded approvingly. "That's what I like to hear." Hope beamed with relief and gratitude as her mother's acceptance washed over her. The tension in the room dissipated, and it was clear that while Janet might be a formidable figure, she also had a deep love for her daughter, and would do anything for her happiness. In a realm shrouded in ominous dark clouds and lit by eerie purple lightning, a stone temple stood in solemn isolation. The exterior was adorned with imposing statues, each resembling Kong the Conqueror in various incarnations. Inside this temple, 3 prominent Kangs held a clandestine meeting, their voices echoing through the hallowed chamber. The first Kong, adorned in regal Egyptian-inspired attire, questioned with a hint of skepticism, "So, the exiled one is dead. And you're sure of this?" The second Kong, encased in a formidable suit of purple glowing power armor, responded with a firm nod. "If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have called you here." The third Kong, his face adorned with intricate blue paint resembling that of a high priest, chimed in, his voice raspy and low, "None of us killed him. But someone did. And if they can use his ship to touch the multiverse, then they will become quite the threat. So, let's stop wasting time. We're late." With a shared understanding of the gravity of the situation, the 3 Kong leaders exited the temple. As they stepped outside, they were met with a colossal arena filled with countless Kangs, each clamoring and shouting in excitement. While the arena buzzed with activity and energy, a good portion of the Kangs bowed reverently as the 3 leaders made their grand entrance. It was evident that these 3 Kangs held a unique and commanding authority within the Council of Kangs. Though not all Kangs showed such respect, most of them continued their celebration. After all, the boogeyman of all Kangs was dead. Why shouldn't they celebrate? Little did they know that the Kong they believed to be dead was, in fact, far from it, and his knowledge was now held tightly in the palm of a new enemy's hand. A much worse enemy. After helping Janet set up the foundations of a new democratic government in Axia, Peter knew it was finally time to head home. The city was now in the capable hands of its newly elected officials, and it was time for him and his companions to return to their own dimension. However, there was one important task they had to complete before leaving, and that was ensuring Janet's well-being and the safety of their own world. As they prepared to depart, Peter insisted on giving Janet a thorough checkup. The quantum realm was a mysterious and dangerous place, and who knew what kinds of exotic germs or viruses she might have been exposed to during her time here. Before they had ventured into the quantum realm to find her, each member of their group had been subjected to a protective spell by Peter, guarding them against any potential quantum contaminants. Unfortunately, Janet had been living in this dimension for a prolonged period and wasn't protected by anything. "Alright, let's see here," Peter muttered as he waved his hand, surrounding Janet with a few golden spell circles. Peter's mystical scans revealed that Janet indeed carried some peculiar viruses. "You didn't tell us that you have powers." To everyone's surprise, the viruses in her system had given her unexpected powers that she failed to mention for one reason or another. Her abilities seemed to be quantum energy manipulation, allowing her to control the quantum energy that's collected within her body over the years, heal herself and others, or even harness it as a weapon. Hank and Hope exchanged worried glances upon learning about Janet's condition. The question that weighed on their minds was whether she would have to stay behind due to the potential danger she posed to the Earth. After all, they couldn't risk bringing back some unknown quantum virus. Doing so could have catastrophic consequences on their world. Hank spoke up first, his voice tinged with concern. "Should we stay here until we figure this out?" He wouldn't leave his wife behind. Hope chimed in, echoing her father's worries. "Yeah, we can't risk bringing any quantum threats back. I'll stay too." Just as Scott was about to voice his agreement, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden spell circle that encompassed Janet's entire body. Everyone watched in confusion as the mystical symbols danced around her. Hank, his brows furrowed, asked, what are you doing?" As the spell circle faded away, Peter explained with a reassuring smile, "I've neutralized the viruses inside her. It's safe for her to return with us." Relief washed over Hank and Hope as they realized that they wouldn't have to leave Janet behind. They could finally return home as a family. Janet, still processing the revelation of being able to go home, stared at her hand, which emitted a mesmerizing rainbow of quantum energy. Curiosity and wonder filled her voice as she asked Peter, "Why do I still have these powers?" "You said you removed the viruses?" Peter nodded, explaining, "I removed the viruses themselves, but your powers were a side effect, and apparently a permanent one. I guess they're a part of you now." Janet grinned, feeling her connection to the quantum energy that coursed through her. "Thank you, not just for this, but for everything. Without you, I don't think we could have beaten Kong so easily. You saved a lot of lives." Peter shrugged. "No problem. It's what I do, and the tech we got out of it was definitely worth the hassle." With the matter settled and Janet's condition under control, they prepared to leave the quantum realm and return to Earth. The familiar hum of the quantum realm faded away as Peter's portal deposited them back in the Avengers Tower. It had been a long journey, and that was mainly because they had to build up an entire government before they left, but now they were finally home. Janet, eyes wide in shock, looked out of a nearby window at the cityscape below. She was finally home. Hank, standing beside his wife, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Welcome back, Janet," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and relief. Hope, who had arrived through the portal alongside Scott, rushed forward to hug her mother tightly. "I'm so glad you're back," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Janet returned the embrace, holding her daughter close. "It's good to be back, sweetheart." As the family shared a heartfelt moment, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Not only had they successfully rescued Janet from the quantum realm, but they had also gained a valuable ally. Not only does she have quantum-related abilities, but she's an extremely useful scientist as well. After all, she's been living in Axia, a place far more advanced than Earth. She's probably surpassed Hank at this point, Peter guessed. Once the initial excitement had settled, Peter cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Now that we're all back safe and sound, there's something I'd like to discuss." Hope, Hank, Scott, Tony, Jeannie, and Janet turned their attention to Peter, curious about what he had in mind. Peter continued, his tone serious but thoughtful. "Janet, has anyone spoken to you about the Avengers?" She nodded her head. "Yeah, your little superhero group. Hope was telling me about it the other day." Peter continued. "Good, then that makes this easier. As I'm sure you already know, your daughter and her boyfriend are part of the team. I'd like to offer you a position as well." Janet blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting this offer. She exchanged a glance with Hope, who wore an encouraging smile. Peter elaborated, "With your quantum powers and after your wasp suit is fueled up, you could be a valuable asset to the team. Though if you don't want to, then you can just be a scientist like Hank here." He gestures to her husband. "He mainly works with Hope in her lab, since he didn't want to join." Janet considered Peter's words carefully. She didn't mind joining, as it reminded her of the work she did in the Resistance. More importantly, she couldn't deny that the idea of working alongside her daughter held a special appeal. After a moment of contemplation, Janet nodded, a determined glint in her eyes. "I'll accept your offer. If it means I can work alongside Hope, then count me in." Hope's face lit up with joy as she hugged her mother once again. "Thank you, Mom. This is going to be so much fun." Normally, a grown woman would find it unappealing to work alongside her parents, especially since she already has her father crowding around her lab, but Hope was more than happy to work alongside her mother. After all, they have so much lost time to make up for. Hank, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He had been Janet's partner in both life and science for years, and he couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her now that she had joined the Avengers. Peter, ever perceptive, caught Hank's conflicted expression. He smirked beneath his mask and said, "You could join as well, you know? I could even make you, Janet, Hope, and Scott a team." Hank frowned in contemplation. "I don't know." Peter shrugged. "If you're worried about your age, I could recommend you for the super soldier serum. It won't make you young again, but it'll certainly help. Plus, it's only fair if you and Janet get to work side by side again, right?" Hope couldn't contain her excitement as she added, "Dad, you have to agree." Hank chuckled, realizing that this was an opportunity, not only to continue his endeavors alongside his wife and daughter, but also to help heal his aged body. "Well, if Janet's in, then I'm in too. And I can't exactly turn down becoming a super soldier, can I?" Peter nodded. "Good. I'll get the paperwork sorted and put you and Janet's name forward for the serum." Tony added, "I don't think anyone on the council will disagree. We can just use their old age as the reason. After all, I don't think they'll pass basic training without a little pick-me-up." "Are you calling me old?" Janet glared dangerously in Tony's direction. "Yes," Tony answered without a drop of shame before being forced to flee due to a hail of quantum energy blasts. "I'm not old," Janet exclaimed as she hurled bolts of energy from her hands. "Can I take the serum too?" Scott and Hope asked simultaneously. After all, who wouldn't want to become a super soldier? "I could put your names forward as well. But it's not likely," Peter answered negatively. "The council doesn't like giving out superpowers without reason. We've argued about this for a long time, and it's always a split vote." Although they were discouraged to hear that, neither of them cared that much. After all, they already had powers thanks to their suit. "Anyway, I'm going to start on the recruitment paperwork," Peter said as he walked off. "In the meantime, you guys should show Janet around the tower." Weeks later, it was a bright and sunny afternoon in New York City, and in the backyard of the Parker residence, Lily Parker was playing tag with her friends, Miles Morales and Gwen Stacy. Her parents had just left on a date, leaving Lily and her friends in Aunt May's capable hands. Laughter filling the air as Miles chased the girls around, annoyed that he was forced to be it for the 100th time. As they laughed and ran around, suddenly, the tranquil scene was shattered by a deafening roar that sent chills down their spines. The children froze, their eyes wide with fear, as a young girl around their age and a monstrous, tentacled creature burst through a star-shaped rip in the fabric of reality itself. The unknown girl had brown hair that fell in loose waves to her shoulders. Her eyes were a deep brown as well, and they often held a determined and fierce expression. But at the moment, they held nothing but a deep-seated fear for the creature behind her. Insert picture of a young America Chavez here. It was some sort of dimension monstrosity, a terror from a realm far removed from their own. The creature's otherworldly appearance was unlike anything they had ever seen, a writhing mass of tendrils and eyes, its very presence radiating malevolence. The young girl from the star-shaped portal ran towards them in a hurry. "Run! Don't just stand there!" she screamed as she grabbed Miles and Gwen by the hand and pulled them toward Lily. But before she could get to Lily, something surprising happened. "Mom and Dad are going to be so mad," Lily muttered as she disappeared in a burst of speed. Lily vanished before their eyes, her body moving with a speed that defied all logic. And before anyone could react, she had appeared again, positioning herself between the dimension monster and her friends. Gwen and Miles watched in astonishment as Lily dodged the creature's tentacles with ease, her reflexes and agility honed by her training sessions with her parents. She moved swiftly, using her limbs to deflect the monster's attacks and to protect Gwen, Miles, as well as the unknown girl. The creature roared in frustration as Lily began her assault, its form jiggling and shifting as small fists impacted its grotesque body. It was clear that it couldn't withstand Lily's onslaught for long, and in one final, powerful blast, Lily unleashed a torrent of eldritch energy upon the monster. It screeched in agony before exploding, covering the backyard as well as its occupants in slimy goo. As the backyard returned to a state of calm, Lily stood there, her hands still faintly glowing from her final attack, while Gwen and Miles looked at her in awe. After all, they had no idea that Lily had superpowers. Is she a metahuman? They two of them thought. The mysterious young girl approached Lily, a warm smile on her face. "Wow, you're amazing," she said as she began to wobble on her feet. "I'm America Chavez. What's your dash?" But before she could finish her introduction, America collapsed to the goo-covered ground in exhaustion. It had been several weeks since Peter's return from the quantum realm, and life had settled into a comforting routine. Days were spent balancing his time between leisurely moments with his family and the exhilarating scientific pursuit of his Multiverse project with Tony. The latter had made tremendous progress, thanks to the acquisition of Kang's advanced technology. Kang's ship was dismantled on the first day of their return. Tony didn't even wait for Peter to finish with Hank and Janet's recruitment papers before he started taking the thing apart. But their most important acquisition, the Multiverse engine core, couldn't be dismantled. Well, it could, but who in their right mind would take such an advanced piece of technology apart? No, they quickly decided to study the core while it's intact, fearing that they could or would unknowingly damage it. And the last of their greatest finds, Kang's suit, was swiftly delivered to Tony. And he was thrilled to have it. After all, Peter had no use for it. Tony's Iron Man armor is really starting to get advanced. He's definitely in the upper echelon of Iron Mans. But of course, almost all of their time was spent on the Multiverse project. It had become their shared obsession, and with each passing day, they pushed the boundaries of their understanding further and further. After all, the tech was groundbreaking, and the possibilities were endless. Meanwhile, Peter's family life was thriving as well. Today, he found himself on a date with MJ, a day planned entirely by her. She'd promised him a surprise, and he was more than willing to be along for the ride. After eating dinner in France, strolling the streets of Wakanda in disguise, and watching a kabuki play in Tokyo, MJ had used her newfound magic to transport them to a secluded beach with crystal-clear waters. "You're starting to get pretty good with that sling ring," Peter commented as the portal snapped shut behind them. As they strolled along the shoreline, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink, Peter couldn't help but be mesmerized by his date. Her hair fluttered in the gentle breeze, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "You know, it's not every day I get a magical date like this," Peter remarked with a grin. "Usually, it's me that portals us all over the place." MJ chuckled, her voice soft and sultry. "Well, I figured you deserved a night out that didn't involve solving the world's problems. Besides, you've been glued to the couch for a couple of weeks now. I was afraid that if I left you there, you'd fuse with the cushions or something." Peter looked a bit embarrassed. "I'm not that bad, am I?" MJ just shook her head as they continued down the beach. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the beach in twilight hues, MJ brought out a small, ornate box. She looked at Peter with a twinkle in her eye as she dropped down on one knee, the box extended toward him. "Peter Parker," she began, her voice steady, "you gave me this box on our trip to Ego, and now it's my turn to give it back. Will you marry me?" Peter's heart warmed, and he felt a surge of happiness. He'd given her a wedding ring on one of their more memorable dates, with an open invitation to ask whenever she was ready. He had no doubt in his mind that he was ready whenever she was. Peter grinned mischievously. "Yes, 1,000-time yes," he replied, jokingly imitating the women he's seen in crappy romance movies. MJ couldn't help but laugh as Peter took the ring from the box and slid it onto her finger. "I love it," she muttered as she moved her hand around, growing accustomed to the new presence around her finger. And finally, MJ pulled out another box and opened it up. Unlike the last box, MJ actually bought this one herself. Inside was a male wedding band. It didn't have a diamond or any other stone, but it gleamed with a simple elegance. "Aunt May and my mom helped me pick it out," she revealed as she slipped the ring on his finger. "It's perfect," Peter said as he pulled her into a passionate kiss, the world around them fading into insignificance. As the night deepened, they returned home, hand in hand, their hearts light and brimming with love. However, as they stepped out of a portal and into their bedroom, they couldn't help but notice something amiss. Looking out the window, they were greeted by the sight of their backyard, covered in goo, with Aunt May and Grace frantically attempting to clean it up with shovels. Both of them were bewildered by the bizarre scene that had somehow unfolded in their absence. Peter exchanged a puzzled glance with MJ, who was just as confused as he was. But before they could leave the room, the door swung open, and a goo-covered Lily walked through, freezing upon seeing her parents as if she were guilty of something. Peter couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" MJ slapped him on the shoulder. "Don't say it like that." She then turned back to Lily. "What happened?" "Well, Lily tried to explain. But before she could say anything, Gwen and Miles came running in, excitement written all over their faces. "Lily, you can't keep avoiding us," Gwen exclaimed. "Yeah, we don't care that you're a metahuman. Spider-Man said they're just people like the rest of us." Miles tried to comfort her. Gwen looked at Lily with a small hint of jealousy. "I wish I was a metahuman," she admitted as the jealousy vanished, replaced by her earlier excitement. "But it's cool having a friend who's a metahuman too. What are your powers? You have to have super speed, right?" Miles nodded beside her. "Yeah, you disappeared right in front of us and then punched that octopus monster right in the face." He was growing more excited as he continued to speak. "Do you have super strength too? Octopus monster?" Peter muttered as he looked back out the window, noticing a few tentacles scattered amongst the goo in his backyard. "I can explain," Lily says as her friends finally realize that they weren't alone in the room. Hey, Mr. Parker," Miles stuttered as he and Gwen realized that Lily might be in trouble, not for saving her friends, but for the huge mess in the backyard. Finally, Lily began her explanation. "Well, you see, it all started when..." She began to explain the unusual sequence of events, from the sudden appearance of the Dimension Monster to her speedy intervention to protect her friends, Miles and Gwen. Lily's words painted a vivid picture of her battle with the tentacle monster. Once Lily had finished her explanation, Peter couldn't help but grin. "Lily, that's incredible. You've got the makings of a hero in you," he said, giving her a quick wink. After all, they couldn't reveal that she was already a hero. MJ nodded, realizing where her fiancé was going with this. "We're so proud of you, sweetheart." Lily's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and happiness. They may be playing it off for her friends, but she could tell that her mother really meant that. "Thanks, but that's not all. There's something else." Curiosity piqued. Peter and MJ exchanged a glance before following Lily as she led them across the hall to her bedroom. As they entered the room, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. Lying unconscious on Lily's bed was a girl who appeared to be around their daughter's age. She slept like a baby, covered in the same goo that had plagued their backyard. Lily introduced her to her parents. "Mom, Dad, this is America Chavez. She's the one who came through the star-shaped portal with the monster." Peter eyed the sleeping girl curiously. "She's younger than the one from the movie. Is she being hunted by a scarlet witch? Or was she just running around the multiverse as usual?" Dream/flashback within the depths of her subconscious, America found herself transported to a surreal realm, a familial yet mysterious void. The void was a chaotic expanse filled with an array of colors and strange, twisting lines that defied all logic. It felt like a dreamscape, an otherworldly plane where the rules of reality were mere suggestions. In the midst of this bewildering landscape, America found herself running alongside an unexpected companion, Dr. Strange, but with graying hair and a ponytail. Together, they sprinted along one of the peculiar lines that snaked through the void, their footsteps echoing softly against the abstract ground. Behind them, a relentless monster pursued them, the same monster that Lily turned into goo. America's breath came in ragged gasps as she glanced back at their pursuer. "Did you kill it?" she panted, her eyes wide with fear. Defender Strange, his expression grave, shook his head. "No, we'll kill it with this." With a determined gesture, Strange pointed toward a spinning pedestal, hovering at the center of the ethereal expanse. Resting upon the pedestal was a tome, the Book of Vishanti, its pages radiating with a potent and arcane magic. "Okay," America exclaimed, hoping the book held more than words and pages. "Possibly an AK-47 or a rocket launcher." Strange nodded, his eyes never leaving the pursuing tentacle monster. "We can't let it get your power. Get to the book." However, the path to the mystical book was far from straightforward. The void's landscape defied conventional logic, and they found themselves confronted by a daunting chasm that separated them from their goal. America's voice trembled with uncertainty. "How do we get across?" Defender Strange hesitated for only a moment before making a fateful decision. "Jump." With a shared glance of determination, they leaped together, their bodies defying gravity as they soared through the void. But even in their escape, the demon was relentless, closing the gap with each passing moment. As they reached the midpoint of their leap, Strange turned his attention to their pursuer. With a quick incantation, he cast a spell that temporarily froze the demon in its tracks, buying them precious seconds. "It's too strong," Strange admitted, his voice strained with effort. "I can't hold it much longer." Desperation filled his eyes, and in a heart-wrenching twist, he made a decision that would forever change the course of their journey. He turned to America and began siphoning her powers away, a painful and gut-wrenching process. America, bewildered and betrayed, cried out in anguish. "What are you doing?" Strange's voice was filled with remorse, though she could see a greedy glint in his eyes. We can't let that thing take your power. You can't control it. But I can. Tears welled in America's eyes as she struggled against the sudden loss of her powers. But you said we were friends. Strange nodded, the weight of his choice bearing down on him. I know. But in the grand calculus of the multiverse, your sacrifice is worth far more than your life. But before he could complete the process, a sudden twist of fate intervened. The pursuing monster, unfrozen and filled with newfound rage, lunged at Strange, impaling him through the chest with a savage strike. The sorcerer cried out in agony as his body was torn apart. America, her heart filled with grief and determination, watched as the monster stormed over and wrapped a slimy tentacle around her, binding her in its grasp. Ah! With a fearful and defiant scream, America opened a star-shaped portal, a manifestation of her unique powers. Strange saw her actions and fired bolts of magic to release the monster's grip on her. His last act before falling to the floor, lifeless. Free to escape, America rushed toward the portal, leaping through it as fast as she could. The monster, driven by relentless fury, pursued her, its giant form disappearing into the starry abyss. After Peter and MJ had finished listening to Lily's explanation of the strange events in their backyard, they exchanged a knowing glance. It was clear that they couldn't reveal the truth about Lily's powers to her friends, Miles and Gwen, who were now looking at them with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Peter decided it was time to spin a concrete web of deception to protect their secret, bringing the kids to the living room. He beckoned for Lily to sit beside him while Miles and Gwen gathered on the couch across from them. Peter cleared his throat and began his carefully crafted story. Miles, Gwen, we need you both to understand something important, Peter started, his voice serious but gentle. Lily has been keeping a secret for a while now, and it's time we shared it with you. Lily has an X gene, which means she's a metahuman. Miles and Gwen exchanged knowing glances. I knew it. Like the X-Men, right? Miles asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Peter nodded, keeping a straight face. Exactly. Her powers started developing a few months ago, and we've been helping her keep them hidden from everyone, even you too. We didn't want her to feel different or be treated differently because of her abilities. Gwen chimed in, her voice filled with understanding. That's why she didn't tell us? Peter nodded. Yes, we wanted to make sure Lily had a chance to live a normal life like any other kid. Lily bit her lip, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and guilt. Ever since she revealed her powers in front of them, she was worried about how her parents would react. Thankfully, her father knew how to fix everything. Though she didn't like lying to her friends like this, but she understood that this was the only way. At least until they were a little bit older. Peter continued, now that you know, we trust you to keep this a secret. Can you do that for us? Miles and Gwen exchanged another glance, this time filled with determination. We promise we won't tell anyone, Gwen vowed, her voice firm. Miles nodded in agreement. Yeah, Lily's our best friend. We've got her back. Lily couldn't help but smile, her heart warmed by the support of her friends. She lunged at them with a big hug, squeezing them tightly. Thank you guys. You're the best. As the kids were glued together, MJ came walking downstairs with a bowl and washcloth in hand. Our new guest is clean and changed into a pair of Lily's pajamas. Good, did she wake up? Peter asked. MJ shook her head. No, she seems exhausted. I don't think she'll wake up until morning, at least. Peter nodded and turned back to the kids. You heard her. It looks like you'll be having your sleepover in the living room tonight. As the kids began setting up their sleeping arrangements in the living room for their sleepover, MJ pulled Peter aside into the kitchen, away from their young guests. She leaned against the kitchen counter, her expression serious. I need to talk to you about something. MJ began, her voice low. When I was wiping her down and changing her clothes, I noticed something troubling. Peter furrowed his brow, concern washing over him. What? MJ sighed, her gaze distant as she recounted her discovery. America. She wasn't just covered in goo. She's far too skinny for her age, her clothes are falling apart, and there are scars on her body. It looks like she's been through something terrible. Peter's eyes darkened as he processed the information. It made sense. After all, in the movie, after getting separated from her parents by her uncontrollable powers, America was forced to become what basically amounted to a multiverse hobo, a homeless child, traveling to all sorts of dangerous universes on a regular basis. It's a miracle she's still alive, Peter thought, his heart aching for the young girl. It sounds like she's been through a lot. MJ nodded, her expression reflecting her concern. We need to help her, Peter. She's just a kid. She shouldn't have those scars and she shouldn't be that skinny. Peter pulled his worrying fiancée into his chest. You're right. We'll do whatever we can to help her. But for now, let's let her rest. She's been through a lot, and I don't want to overwhelm her. MJ nodded in agreement. I'll stay with her tonight, just in case she wakes up scared or confused. Peter smiled. Sounds good to me. I'll chaperone Lily's sleepover and make sure they don't destroy the house in your absence. As they returned to the living room, Peter asked the kids, "Who wants pizza?" He pulled out his phone and began to order food, eliciting cheers of excitement from Lily, Miles, and Gwen. The promise of pizza seemed to erase any lingering concerns about the mysterious girl in Lily's room. Outside, May and Grace continued their efforts to clean up the backyard, completely forgotten by those that could clean it up with a simple wave of their hand or a snap of their fingers. The next day, after Gwen and Miles left, America Chavez slowly stirred awake. She blinked groggily, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. The soft, warm bed and the soft glow of the room felt like a dream compared to the harsh realities she had faced in her travels through the multiverse. As her senses fully returned, America realized she wasn't alone. Sitting by her bedside was a woman with kind eyes, quietly reading a book. It was MJ, and when she noticed America waking up, she offered a warm, reassuring smile. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead." MJ greeted her in a gentle tone, knowing America would be a bit disoriented. "How are you feeling?" America hesitated for a moment, still not entirely sure if this was some kind of trap or a temporary respite. But MJ's kindness was hard to ignore, and she found herself softly responding, "Okay, I guess." MJ nodded, understanding the hesitation. "That's perfectly fine. Take your time. I've laid out some clothes for you, and the shower's ready whenever you are. Breakfast will be waiting for you when you're done." America was taken aback by this unexpected hospitality. She had grown used to fending for herself, and the thought of someone caring for her well-being was both scary and heartwarming. As MJ left the room to start the shower for her, America couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. A moment later, MJ peeked her head in the door one last time. "The shower's on," she said as she rushed downstairs to prepare some food. In the bathroom, she quickly showered and changed into the clean clothes that MJ had provided, even though they didn't belong to her. It was a stark contrast to the tattered and dirty clothes she had been wearing for far too long. When America finally made her way downstairs, following the delicious scent of breakfast, she entered the kitchen to find a family scene that felt like something out of a storybook. Lily and Peter were sitting at the table, chatting and laughing together as MJ cooked up a storm by the stove. Peter looked up and offered a warm smile. "Good morning, America. Did you sleep well?" America nodded and took a seat, feeling awkward and out of place. Lily leaned over to her and whispered, "My mom never cooks like this. She must really like you or something because it actually seems edible too." But before America could respond, a shadow suddenly loomed over Lily. It was MJ, holding plates of food and looking unamused. She had clearly heard her daughter's comment. MJ set the plates down with a stern expression. "Well, if my cooking is so terrible, then you don't have to eat it." Lily's eyes widened, realizing she had spoken too soon. She quickly shook her head and started stuffing her face, sending a relieved smile in her father's direction. "It was actually edible. No, it was delicious." America, on the other hand, stared down at the plate in front of her, overwhelmed by the kindness and warmth of this family. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they began to trickle down her cheeks. It had been years since she had enjoyed a warm meal, and even longer since she had felt the warmth of a loving home. The emotions welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but cry. Seeing her tears, MJ's maternal instincts kicked in. She moved to give America a comforting hug, but the sudden contact seemed to startle the girl. Her powers, a manifestation of her unique abilities, kicked in involuntarily. In an instant, a star-shaped portal opened in the center of the kitchen, its ethereal glow casting an otherworldly light. America's eyes widened as she felt the magnetic pull of her own creation. She didn't want to go, not now, not when she had found a glimmer of hope. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "No, please. I don't want to leave." But before the portal could fully engulf her, a click echoed through the room, as if someone were snapping their fingers. Instantly, the portal vanished, leaving America standing in the kitchen, surrounded by the bewildered family she has just met. She looked up to see Peter, a smile on his face, his fingers still poised in a snapping motion. He had used the power of the reality stone to close the portal and keep her from being sucked away to another universe. "You're not going anywhere," Peter reassured her, his voice filled with kindness and understanding. "You're safe here with us, okay?" America didn't fully understand what happened, but she knew that she wasn't in danger anymore. And as the relief hit her, so did all of her bottled-up emotions. Tears poured down her face and snot dripped down her nose as she cried out, clinging to MJ like a baby. "It's okay, you're safe now." MJ held her, whispering comforting words into her ear, which only made her cry even harder. After the emotional roller coaster of the morning, MJ was determined to make sure America Chavez had a proper meal. Despite America's protests that she was no longer hungry, MJ had seen just how fragile the girl's condition was. So, she gently but firmly convinced America to sit down at the kitchen table once again. "Trust me, sweetie, you need to eat something," MJ said with a motherly tone. "It's been a while since you've had a proper meal, hasn't it?" America hesitated, her eyes downcast. "Yeah, I guess so. After all, it wasn't easy to find a reliable source of edible food when traveling through the multiverse." MJ dished out a generous plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, and some fresh fruit. She placed it in front of America, who picked at the food with a mix of curiosity and reluctance. The aroma of the hot food filled the air, making it difficult for her to resist taking a few bites. After America filled her stomach, MJ noticed that the girl was still clinging to her side like a lifeline. It was as if she feared being left alone, and MJ couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Meanwhile, Lily was practically vibrating with excitement. She had spent the past few hours glued to her new friend, trying to include her in every activity, and now she was bursting with questions. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she blurted out, "So, America, where did you come from? And those star portals you make, they're so cool. Is it magic? Or are you a metahuman?" America's gaze flickered between MJ, Peter, and Lily, unsure if she should share her story. She glanced at MJ, who gave her a reassuring nod. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," MJ said gently. She had a hunch that America might be a victim of some sort of incident or abuse, and she didn't want to pressure her. After a moment of contemplation, America finally sighed and decided to open up. She owed this family that much, considering how they had taken her in and even stopped her portal as well. "I don't know what universe I'm from," America began, her voice shaky but determined. "I used to live with my mothers, Elena and Amalia Chavez. When I was just a little kid, about 4 years old, I developed this strange ability. I could create portals to other universes, but I couldn't control it." As America spoke, she couldn't help but remember the day it all began. Playing innocently in a field of flowers, a bee had landed on her hand. In her fear, she had unintentionally conjured a portal, which had swept her parents off their feet and into the swirling, star-shaped vortex. She had never seen them again after that day. Tears welled up in America's eyes as she continued, "After losing my parents, I was alone. I traveled through a bunch of universes, accidentally opening portals whenever I was scared or upset. Not all universes are friendly either." Lily listened with wide eyes, absorbing America's story with a mix of fascination and empathy. She couldn't imagine what it must have been like to lose her parents and travel through different dimensions all alone. MJ, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder if that was the source of America's scars. She gently asked, "Is that how you got those scars? A dangerous universe?" America nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, some of them, at least. Not the best at reading emotions." Lily continued with her curious questions. "Was that tentacle thing from one of those unfriendly universes?" Suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed America's face, and she looked away, refusing to speak about it. After all, if she talked about the monster, then she would have to talk about Doctor Strange's betrayal. Peter noticed the change in America's demeanor and couldn't help but feel concerned. "Is it about Scarlet Witch?" he wondered. Clearing her throat, MJ clapped her hands gently. "All right, I think that's enough questions for today. America's had a rough time, and we shouldn't overwhelm her. Let's give her some space, okay?" Lily exchanged a glance with America, and nodded understandingly. "Do you want to play Minecraft with me?" she asked, putting everything else to the back of her mind. As the day went on, America continued to stick close to MJ and Lily, both welcomed the company. It seemed that America had found a sense of security in this new family, and MJ was more than happy to provide it, at least until they could find her missing parents. While Lily and MJ continued to provide comfort and company for America, Peter decided to deal with a pressing concern. He needed to find his universe's Darkhold before it could cause any trouble. Peter was well aware of the dangerous influence the Darkhold could have, having seen its destructive potential in the movies. To ensure America's safety during his absence, Peter decided to temporarily seal her powers using the Reality Stone. With a snap of his fingers, he bound her portal-making ability. It was a precautionary measure to make sure she wouldn't accidentally open a portal and get into any trouble while he was away. With that done, Peter opened a portal to Kamartaj. As he stepped through, he found himself in the midst of a lesson. The Ancient One was instructing Wanda Maximoff in meditation techniques, helping her harness her formidable powers. Wanda looked up, surprised to see a stranger in the room. She only knew Peter as Spider-Man and had no idea about his true identity. All she knew was that her new teacher had another student, who didn't show up very often. The Ancient One, perceptive as ever, introduced Wanda to Peter. "Peter, this is my new student, Wanda Maximoff." "Wanda, meet Peter, your senior apprentice," the Ancient One said with a knowing smile. Peter extended his hand politely. "Nice to meet you, Wanda." Wanda shook his hand, still somewhat awestruck. "Nice to meet you too." With a subtle gesture, Peter turned his attention back to the Ancient One. "Can we speak in private for a moment?" "Of course." She nodded and gently dismissed Wanda. "Go to Courtyard 17. Master Zhao's class should be starting up momentarily." Once they were alone, Peter got straight to the point. "I need to find the Darkhold, and I need to know the location of the mountain temple where it was recorded." The Ancient One's eyes widened, and she immediately began to warn Peter about the dangers of the Darkhold. "Peter, the Darkhold is an ancient and malevolent grimoire. It corrupts its user, driving them to commit unspeakable acts of evil. You must steer clear of it." Peter nodded in understanding. "I get that, and I have no intention of using it. I'm going to destroy the Darkhold and the temple." The Ancient One regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and concern. She knew Peter had a knack for getting himself into trouble, and she didn't want him to be swayed by the book's dark influence. "Okay, I'll tell you, but only under one condition," the Ancient One said firmly. "I'll tag along to make sure you don't do anything stupid." Peter shrugged uncaringly before nodding in agreement. "All right, then let's go." With that settled, the Ancient One began to explain. "Let's start with the book. Last I heard, it was in the possession of a Salem which named Agatha Harkness, original MCU universe, A/N, the same one that Peter visited after the Spider-Verse. In a dimly lit chamber nestled deep underground, the Scarlet Witch paced nervously. Her powers had grown exponentially since her possession of the Darkhold, and she had used its malevolent knowledge to monitor the movements of her quarry, a young girl named America Chavez. However, her frustration had been mounting. Her attempts to capture America had been thwarted time and time again. The girl's unique abilities to manipulate multiverse traveling rifts had proven elusive, and each time she sent her monstrous creation after her, she always managed to slip away. Suddenly, Wanda's scarlet eyes glowed with anger as she realized that her creation, a grotesque monstrosity of twisted tentacle limbs and gnashing teeth, had failed in its mission. But instead of the being unable to catch its target as per usual, her attack dog had been destroyed. She couldn't help but curse as she slammed the Darkhold to the floor. America Chavez was her only link to her children. She needed the girl's powers to reunite with them, but the America's resilience was beginning to test her patience. With a deep breath, she reached down for the Darkhold, a sinister tome that pulsed with dark energy. Its pages were filled with arcane knowledge and forbidden spells, and she had been using it to peer into the multiverse, seeking answers and guidance. As she delved into the ancient grimoire, her vision blurred and expanded, transcending the boundaries of her own reality. She sought out the truth of what had transpired, reaching out with her enhanced powers to see through the fabric of the multiverse. And there it was, a vision of a young girl, Lily, wielding powers far beyond normal human capabilities. She watched as the girl, with determination in her eyes, faced down the monstrous abomination that she had sent to capture America. With swift and decisive action, she unleashed a deafening blast of eldritch energy, defeating the creature with an impressive display of strength and courage. Wanda's frown deepened as she realized that this new player was a force to be reckoned with. The girl had protected her target, making her a potential threat. "I'll have to adjust my strategy." Closing the Darkhold, Wanda knew what she must do. She would need to send another universe-hopping monstrosity after America, one even more formidable than the last. And this time, she would use the Darkhold to enhance its power, making it a truly unstoppable force. In the dense wilderness of Louisiana, Peter followed the Ancient One through a winding path, surrounded by a thick forest. As they walked, the dense foliage gradually parted, revealing a massive mansion hidden amidst the trees. The mansion seemed to materialize out of thin air, as if it were a secret only the forest knew. Halting at the edge of the property, Peter turned to the Ancient One with a curious expression. "So, this is where a witch lives. Makes sense, I guess. Now what? We're just going to wait?" he asked, his tone a mix of bemusement and confusion. The Ancient One nodded solemnly. "No, I'm going to wait here while you go inside. My presence would alert Agatha to our intentions. She knows me, and if she sees me, she'll flee or hide." "That would complicate your plans?" Peter scratched his head, raising an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, that makes sense. So I guess I get to go into the creepy witch's house alone? Lucky me." The Ancient One let out a small laugh. Yes, well, Agatha has always had a flair for the dramatic. She tends to take the whole dark witch thing fairly seriously. Just remember that she is formidable, and her mastery of magic is not to be underestimated. After all, she's managed to escape multiple encounter with me and many other masters back at Camartage. Peter conceded with a nod of understanding. Alright then, I'll go in. Just keep an eye out for any ghosts, ghouls, or axe murderers. With a bemused look, Peter left the cover of the trees and walked toward the mansion. The imposing structure stood before him like a relic from a forgotten era, its grandeur marred by an eerie stillness. The mansion seemed to beckon him forward, reminding him of every scary movie he's ever seen. I wonder if she meant for her house to look like this. Peter wondered as he climbed the porch steps. Maybe she's just a fan of horror movies. His knock on the front door echoed ominously through the quiet house, and with a slow, eerie creak, the door swung open, revealing the dimly lit interior. Peter, despite his inner thoughts, called out, "Hello? Is anyone home?" Silence greeted him, but he pressed forward, feigning innocence to lure Agatha out of hiding. His footsteps echoed through the cavernous halls as he explored the house, its atmosphere growing more unsettling with each step. The mansion seemed devoid of modern amenities, with no electricity to light its dark corners. Peter's senses tingled with a foreboding feeling of unease as he strolled through what felt like a sinister maze. Soon enough, Peter encountered the mansion's inhabitants, or rather, grotesque apparitions created by Agatha's dark magic. "Hello there. Can I get you anything?" A butler, his mangled face obscured by all sorts of stitches, brandished an axe with deadly intent. Peter deftly dodged the attack, killing the spectral servant with a single punch imbued with phoenix flames. Next, he crossed paths with a pair of creepy maids, their blood-stained dresses a stark contrast to their pale complexions. They lunged at him with gleaming knives, but Peter's agility allowed him to swiftly take care of them as well, leaving behind nothing but flickering flames and dissolving dust. His journey through the haunted mansion continued, encountering all sorts of other horror movie knockoff. Eerie children with hollow eyes and chilling songs, chainsaw-wielding maniacs, ravenous dogs, each threat vanquished with a combination of quick reflexes and a touch of phoenix flames. It became apparent that these entities were some sort of security measure created by Agatha. This lady has to be a horror movie nerd. There's no way she just created all of these creatures without a bit of inspiration. Finally, Peter ascended a creaking staircase that led to the attic. There, on a mysterious pedestal, rested a book unlike any other. It was the Darkhold, an ominous tome that pulsed with malevolent energy, its pages containing the forbidden knowledge sought by many. Just as Peter reached out to grab the book, said book disappeared before his eyes as a sweet yet chilling voice filled the attic. "Is there a reason why you're trespassing in my house?" The voice dripped with an eerie sweetness, concealing the danger that lurked behind it. Peter slowly turned to face the source of the voice, his senses on high alert. Standing in the shadows was a woman, her eyes glowing with a sinister gleam. It was Agatha Harkness, who held the Darkhold tightly held in her grip. Insert picture of Agatha here. As Peter and Agatha locked eyes, a tense standoff ensued. "Hey, has anyone ever told you that your house is creepy as hell?" Peter asked, destroying the atmosphere in an instant. "What?" Agatha asked in confusion. "I mean, every hallway is filled with these horror movie knockoff. And how do you live here without electricity or Wi-Fi? What are you doing all day?" Peter asks again, truly curious. "If I didn't have Wi-Fi or electricity, I think that I'd kill myself pretty quickly." The more Peter rambled, the more angry Agatha seemed to get. In a matter of seconds, her eyes narrowed as her grip on the Darkhold tightened. "If you want to die so badly, then why don't I give you a hand?" Without hesitation, Agatha extended her hand, fingers dancing through intricate, arcane gestures. With a whispered incantation, she summoned bolts of dark magic, which crackled with malevolence. The dark tendrils surged toward Peter with deadly intent, aiming to ensnare him. Peter, however, was no stranger to facing formidable adversaries. "Whoa, is this how you treat all your guests?" In a swift, fluid motion, he summoned his phoenix flames, creating a fiery shield that absorbed Agatha's dark bolts with ease. The dark magic sizzled and dissipated, unable to penetrate his defenses. Are all witches this rude? Didn't Hansel and Gretel at least get some food before they were eaten? Seeing her initial attack thwarted, Agatha's eyes narrowed with determination. She changed her tactics, employing her telekinesis to hurl nearby objects at Peter. Furniture, books, and even shards of glass became deadly projectiles, whizzing through the air with frightening speed. Peter's agility came into play as he gracefully dodged the incoming onslaught. He moved with precision and grace, his spider senses allowing him to evade every object with a dancer's finesse. "Is this all you've got? A few books and some furniture? Aren't you supposed to be some big bad witch?" Peter taunted as the attic became a chaotic battleground, littered with debris as their clash intensified. With a flick of his wrist, Peter retaliated. He conjured the two eldritch whips, directing them toward Agatha. The shimmering whips surged forth, illuminating the dim attic with their brilliance. Agatha responded by raising a mystical shield, crafted from the dark magic she wielded. The clash of energies created dazzling displays of light and shadow, each side vying for dominance. The pressure between them was immense, a testament to their respective strength. In the midst of the battle, Agatha attempted to transmute the very floor beneath Peter's feet. The wooden planks warped and shifted, threatening to engulf him in a trap of her making. But Peter, ever resourceful, called upon the reality stone that was infused within him. With a mere thought, Peter willed the floor to return to its original state, thwarting Agatha's attempt at entrapment. The attic's reality shifted under his command, a testament to the incredible power he possessed. "How?" Shocked, Agatha couldn't help but ask. Peter smirked tauntingly. "Magic." Realizing that her direct magical attacks were ineffective against Peter, Agatha changed her strategy once more. She called upon the Darkhold and summoned ominous tendrils of energy, aiming not at Peter directly but at the surroundings. The attic's objects and furniture began to come to life, manipulated by her will. Chairs levitated menacingly, while ghostly hands emerged from the shadows, reaching for Peter with malevolent intent. Agatha's mastery over dark magic allowed her to animate the very environment, turning it against her foe. Peter responded by channeling some eldritch energy once again. He summoned a swirling vortex of mystical energy, a tornado of light that engulfed the animated objects and spectral hands. With a powerful surge, he banished them, their dark presence dissipating into nothingness. The battle raged on, with Agatha hurling blasts of purple energy from her hands, each attack more desperate than the last. Peter countered with his phoenix flames, creating fiery projectiles that seared through the air. In a final, desperate bid for victory, Agatha attempted to summon the spirits of the deceased, raising the dead to fight on her behalf. Shadowy apparitions emerged from the corners of the attic, their hollow eyes fixated on Peter. Peter, undeterred, pulled on the power of his phoenix flames. With a wave of his hand, he created a fiery barrier that repelled the spectral intruders, returning them to the afterlife from which they had been summoned. Soon enough, the battle reached its climax, with Agatha's powers waning in the face of Peter's unwavering strength. As she realized the futility of her efforts, her expression turned from one of determination to one of resignation. She knew the odds of her victory were slim and was already beginning the plans for her escape. But before she could take a single step, a sudden and unexpected presence made itself known. The Ancient One, her presence concealed until now, materialized behind Agatha with an aura of unparalleled power. With a swift and decisive motion, the Ancient One extended her hand, conjuring a blade made of shimmering eldritch energy. Without hesitation, she swung the blade with precision and skill, severing Agatha's head from her shoulders in a single swift motion. Agatha's body crumpled to the ground, her powers fading as the darkness within her dissipated. "You bitch!" Her severed head spoke its last words before landing with a thud, Agatha's malevolent gaze forever stilled. Peter watched with casual glance as the Ancient One's actions unfolded. He had sensed her presence, so he knew she would do something, though he didn't expect her to sever Agatha's head so suddenly. "I guess they had some unresolved history." The Ancient One, her expression triumphant, turned her attention to the Darkhold, the ominous tome that had been the source of so much chaos. With a wave of her hand, she levitated the book, ensuring that neither Peter nor herself would touch its dangerous pages. "Peter," she said, her voice steady and commanding, "use your phoenix flames to destroy it." Peter nodded as he summoned his phoenix flames, creating a searing blaze that enveloped the Darkhold. The malevolent tome seemed to screech in pain as it ignited in a brilliant display of fiery destruction, its pages consumed by the cleansing flames. "That wasn't creepy at all," Peter muttered sarcastically as the book turned to ash. The aftermath of the battle with Agatha Harkness left Peter and the Ancient One with no time to rest. Destroying the Darkhold was a victory, but to truly eliminate its influence, they had to take their mission one step further with the annihilation of the Darkhold castle atop Mount Wundagore. As the sinister remnants of Agatha's house smoldered behind them, burning to a crisp alongside the Dark Witch's carcass, the Ancient One opened a portal that transported them to the closest mountain peak to their destination. Stepping through the portal, Peter and the Ancient One emerged to a bleak landscape. An ominous black castle loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky like jagged obsidian knives covered in white snow. Darkhold Castle, the Ancient One murmured, her eyes locked onto their objective. It's where the texts of the Darkhold were first transcribed. We must cleanse it completely, which means more of the Phoenix Fire of yours. First a haunted house and now an ominous castle. This just keeps getting better and better, Peter muttered jokingly. Before they could even take a step toward the castle, the ominous silence was shattered by a terrifying sight. Countless black wraiths, reminiscent of the Dementors from Harry Potter, erupted from the castle's gaping maw. With unnatural speed, they hurtled toward Peter and the Ancient One, their ghostly forms trailing dark mist. Without hesitation, Peter and the Ancient One sprang into action, their movements a dance of power and grace. Peter, his senses heightened, anticipated the wraith's approach. He summoned long eldritch whips, the shimmering energy lashes slashing through the air with deadly precision. The whips made contact with the wraiths, sizzling on impact as the creatures let out unearthly shriek. One by one, the wraiths disintegrated into tendrils of shadowy smoke, their threat extinguished. The Ancient One, a true master of the mystical arts, wove intricate patterns with her fingers, conjuring countless golden blades, which hovered behind her. As the wraiths drew nearer, she launched the blades forward, sending them into the herd of wraiths. Their dark forms recoiled and dissipated as the blades pierced their cloak-like bodies. But the wraiths were relentless, coming at them wave after wave. Peter and the Ancient One found themselves locked in a relentless battle, their synergy and skill complementing each other perfectly. Peter's agility allowed him to evade the wraiths' attacks, leaping and somersaulting through the air. He sent out bursts of phoenix flames, forming fiery barriers that repelled the wraiths and left them writhing in agony. Each snap of his fingers sent forth a searing blaze that engulfed the dark entities, reducing them to ash. The Ancient One called on the power of her necklace, the Eye of Agamotto. She created ethereal duplicates of herself, each capable of wielding eldritch magic. These duplicates acted as a barrier against the oncoming wraiths, their combined power creating a shield of incandescent light that banished the shadows. As the battle raged on, Peter's control over his phoenix flames grew more refined. He summoned blazing rays of fire, launching them at the wraiths with pinpoint accuracy. The lines of inferno scattered the wraiths like leaves in a storm, their chilling cries echoing through the mountain peaks. The Ancient One's spells became more intricate, drawing upon the fundamental forces of the universe. She chanted incantations that resonated with the very essence of creation, causing the wraiths to unravel and disintegrate into the elemental energies from which they were formed. Despite the wraiths' sheer numbers, which had to be somewhere in the thousands, Peter and the Ancient One were a formidable team. With each passing moment, their attacks became more synchronized, their movements a testament to their time spent together. Finally, as the last wraith dissolved into the cold mountain air, a moment of respite washed over them. But there was no time to savor the victory. The castle, still shrouded in darkness, beckoned them forward. "Let's finish this," Peter said, his voice determined. "We have to make it back in time for dinner, or else Lily will complain." The Ancient One nodded, her expression resolute. Together, they made their way to the imposing castle, its ebony walls seeming to absorb the very light around them. As they crossed the threshold, they could feel the eerie atmosphere of the place. Peter and the Ancient One pressed forward through the foreboding corridors of Darkhold Castle. The air grew heavier with each step, laden with the oppressive presence of malevolent magic. They had already overcome the wraiths that guarded the castle, but now they were faced with another challenge: giant demonic-looking golems. As they entered a grand hall with towering ceilings, two colossal figures emerged from the shadows. These golems, grotesque amalgamations of stone and darkness, stood as tall as the castle itself. Their eyes gleamed with a malevolent crimson light as they lumbered forward, each step shaking the ground beneath them. Peter wasted no time. He summoned two golden swords and lashed out with precision and speed. The sword struck the golem's legs, causing cracks to spread through their stone forms. With another swift strike, Peter shattered their legs, sending the golems toppling to the ground. The Ancient One joined the fray, her hands moving in a complex dance of magic. She conjured ethereal chains that wrapped around the golems, binding them in place. With a final incantation, she channeled her mystic energy into the chains, causing them to constrict and crush the golems' bodies into rubble. The golems crumbled into lifeless piles of stone, their threat extinguished. Peter and the Ancient One exchanged a glance before continuing on. Their journey through the castle led them to a grand chamber, its walls adorned with eerie symbols and flickering torches. At the center of the room lay a massive tomb, its surface engraved with ominous runes. The power of the Darkhold pulsed within, its presence undeniable. Peter and the Ancient One could feel the malevolence radiating from every corner of the room, a palpable darkness that threatened to consume them. "This is it," the Ancient One said, her voice grave. Where it all started. The heart of the Darkhold's influence. Peter nodded as he summoned a fiery ball of phoenix flames into his hand, its searing heat casting a sunny glow on his face. As he prepared to unleash the flames upon the tomb, a guttural, demonic voice echoed through the chamber. No. The voice was filled with desperation and rage, a chorus of torment and anguish. The dark energy in the room seemed to thicken, coalescing into a shadowy humanoid figure. It was Chthon, the demon who had created this castle, or what remained of him. His form was tattered and ethereal, a specter of his former self. The Ancient One smirked, her eyes locking onto the pitiful entity before them. She knew better than anyone that Chthon was long dead, his once mighty essence reduced to a mere remnant trapped within the castle. After all, she was the one that killed him. Chthon's spectral voice echoed with desperation as he pleaded, I can offer you anything. Power beyond imagination, riches beyond measure, dominion over realms. Spare the tomb, and all of it can be yours. Peter, unfazed by Chthon's offers, shrugged casually. Nah, I'm good, he replied, his voice completely and utterly uncaring. With a deft flick of his wrist, Peter hurled the fiery ball of phoenix flames at the tomb. The flames engulfed the stone structure, spreading with voracious hunger. Soon enough, the room was bathed in a brilliant inferno, and the power of the Darkhold was consumed by the cleansing fire. Chthon's screams of agony filled the chamber as the flames consumed him, his torment echoing through the fiery vortex. The remnants of the once dreaded demon was reduced to ashes, his malevolence finally vanquished. Peter and the Ancient One backed away and watched as the castle itself began to crumble, its foundations weakened by the relentless flames. The very essence of the Darkhold was eradicated, its influence extinguished from this world. With a satisfied nod, the Ancient One turned to Peter. It's done, she said, her voice filled with a sense of finality. Peter couldn't help but smile. Yup, but I'm surprised you didn't do this much earlier, he remarked, his gaze fixed on the fading flames. As the last embers of the castle were consumed by the relentless blaze, Peter and the Ancient One turned and made their way through a waiting portal. The world was now free from the insidious grasp of the Darkhold, and they had emerged victorious once again. While one universe's Darkhold was vanquished, another's was being put to good use. In a dimly lit chamber, the Scarlet Witch stood before an ancient tome, its pages adorned with eldritch symbols that seemed to writhe and pulse with dark energy. The Darkhold, the forbidden grimoire of unspeakable power, lay open before her. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, had dared to delve into its malevolent secrets. Her eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now glowed with a sinister intensity as she chanted incantations from the Darkhold. The room trembled as dark tendrils of magic swirled around her, binding her to the very essence of the tome. With each incantation, she summoned forth visions of chaos and terror, giving birth to a monstrous creation born of her darkest desires. The creature, a nightmarish humanoid fusion of twisted limbs and grotesque features, took form before her, its eyes gleaming with malice. Wanda smiled, her power augmented by the Darkhold's malevolent influence. She had created a monster, a weapon of destruction, and she knew exactly where to send it. Meanwhile, in the quiet neighborhood that housed the Parker residence, Lily sat at the kitchen table, her fingers idly tracing patterns on a drawing of a spell circle she'd been working on. America, their ward for the time being, watched with a curious expression, her dark eyes filled with wonder. MJ, with an apron tied around her waist, stirred a simmering pot on the stove, the aroma of a homemade dinner filling the cozy kitchen. The atmosphere was one of warmth and normalcy, a stark contrast to the impending darkness that lurked just beyond their awareness. Unbeknownst to the peaceful family within the Parker residence, the Scarlet Witch had unleashed a malevolent creation from the pages of the Darkhold, sending it across the multiverse. The monstrous abomination, birthed from her darkest desires, appeared in a flash of eerie light in the backyard. Its grotesque form towered over the neatly trimmed lawn, which was finally clean from the last monster she sent, casting an eerie shadow over the house. Its limbs twisted and writhed, an unholy amalgamation of flesh and bone. The creature's eyes, gleaming with malevolence, darted around as it sought its target. Inside the house, Lily continued to trace intricate patterns on her spell circle, unaware of the impending danger. America watched her with a curious expression, but before she could inquire further, the ground shook with a thunderous impact. "Did you feel that?" MJ, who was tending to the simmering pot on the stove, looked up with a furrowed brow. "Maybe it's an earthquake?" America guessed. Lily shook her head, her eyes narrowed. Something's not right. She could feel her spider senses tingling ever so slightly. The windows rattled as the monstrous abomination unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the neighborhood. It was searching for its quarry, and it wouldn't stop until it found her. "What the hell?" Lily muttered as she and everyone else peeked out the window. "Language," MJ chided her, while America cowered behind her back, frightened by the giant abomination in their backyard. But Peter, with his knowledge of the supernatural and his desire to keep his family safe, had taken precautions. In an instant, protective enchantments surrounded the house, a web of invisible barriers that would keep any supernatural threat at bay. And when the giant tried to tear apart the house in search of its target, it was met with an unknown barrier, which absorbed its blows, leaving the house completely unscathed. "Should we just wait and hope it goes away?" America asked, feeling safe within the Parker residence. However, there was one problem they hadn't anticipated. As they discussed their predicament, a tiny dog, a feisty chihuahua named Peanut, squeezed through a gap in the fence, like always, and charged towards the towering abomination, barking furiously. Halting its assault for a moment, the giant monstrosity turned to peer down at the tiny creature, confused by its sudden appearance. "Peanut!" Lily exclaimed, rushing to the window. She could see the danger her four-legged neighbor was in. "We can't let that thing hurt Peanut." MJ's eyes narrowed in determination. "All right, let's do it, but we have to wear our suits and pretend that we don't live here. Your father does a lot to keep his identity hidden, and I don't want to be the reason that it's outed." Without hesitation, MJ and Lily donned their spider suits with a simple thought. Within moments, their normal clothes were replaced, masked and ready to confront the monster in the backyard. America, witnessing their transformation, was both shocked and eager to help. She approached them, her voice filled with determination. "I can fight too. I want to help." MJ exchanged a glance with her daughter before turning back to their guest. "America, we appreciate your courage, but this thing is beyond dangerous. You don't have powers right now, and even if you did, portals aren't exactly the best offensive ability. We can't risk you getting hurt. Stay inside where it's safe and we'll handle it, okay?" America reluctantly nodded, her expression reflecting both understanding and frustration. She retreated back to the kitchen, her heart heavy with the desire to be of assistance to the family that helped her and basically took her in. Outside, a portal appeared on the neighbor's roof and Silk and Spider-Girl stepped out, ready to face the abomination head-on. But as they caught sight of the giant, they could see its foot raised above the tiny Peanut. "No!" Lily exclaimed as she leaped forward. As the monstrous abomination's colossal foot descended towards the tiny chihuahua named Peanut, Lily's instincts kicked in. She surged forward with a burst of spider-powered speed, her reflexes honed to perfection. Halfway there, she noticed that she wasn't fast enough. "Venom, help me out." Acting quickly, she called upon her pet symbiote. "Can I eat that creature's brain when you're done?" Venom asked as her suit was covered in a black tar-like substance, dyeing it black in an instant. And just as she hoped, her venom-infused abilities gave her the edge she needed. "No, Dad said you only get chocolate," Lily replied and rolled her eyes as Venom whined in annoyance. With her agility and strength, Lily reached Peanut in the nick of time. She snatched the small dog from harm's way just as the abomination's massive foot crashed into the ground. The shockwave sent ripples through the grass, but Peanut was safe in Lily's protective grasp. MJ, her eyes locked on her daughter's daring rescue, was ready to spring into action. The monstrosity, now aware of the threat posed by the spider heroines, turned its attention toward them. The creature lunged forward with a disturbingly elastic lurch, its bladed limbs extending with terrifying speed. MJ and Lily reacted in perfect synchronization, their spider sense warning them of the impending attack. Lily gracefully somersaulted backward, her venom-enhanced reflexes allowing her to avoid the slashing limbs as she deposited the dog back to its owner's backyard, webbing up the hole in the fence so it couldn't get itself killed again. Undeterred, the demon continued its assault. Its twisted limbs writhed and contorted, striking at MJ and Lily from multiple angles. The two spider heroines were forced to constantly dodge and weave, their movements a mesmerizing dance of evasion. Lily's training in the mystical arts came into play as she channeled her growing abilities. She conjured mystical shields, shimmering barriers of energy that absorbed the impact of the abomination's strike. MJ, on the other hand, unleashed her webs with precision. Strands of sticky silk shot forth, latching onto the creature's limbs and hindering its movements. She used her superhuman strength to yank and pull, attempting to immobilize the abomination's flailing arms and legs. But the monster was relentless, its bladed limbs slicing through the air with deadly intent. Lily, utilizing her enhanced agility, sprang into action. She leaped onto one of the creature's elongated limbs, dodging the slashing blades with hairbreadth precision. Her enhanced strength allowed her to maintain her grip. With a powerful surge of energy, Lily summoned a mystic-infused punch, striking the abomination's chest with a glowing fist. The impact caused the creature to recoil and spit out a mouthful of blood as Lily leaped away, landing gracefully beside her mother. From the safety of the Parker residence, America Chavez watched with awe and amazement as MJ and Lily, clad in their spider suits, confronted the monstrous abomination, who had no doubt come for her. Her dark eyes were wide with wonder as she witnessed their incredible agility, strength, and coordination. America had seen her fair share of battles in her travels, but this was something entirely different. The way they moved, the fluidity of their actions, it was like watching a perfectly choreographed dance. She couldn't help but be mesmerized by their prowess. Even though she longed to join them in the fight, America understood the reasons behind their decision to keep her inside. She had no powers at the moment, and she would only be a liability in such a dangerous battle. Still, her admiration for MJ and Lily only grew as she watched them face the monstrous threat with courage and skill. America silently cheered them on from the safety of the house, wondering whether she could ever be like them. Back outside, MJ, still engaged in a web-slinging tug-of-war with the creature, used her novice mystic arts knowledge to her advantage. She chanted incantations under her breath, her free hand weaving intricate patterns in the air. A cascade of energy formed around her, reinforcing her webbing with mystic resilience. With newfound strength, MJ gave a mighty pull, yanking the creature's limbs with such force that they ripped off of its body, causing the master to stumble forward as it screeched in agony. The abomination's balance faltered, and it crashed to the ground, a mess of twisted limbs, spurting blood, and monstrous roars. Seeing an opportunity, Lily acted swiftly. She conjured eldritch energy into her fists once again, infusing them with mystical might. With a burst of speed, she delivered a series of devastating blows to the creature's grotesque form, targeting its vulnerable areas. The monstrosity writhed and contorted in pain as blood spurted out of every hole, its resilience tested by the relentless assault of the spider heroines. With each punch and kick, its twisted limbs began to weaken, and its malevolent presence waned. MJ continued her barrage of webbing, ensnaring the creature's limbs and rendering them immobile. With her novice mystic arts knowledge, she channeled energy into her webbing, creating ethereal chains that bound the creature tighter with every passing second. Finally, as the moon cast an eerie glow on the battleground, the abomination let out a guttural cry of defeat. With it fully restrained, MJ marched forward, summoned a large eldritch sword, and chopped off its big ugly head. As its severed head rolled across the blood-stained grass, its monstrous form stilled, its malevolence vanquished by the mother-daughter duo. "Are you sure I can't eat its brain?" Venom asked again, his eyes transfixed on the severed head. "No, now stop asking or I won't share any of my chocolate with you tonight," Lily threatened, which quickly shut him up. Breathing heavily, the two spider heroines exchanged a triumphant glance. They had faced a monstrous threat and emerged victorious, protecting their neighborhood from whatever that thing was. Speaking of neighbors, they could see at least 15 of them peeking over the fence and peering out their windows, staring at them in awe and wonder. After all, it's not every day that superheroes visit your quiet neighborhood. With a few waves toward the surrounding onlookers, they gathered the remains of their monster and portaled away. Of course, their portal led right back into the house, but the neighbors didn't know that. As they entered the safety of the Parker residence and let out a relieved sigh, America came barreling forward, leaping into MJ's arms. "That was so cool. So you guys are like superheroes? How come you didn't tell me? What are your powers? Can you teach me?" As she rambled off her questions, another portal opened up beside them and Peter came stepping out alongside the Ancient One. "We should watch a movie tonight. I was thinking Peter stopped mid-sentence as he found a giant demon inside his house. But thankfully, it seemed to be dead. What the hell happened? In the depths of her own universe, hidden from the eyes of mortals, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, sat in her darkened sanctum. Before her, the pages of the ancient and accursed Darkhold floated, suspended by her power. The ancient tome had become her obsession, a gateway to alternate realities where her heart's deepest desires could be realized. As she gazed upon the pages, her eyes sparkled with a maniacal fervor. The Darkhold whispered promises of power and the reunion she so desperately craved. She watched, her smile widening, as an alternate version of herself played in a serene playground with her beloved children. It was a tantalizing illusion, a fleeting vision of the happiness she once had. But in that blissful moment, an unsettling ripple coursed through her being. A sensation of failure, of loss, pierced her like a dagger. Her eyes widened in horror as the illusion shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. No, it can't be," Wanda muttered, her voice trembling with disbelief. In an instant, her attention shifted from the illusion to the horrific truth. The demon she had unleashed into the multiverse, The monstrous abomination born from the darkest recesses of her desires had been defeated. It was dead, its malevolence extinguished, its purpose unfulfilled. Anguish clawed at her heart, and an agonizing scream tore from her lips. Her powers surged uncontrollably, lashing out at the objects and surroundings in her hidden chamber. Arcane energies tore through the walls, shattering ancient relics, and reducing treasured possessions to dust. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the extent of her failure. It was not the first time that one of her creations had been vanquished, but this loss struck deeper. The monster had been her most potent, her most malevolent creation, and it had been utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to her, the Darkhold responded to her raw emotions, its pages pulsating with a malevolent light. It fed upon her anger, sadness, and unbridled rage, siphoning the dark energies that radiated from her. The Eldritch Tome hungered for her despair, craving the turmoil that churned within her soul. Wanda's powers spiraled further out of control. Objects levitated and shattered around her, a tempest of chaos and destruction. She screamed, her voice echoing in the twisted chamber of her sanctum, as her reality unraveled before her eyes. After stashing the demon's body and dealing with the curious police officers who had shown up due to the neighbors' reports, Peter let out a weary sigh as he returned to the living room. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of recent events, and everyone sat around, trying to process what had just transpired. The Ancient One, Lily, America, and MJ were gathered there, sharing a collective sense of relief and exhaustion. May and Grace were currently out of town on vacation together, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded in their absence. They were a bit mad about being left to clean the backyard after America's arrival, so Peter sent them to Hawaii for a couple weeks to relax. As Peter sat across from the group, he turned his complete attention to America, his expression filled with concern. "America," he began gently, "do you have any idea why these demons keep chasing you?" His voice was soft, encouraging her to share her burden. "Well, I already have a pretty good idea, but it's still good to make sure." America looked down at the floor, her gaze distant and troubled. Memories of her time before meeting the Parkers flooded her mind, and she hesitated for a moment, struggling to find the words. Memories of her past weighed heavily on her shoulders, but she knew it was time to explain. MJ shot Peter a pointed glare, silently conveying her disapproval of pushing America too hard. She reached out and placed a comforting hand on the young girl's back, offering her support. "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, America," MJ reassured her. "You're safe with us, and we'll protect you, no matter what." Sighing deeply, America realized that it was time to open up and share the painful truth. She wiped away a tear that had escaped her eye before starting to speak. "A few months ago," she began, her voice trembling with emotion, "I started getting chased by monsters, like the two you've seen already. I think they want my powers." Her voice quivered as she continued, recounting the events that had forever changed her life. "During that time, I met Dr. Strange. He protected me from them and tried to take me to the Book of the Shanty to find a way to stop whatever was after me." America paused, her memories of that fateful journey still vivid in her mind. She swallowed hard, her eyes welling up with tears. "When we arrived, so did the monster," she continued. "Dr. Strange desperately tried to hold off the creature, but he couldn't contain it, and then, just like the monster, he tried to take my powers as well, even though he knew it would kill me." Tears streamed down America's cheeks as she recalled that moment of betrayal. "It was so painful that it felt like my whole body was on fire, and I could see the way he looked at me too, like he planned it all along. I asked him what he was doing, and told him we were friends, and he said my sacrifice would be worth more than I'd ever know." MJ scooped America into her arms, cradling the young girl as she cried into her chest. "I think he's dead." She couldn't say any more as nothing but sobs escaped her. The betrayal of someone she had thought was a friend, or even a father figure, had left deep emotional scars on America. In that moment, she found solace in MJ's comforting embrace, feeling safe and loved despite everything. Peter watched the scene with a heavy heart, realizing the immense pain that America had endured. Her story matched his knowledge of the movies, but due to America's much younger age, the alternate Strange's betrayal seems to have hit her much harder than her movie counterpart. After America had settled down, her exhausted body finally succumbing to slumber in MJ's comforting embrace, MJ carefully lifted the sleeping girl into her arms. She cradled America's form with a gentleness that spoke of the deep bond forming between them, and with quiet steps, she made her way upstairs to the guest room they had prepared for her. Soft moonlight filtered through the curtains as she tucked America in, making sure she was comfortable and safe. As MJ returned downstairs, she turned to her daughter. "Lily," she began, her voice low and concerned. "Do you mind sitting with America for a while? Just in case she wakes up and needs someone. I'll come and trade places with you in a minute." Lily nodded in response, a mixture of determination and protectiveness in her expression as she hurried upstairs. With Lily gone, MJ turned her attention back to Peter. "Where did the Ancient One go?" she asked, her brow furrowing slightly. "She was just here a moment ago." Peter sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "She had to leave," he explained. "Something about a demon trying to buy souls in Budapest. She offered to stay and help with America, but I told her we'd handle it." MJ nodded, though concern still lingered in her eyes. "So, what are we going to do about this situation?" she asked, leaning in closer to Peter. Peter looked thoughtful for a moment. "I'll go and find whoever is doing this to America," he decided. "You and Lily should stay here and keep her safe. The house is the safest place for her, with all the defensive enchantments I've placed on it." MJ nodded in agreement but then pressed further, her gaze intense. "And what about after that?" she asked. "What's the plan for America?" Peter could sense the weight of MJ's unspoken thoughts. She had grown attached to the young girl, and her concern for America's well-being was evident. "America has a family already," he stated, knowing that MJ most likely wants to adopt her. MJ corrected him gently, her voice soft but determined. "Peter, she's been separated from her parents since she was 4 years old," she said. "She's been searching for her parents for almost 7 years, and she hasn't found them. The multiverse is infinite, so what if she never finds them? Are we just going to let her grow up parentless?" Peter sighed deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. He took a seat on the couch, and MJ joined him, sitting in his lap and looking up at him with imploring eyes. "Can't we just adopt her?" she asked, her voice filled with earnestness. "We can still help search for her parent. It's not like we're stealing her." Peter hesitated, his gaze locked with MJ's, and he voiced his concern. "And what happens if we find her parents?" he questioned. "You're going to be heartbroken when she leaves. Lily will probably feel the same. Even May, Grace, and I will grow attached." MJ leaned in, placing a tender kiss on Peter's cheek. "Peter," she said softly, "it's not about us. It's about America needing parents to take care of her. She's been lost and hurt for 7 years, doing who knows what across the multiverse. She needs us." Peter let out a sigh, realizing the depth of MJ's compassion and love for the girl they had taken in. He knew that she was right, and he couldn't deny that America deserved a stable and loving home. "Okay." He relented, a small smile tugging at his lip. "We can do it, but we have to get America's permission. And we can't slack in searching for her parents." MJ's eyes lit up with happiness, and she couldn't contain her excitement. She peppered Peter's face with quick kisses before rushing off to see if America was awake. As MJ left the room, Peter let out another sigh, hoping that he made the right decision. "Whatever, we'll deal with any consequences when they appear." Putting thoughts of adoption to the back of his mind, Peter focused on the main threat at hand. The Scarlet Witch. He needed a way to travel the multiverse and stop her from bothering America. Peter debated whether to take some of America's blood and copy her powers, or to test out the multiverse ship that he and Tony have been building. But then he realized, why not both? Copying her powers was certainly appealing, and it could come in handy in case the ship ever breaks or malfunctions, leaving Peter stranded in the multiverse. "I could just go with her powers, but I'd have no idea where I'm going. Besides, the ship needs testing anyway," Peter thought as he walked up to America's room, ready to take some blood. After injecting and assimilating America's blood, which was a rather uncomfortable and slightly painful experience, Peter tried to use her powers, hoping to open up a star-shaped portal. And thanks to his mastery over his abilities, it didn't take more than a single try to see a small shining star appear. It wasn't large enough for him to fit through yet, but with enough practice he should be able to master this new ability of his. Peter smirked. "Thank you, America. I'll be sure to pay you back somehow." With that done, Peter donned his sleek spider suit and opened a portal, stepping confidently into the heart of Tony's workshop. The air was thick with the scent of machinery and the hum of advanced technology. Tony, the genius billionaire, philanthropist, and whatever other titles that fuel his ego, was hard at work on the finishing touches of a new Iron Man suit, using the tech taken from Kong the Conqueror. Tony looked up from his workbench, a concentrated look on his face as he spotted Peter, setting aside his tools. "Hey, what's up?" Usually, when Peter comes to his lab, he isn't in uniform, so something had to be up. Peter gave a casual wave. "Yo," he greeted. "I've got a bit of a situation, and I need to use the ship we've been working on." Tony's brow furrowed with interest and a small bit of concern. "Does this have something to do with that demon monster thing that attacked your house?" he asked curiously. Peter raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You already heard about that?" he asked, amazed at how quickly word had spread. Tony chuckled and pointed to the AI interface hovering nearby. "Jarvis here monitors police frequencies and keeps an eye on all our fellow Avengers," he explained. "Safety first, you know." Peter felt a bit annoyed with Tony's surveillance of him, but in the end, he appreciated Tony's protective behavior. "Well, you're not wrong," he admitted. "And yes, it has everything to do with that demon." Tony's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "What do you need me to do?" he asked, always eager for a new challenge. "Nothing," Peter shrugged, speaking in a hushed tone. "I'm going after someone who's causing trouble," he explained. "A witch with reality-altering powers and a very dangerous book." Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Count me in," he declared, already eager to join the adventure. "We built that ship together, and I wouldn't miss its first test run for anything. Besides, I've always wanted to meet a witch." Peter nodded. "Sure, you can come. Just remember," he cautioned, "this isn't just a joyride. We're going into a universe with a fairly powerful opponent, so be prepared." Tony rolled his eyes playfully. "Prepared is my middle name, Pete," he said, though he didn't mention that his middle name was actually Edward. "I'll just need an hour to finish up this new suit. Gotta test out the tech during the mission, right?" Peter agreed with a nod. "Sounds good," he said. "I need some time to work out the coordinates for our destination anyway. We'll meet here when we're ready." As Tony returned to his work, Peter pulled out his smartphone and tapped on an app called Spiderverse Group Chat. The app had been created using a blend of mystic arts and technology, allowing the spider people that Peter's met across the multiverse to communicate with each other. Opening the app, Peter checked the chat history. The members, including Ben, Gwen, Spider-Pig, Tom, Paney, Noir, Miles, Toby, and Andrew, had been discussing their recent encounters with villains and sharing a few jokes at Ben and Toby's expense. Gwen, "Ugh, I'm so tired. I had to fight like 1,000 mutant mole people today. They just started spilling out of sewers." Ben, "I remember my first sewer mutant attack. They tried to take over the surface world with 30 guys riding giant mutant rat." Toby, "Yeah, back in my day." Gwen, "Boomers." Miles, +1 Paney, +2 Spider-Pig, +3 Tom, +4. After catching up on their riveting conversations, Peter typed out an important notice. "Peter, yo. I'm pushing through an update for the app in 5 minutes. Please make sure your phones are charged and on. It includes some new features like video calling, a trade system, and a few bug fixes." The group chat buzzed with excitement and curiosity as members inquired about the new features. They were thrilled to have Peter actively participating in the chat for once, as he was typically the least active member, with only a few messages a week or sometimes even a month. After addressing their questions, Peter initiated the update. The app software was a unique blend of magic and technology, so the update required a complex spell along with a software update. When it was complete, everyone in the chat noticed the new features and eagerly tested them out, calling one another and even trading some useless items to see if it would work. Unbeknownst to the others, Peter's update had also secretly added a tracking function. A multiverse map appeared on his phone, lighting up with 9 different locations, each marking the position of a chat member. It was a brilliant move on Peter's part, as it would help him navigate the multiverse more efficiently, like a GPS system. Peter couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he marveled at his ingenuity. With the updated app and the ship that he and Tony had built, they were more than ready to travel the multiverse. As he waited for Tony to finish his suit, Peter couldn't help but wonder how Tom would react when their ship appears in front of him. After all, Peter is fairly certain that it's his universe that the Scarlet Witch is in. "I can't wait to see the look on his face." After the final preparations were made, Peter and Tony stood side by side in the far corner of the workshop, facing an empty wall. The wall looked like an ordinary wall, but it was actually a high-tech access point that concealed their most precious and ambitious creation yet. They both raised their hands to the wall's surface, their fingerprints scanned, and a series of tests and passcodes completed. With a soft hum, the wall began to shift and change, revealing a big cylindrical structure behind it. The size of a phone booth, the multiverse ship stood tall and imposing. Its metal surface gleamed under the workshop lights, and it exuded an air of otherworldly technology. Peter had been the one to choose the ship's shape, inspired by the TARDIS from the iconic show Doctor Who. Although the TARDIS typically disguised itself as a British police box, its true form was that of a metal cylinder, just like this one. Tony, however, regarded the design with a skeptical frown. "I still can't believe you convinced me to make it look like this," Tony grumbled, shaking his head as he examined the ship's exterior. Peter rolled his eyes at Tony's complaint. "Come on, Tony," he retorted, a playful smirk hidden under his mask. You know we can make it look however we like. The cloak can make the ship look like anything. We can change it to look like a porta-potty or a police box if you want. Tony huffed and crossed his arms. Yeah, he conceded. But I call dibs on picking the cloak. I need to make this ride look better. I can't trust your taste anymore. Peter chuckled at Tony's response, understanding that his friend had a particular aesthetic in mind. Without further ado, he approached the ship, and as he did, the ship telepathically confirmed his identity before the door swung open automatically, revealing the interior. Just like the real TARDIS, Peter and Tony had used their knowledge of mystic arts to carve all sorts of runes into the ship, making the interior much larger than the exterior would suggest. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a spacious, high-tech chamber that resembled the interior of an advanced spacecraft. It was an impressive sight, a testament to their combined skills and creativity. Once they were both inside and the door sealed shut behind them, Peter made his way to the control panel at the center of the room. He plugged his smartphone into the console and accessed his specially designed app. With practiced fingers, he opened the Multiverse map and selected Tom's universe. As Peter worked on the controls, he turned to Tony and asked, "Are you ready?" Tony's nervousness was evident, but it was eclipsed by his excitement. His eyes shimmered with anticipation as he grasped onto a nearby railing for support. "Ready as I'll ever be," he replied with a determined nod. With everything in place, Peter initiated the ship's activation sequence. Just like the TARDIS, the cylinder ship flickered in and out of existence before completely disappearing from their universe alongside its passengers. Original MCU universe. Out of nowhere, a cylindrical ship shimmered into existence in a dimly lit bedroom, causing Tom and MJ to break apart in surprise. They had been lost in a passionate kiss on Tom's bed, their hearts racing with the intensity as they tore off each other's clothes. But the sudden appearance of the metal cylinder in the room was more than enough to make them jump apart, wide-eyed and startled. Tom's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to process what had just happened, preparing for some sort of villain to jump out and attack. As the ship settled in the room, its presence casting a surreal glow over the space, the door swung open and Peter stuck his head out, pulling his mask off to say hello, "Yo." He called out as usual, grinning as he noticed Tom and MJ's distinct lack of clothing. "Did I interrupt something?" As he and MJ finished putting their clothes back on, Tom blinked in surprise, trying to wrap his head around the situation. "Peter," he asked, "what are you doing here?" MJ, standing next to Tom, also wore a puzzled expression. "Yeah, and why are you with Mr. Stark?" She pointed at Tony, who stood beside Peter, his appearance clearly throwing them off. "Didn't you say you'd be spending the weekend with Morgan and Pepper?" Peter gestured to Tony. "Ah, right. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tony Stark from my universe." He then gestured to his lookalike. "And this, Tony, is a version of me and MJ from this universe." Tony raised an eyebrow, looking between the two Peters. "Two Peter Parkers? And you both somehow ended up with MJ? You've really outdone yourselves." Tony couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and curiosity. Tom and Peter looked remarkably alike, except Peter seemed a bit taller, and maybe even a little older. "This is surreal," Tom muttered as he eyed Tony, still trying to process the situation. "You look so young." He's used to the older gray-haired Tony Stark, not this young clone of him. Meanwhile, MJ couldn't resist her curiosity any longer. She approached the cylindrical ship and peered inside the open door. Her eyes widened as she stepped back, pacing to circle the ship before peeking inside for a second time. Finally, once she was done, she glanced back at Tom in disbelief. "You won't believe this. It's bigger on the inside." "How is that possible?" Peter couldn't help but smirk at MJ's discovery. "I always wanted to hear someone say that." He had always heard people say it in Doctor Who when they first entered the TARDIS, but now it was real and it was his ship they were taking about. Tom, intrigued, walked over to the ship and repeated the same steps as his lovely girlfriend, confirming her observation. "She's right. It's like a TARDIS from Doctor Who or something." "What is this? You have Doctor Who here too?" Peter asked before stepping over to the ship to explain, a hint of pride in his voice. "This, my friends, is a multiverse traveling ship. Tony and I built it together with some donations from various bad guys. I truly have to thank all of those villains that sacrificed themselves to bring me their tech. May they rest in peace, or in jail, or wherever I sent them." MJ eyed the ship's metallic exterior, unimpressed. "For a badass multiverse traveling TARDIS, it looks a bit bland, don't you think? It does sort of look like a tin can." Tom nodded in agreement, standing beside her. Peter let out an annoyed sigh, shooting a look at Tony, who merely shrugged and said, "I told you so." Peter turned away from Tony and huffed, Just go ahead and activate the cloak already. None of you understand what real art is. With a triumphant smirk, Tony entered the ship and began fiddling with the controls. The ship seemed to twitch for a moment before shimmering into a new form, molding itself into a closet right before everyone's eyes, matching the decor of the bedroom. Tom marveled at the transformation. Now that's cool. How did you make it do that? Is it some sort of illusion with the lighting or something? Peter smirked and answered with a single word, magic. Tony stepped out of the closet turnship with a satisfied grin. That'll do for now. I'll give it a proper makeover later since we don't have much space in here. As Tom was still eyeing the ship, MJ noticed a shining ring on Peter's finger. Is that what I think it is? She asked, shocked. Everyone turned to Peter, following the direction of MJ's stare. Yeah, my MJ and I are engaged. Congratulations. Tom smiled, glancing over at his MJ, wondering if or when they'll get engaged. Yeah, congrats? MJ follows up, blushing a bit as she peeks over at Tom. Tony raises a single eyebrow at Peter. Why didn't you tell me? It only happened a couple days ago, and truthfully, I've been so busy since then that I haven't told anyone besides family, and that's only because we live together. Actually, I don't even think Fury knows yet, Peter explained, causing Tony's betrayed look to slowly simmer down. Besides, I've been wearing the ring, so I'm not trying to hide it. Yeah, fine, you're forgiven. Just tell me next time. Tony huffed, but ultimately let the matter go. Tom, still processing everything, asked Peter. So, you're here just to test your new ship? And why would Nick Fury need to know about your enhancement? Tony chimed in, correcting, our new ship. And he needs to know because he's MJ's father. At least in our universe. MJ's eyes go while I'm shocked. That can't be right. Peter turned to MJ. Yep, I'm afraid it is. You're lucky you're cute, you know. Because dating the daughter of Nick Fury is a very dangerous position to be in. I mean, the guy shot me at least 10 times. But I'm guessing he's not your father in this universe, he said as MJ nodded. Tom sighed as a wave of relief spread throughout his entire being. Oh, thank God. It's actually not as bad as you'd think, Peter shrugged. As for why we're here, I'm looking for Wanda Maximoff. Do you know where she lives? Tom raised a questioning brow. No, but we can go to the Avengers Tower and find out. What did she do? MJ asks curiously. I'll explain on the way. Before leaving for the tower, Peter took extra precautions to secure the multiverse ship. He and Tony had implemented a multitude of technological and magical seals and security measures, making it nearly impenetrable. Only someone as knowledgeable as the Ancient One could hope to crack it, and even then, it would take months, if not years. Portaling over to the tower, they left their fortified ship behind in Tom's room. The vessel was locked up tighter than anything in the known universe. Peter, Tony, Tom, and MJ emerged from the portal into a luxurious penthouse at the top of the tower. As soon as Tony stepped out of the portal, his eyes widened in shock. Before him, an utterly unexpected scenario unfolded. Standing there were this universe's versions of Pepper, Tony Stark, and their daughter, Morgan. A/N. I will now refer to this universe's Tony as Anthony, since his name is technically Anthony Stark. Peter's Tony will remain as Tony. Anthony was currently being chased around by Morgan, who was dressed as a princess, wielding a plastic sword. Her father, however, wore a comically ill-fitting dragon costume, which he was no doubt forced into by his cute daughter. Pepper watched the spectacle with an affectionate smile. It's been over a year since Anthony came back to life, and she's loved every second of it. But no one loved it more than Morgan, who barely ever separated from her father ever since. As the saying goes, you only know the value of something once you've lost it. But luckily, they were given a second chance. Come on, Daddy! Morgan exclaimed, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Stop running. The princess has to slay the dragon. You're not allowed to run away. It's against the rules. Tony was momentarily frozen in place, processing the surreal scene. He realized he was a father in another universe, and based on Pepper's joyful expression, they had a daughter together. It was a revelation that left him both astounded and slightly overwhelmed. He had never imagined himself as a father, always finding children to be an annoyance. Moreover, he had been determined not to turn out like his own distant and preoccupied father. Suddenly, Anthony and Pepper noticed the unexpected guests in their penthouse and froze. Morgan, seizing the opportunity, continued her pursuit and dramatically swung her fake sword at her father, declaring, I slayed the evil dragon. However, when her father didn't play along as he usually did, Morgan grew curious. She glanced around the room and realized they had some uninvited guests, her expression shifting from playful confidence to a shy, puzzled demeanor. She instinctively ran away, seeking refuge behind her mother's legs, peeking out cautiously. Peter waved. "Yo, sorry for dropping by unannounced." "Peter?" Anthony muttered in confusion. "How did you come back? I didn't think I'd see you again. And this is..." He trails off, eyeing Tony, who steps up to get a good look at him. The two Starks look one another up and down with judging eyes. Tony was the first to speak. "You look old." Anthony raised a brow at him, looking quite offended. "Well, excuse me for aging." He turns his attention to Tony's suit and sneers. "Where'd you that suit? Goodwill? I remember donating it about 8 years ago." Tony gestures towards Anthony's dragon costume. "Are you sure that you want to mention clothes right now?" Anthony sighed. "Fine, you got me there." "Morgan, sweetheart," Pepper began, crouching down to her daughter's eye level. "These are special guests." She exchanged a knowing look with her husband, silently acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Morgan, her curiosity overcoming her initial shyness, looked back and forth between the two Tonys once more. With childlike innocence, she finally voiced her question, "Why are there two daddies?" Tony felt a mix of emotions surging within him, from disbelief to a strange sense of connection to this alternate universe's daughter of his. He exchanged a glance with alternate, older self, realizing how happy he looks. "Maybe I should think about having a kid?" As Pepper and MJ led Morgan away to give the two Peters and Tonys some privacy, Peter wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. He turned to Anthony with a determined look in his eyes. "I need to know where Wanda Maximoff lives in this universe." "It's urgent," Peter said, his voice laced with a sense of seriousness. Anthony, still baffled by the sudden appearance of a younger version of himself and another Peter Parker, initially hesitated. "Why do you need to find Wanda?" he asked cautiously. Peter didn't beat around the bush. He decided to lay out the truth, or at least part of it. "In my universe, I've been protecting a young girl named America Chavez. I have reason to believe that Wanda is after her." Anthony raised a brow. "Why would she be after some random girl?" Peter shrugged. "I think it's because of America's ability to travel the multiverse, but who knows really? I have a feeling your Wanda has been corrupted by the Darkhold, so she's probably not thinking clearly." Anthony frowned, his skepticism evident. "The Darkhold? What's that?" The Darkhold, or also known as the Book of Sins, the Book of Spells, or the Book of the Damned, is a dark magic spellbook based on ancient engravings carved by a powerful demon named Thawne. Peter explained. "I've seen some of what the Darkhold can do when I destroyed it in my universe, and if my suspicions are correct, Wanda might be a danger not only to America but to this entire universe." Anthony weighed the gravity of the situation. While he didn't fully believe that Wanda would do such a thing, he trusted Peter, especially after all that Peter's done for him. "All right," Anthony conceded. "I'll tell you where she lives, but on one condition. I'm coming with you. If there's a chance she's in trouble or needs help, I want to be there for her. It's the least I can do." Peter didn't hesitate to agree. "Sure, 2 Tonys is probably worse than 1, but we should be fine. Try to follow my lead and stay quiet though. I have an idea to solve this without fighting. But of course, I doubt she'll accept." Tom raised a curious brow. "Why not?" "As I said, she's been corrupted by the Darkhold. I doubt she's even thinking straight at the moment, so we'll most likely have to beat some sense into her before anything else," Peter explained. With their agreement sealed, Tony told them the address and Peter opened a portal using his newfound magical abilities. The swirling vortex of energy transported Peter, Tom, Tony, and Anthony from the luxurious penthouse to an open piece of property surrounded by lush fruit trees, just outside a small town. The sight that greeted them was unexpected. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch herself, was leisurely picking fruit from the orchard surrounding her home and filling her basket. Her presence was calm, and she seemed entirely unaware of their arrival. Though it didn't take long for her to sense their presence, her powers tingling with awareness. She turned slowly, her gaze locking onto the newcomers with a facade of surprise and curiosity. Tom, Tony, and Anthony exchanged glances as Peter walked up to Wanda, realizing that their mission had just taken an unexpected turn. Based on what Peter said, they expected to find Wanda in some dark cave, changing an evil ritual over a black leather book, not peacefully licking fruit in the sunlight. Wanda eyed each set or twins with a guarded expression, her powers crackling around her. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" Peter took a step forward, his voice calm and reassuring. "We mean no harm, Wanda. We just want to talk." Peter eyed Wanda Maximoff warily as they stood in the lush orchard, surrounded by fruit trees. With a snap of his fingers, Peter summoned a table and chairs into existence beneath the shade of a nearby tree. He gestured for everyone to take a seat, including Wanda. Eyeing Peter warily, Wanda hesitated for a moment before finally taking a seat. Her crimson eyes bore into Peter's. So, are you related to Spider-Man, or? Peter offered a small nod, confirming, I'm from another universe. But I have a feeling you know a lot about that, considering your recent activities. Wanda's eyes widened momentarily, realization dawning upon her. She had been sending her monstrous creations across the multiverse, all in pursuit of America Chavez. It seemed her secret was no longer safe. Her clothes shifted, and her appearance transformed into the iconic red Scarlet Witch attire, a manifestation of her power and abilities. Anthony and Tom watched in awe as her transformation unfolded before their eyes, realizing that was telling the truth. Wanda's voice took on a more authoritative tone as she spoke. So, you've figured me out. What do you want? Peter wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. I want to know why you're after America Chavez. Wanda's gaze remained fixed on Peter, her expression unyielding. She's important to me. I need her. You should just hand her over, and we can make this quick. Peter raised an eyebrow, unwilling to give in so easily. Why do you need her? Well, technically he already knows, but he can't appear to be too omniscient in front of others. Wanda's frown deepened as she contemplated whether to reveal her true intentions. Finally, she decided it was time to confide in Peter, hoping her story could help speed things along. I dreamwalk into other universes every night, and in every one of them, I have 2 beautiful children, twin boys. But in this universe, they never existed. At least, not really. She continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. After finally beating Thanos, I was devastated and lonely. In my grief, I used my powers to warp reality, creating a family with a fake vision and our 2 children, Tommy and Billy. But they were never real, and now they're gone, erased by the actions of others. Wanda's voice trembled as she spoke, revealing the depths of her pain and longing. Can't you see? I'm just a mother, trying to reunite with her children. Peter nodded in understanding, empathizing with her plight. I see your perspective, Wanda. You want to kill America by taking her powers and then go take another Wanda's children. Maybe kill off their mother and just replace her without them knowing, right? Wanda didn't like the way he worded it, but he wasn't wrong. Yes. Peter nods as those behind him didn't look happy with their fellow Avengers' plans. But what if I said that I have a better proposal? Wanda's eyes narrowed. What do you suggest? Peter leaned forward, his voice earnest. I can find you a universe where the Scarlet Witch is dead or dying, leaving poor little Timmy and Bobby alone. Tommy and Billy. Wanda corrects, an annoyed frown marring her face. Peter shrugged uncaringly and continued. Right, anyway. The multiverse is infinite, and it shouldn't be too hard to locate such a universe. I can transport you there, free of charge. You can be with your children, give them the love and care they deserve. No need to kill off any mothers or steal any children. Sounds good, doesn't it? Wanda's mouth dropped in astonishment at the unexpected offer. She had never imagined such a possibility, and it tugged at her heartstrings. How would you transport me to another universe? And how can you find one with a dead version of me? Peter grinned mysteriously. Let's just say America isn't the only one who can travel the multiverse. Wanda pondered his words for a moment before finally making a decision. I accept your offer, but how can I trust you to keep your end of the bargain? Wait, not so fast. Peter leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. There's one small thing that you need to do before anything else. Wanda raised an eyebrow, wary of what Peter might ask of her. What is it? She thought this was supposed to be free of charge. Peter's smile turned wry as he stated. Hand over the Darkhold, Wanda, he said, holding out his hand. Wanda's entire body tensed at the mention of the ominous book. The Darkhold appeared in her arms as she clutched it protectively. She regarded Peter with a mixture of defiance and apprehension. Seeing the book in her possession, the truth of Peter's claims became undeniable. He was right, she did have the Darkhold, and it was most likely corrupting her mind. Peter leaned forward, his voice filled with urgency. Wanda, the Darkhold is not safe. It was created by a demon with malicious intent. If you keep it, there's a high likelihood it will find a way to hurt your children, or even make you hurt them. To protect your family, you must let go of the Darkhold. Wanda hesitated, torn between her maternal instincts and the realization that the Darkhold posed a genuine threat. But as she considered Peter's words, her ears began to ring and a cacophony of sinister whispers echoed in her mind, urging her to keep the book at any cost. The Darkhold was fighting back, manipulating her thoughts and emotions, making her believe that Peter was lying. With a sudden surge of red energy, Wanda unleashed a blast that cut down the surrounding trees, destroyed their seating arrangements, and sent Peter and his group flying backward. Instantly, the lush orchard transformed into a battlefield as Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, her powers enhanced by the malevolent influence of the Darkhold, unleashed a torrent of crimson energy toward the group. The shockwave sent Peter, Tom, Anthony, and Tony flying in different directions. Tony was the first to regain his composure, activating his Iron Man suit equipped with Kong the Conqueror's technology, which quickly formed along his body. Reacting swiftly, he formed a protective energy barrier around himself as Wanda's red energy bolts slammed against it. The barrier held, but Tony could feel the strain on his suit's systems. "Jarvis," Tony called. "How are the upgrades holding up? Any problems?" "No, sir," Jarvis replied. "The psionic energy converter seems to be working well, though more tests are required to truly test it all." Peter found himself momentarily tangled in a web of psychic energy since he was the closest to her outburst. Wanda's psionic abilities proved formidable as they encased him in a pulsating red cocoon. With a quick thought, Peter managed to summon golden flames. Suddenly, a burst of fiery phoenix energy surrounded him, melting his way to freedom. "That wasn't very nice," Peter muttered as he landed perfectly on his feet, swatting away any more attacks with the back of his hand. "We were having a nice conversation, and you just blew up on me. Is that how a mother should act?" Wanda flinched, growing more aggressive with every whisper of the Darkhold. "Shut up." Meanwhile, Tom swung into action, his agility and web-slinging skills put to the test. He darted through the trees, avoiding Wanda's energy blasts and conjured projectiles with acrobatic finesse. Tom's suit, enhanced by Anthony Stark, allowed him to adapt to Wanda's unpredictable attacks as 4 mechanical spider legs appeared in his back. Anthony Stark, not to be outdone, deployed his state-of-the-art Iron Man suit's weaponry. Blasts of repulsor energy shot from his palms and chest, colliding with Wanda's red-hued psionic attack. With his suit activated, he flew at high speeds to avoid taking damage, the sky illuminated by bursts of energy. Wanda, her eyes glowing with dark determination, was a formidable adversary. She levitated above the chaos, her gaze locked onto Peter, who had just broken free from her psychic snare. She directed her energy toward him, sending a barrage of red bolts streaking through the air. Peter either swatted them away or chose to simply evade the relentless assault. First and foremost, he needed to protect his allies and find the right opening to take her down. His thoughts raced as he considered his next move. The Darkhold's influence made Wanda's attacks erratic and random, which made it even harder for him to predict. "Tony," Peter shouted, his voice carrying over the battlefield as he rushed toward Wanda, who kept teleporting away, never allowing him to get too close. "We need to find a way to either knock her out or destroy the Darkhold." As Peter chased after Wanda, who did nothing but teleport or fly away whilst firing at them from a distance, he began to realize that this would be a bit of a challenging battle without his Infinity Stones. After all, his precious stones might as well be paperweights in this universe. Tony acknowledged him with a nod as he continued his long-range duel with Wanda, attempting to analyze her movement patterns as he used Kang's tech to teleport across the orchard, following her as he tested his new suit's abilities. Meanwhile, Tom swung in close to provide support, but that might not have been a good idea. "Hey, over here." Seeing him, Wanda smirked as she vanished from sight. Tom had no idea what happened. Suddenly, he felt his spider senses blaring before he was hit with a telekinetically powered punch, which sent him flying across the orchard. "Tom!" Anthony yelled in worry as he fired a barrage of missiles at Wanda, creating fiery explosions to obscure her vision. But once again, Wanda simply teleported behind him, unleashing a similar attack that Tom just felt, which sent him flying as well, a large dent in the back of his armor. "Hello there," Wanda's eyes went wide as she heard a voice over her shoulder. Before she could even think to teleport away, Peter's super-powered fist connected with the back of her head, sending her flying across the sky as blood leaked from her ears and nose. Wanda, slightly hurt, unleashed a wave of psychic energy that rippled outward as she recovered, sending shockwaves through the air. Peter, sensing the danger, conjured a protective barrier of phoenix flames his allies and their opponent. The wave of energy crashed against the barrier but failed to breach it. The battlefield had become a chaotic dance of power, with energies clashing and the air crackling with tension. The Darkhold continued to fuel Wanda's strength, making her a relentless force to contend with. Peter's concern grew as he saw his allies struggling to keep up with her. Only Tony seemed to hold his own, which was no doubt thanks to Kang's tech. As for Tom and Anthony, well, they weren't looking too good. Both of them weren't necessarily equipped to fight a battle against the Scarlet Witch, who stands among the strongest MCU villains. Peter and Tony had to constantly protect them, which left them little room to counterattack against Wanda's non-stop bombardment. Suddenly, with a surge of frustration, Peter made a bold decision. He opened a portal behind Tom and Anthony, who were engaged in a coordinated assault against Wanda. Without warning, he grabbed both of them and shoved them through the portal. "Hey! What are you dash? You two are dead weight," Peter exclaimed, his irritation evident. "Get lost." As the portal closed behind them, Peter turned back to face Wanda, a determined grin spreading across his face. "Now, Tony, it's just you and me. Time to show her what we can do." Tony Stark, his upgraded Iron Man suit gleaming, gave a wry smile. "Finally, some quality time with my bestie." Peter and Tony faced Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, who stood at the pinnacle of her power, fueled by the Darkhold's malevolent influence. Wanda, her eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light, unleashed a barrage of psionic energy projectiles at the two heroes. With precision honed through countless battles, Peter and Tony moved in perfect synchronization. Peter, with his enhanced reflexes, deftly evaded the incoming energy bolts, while Tony's advanced Iron Man suit allowed him to either deflect and absorb the attacks, or simply teleport away. Tony was the first to retaliate with a swift laser blast aimed at Wanda, who countered with a conjured barrier of psychic energy. The shining beam collided with the barrier, creating a dazzling explosion that momentarily obscured their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Peter leaped into action and snaked through the smoke. Flicking his wrist forward, a shot of webbing, which he infused with eldritch energy, ensnared Wanda's legs, momentarily immobilizing her and sealing her teleportation. Peter then unleashed a powerful burst of fiery phoenix energy, which climbed up the glowing webs, enveloping her in searing flames. Wanda cried out in pain, her form flickering as the flames surrounded her. But her resolve was unbroken, and with a tremendous effort, she tore free from the webbing, her red energy expelling the flames, as she retaliated with a telekinetic shockwave that sent Peter and Tony hurtling backward. As they regained their footing, Peter shot a web line toward Tony, swinging them both back into the fray. "Tony, shake and bake?" he asked, knowing Tony would know what he meant. Tony nodded, his helmet's visor displaying tactical data. "Agreed. Let's show her a little magic of our own." Wanda, hovering above the battlefield, unleashed a telekinetic wave that sent debris hurtling toward them. Peter and Tony synchronized their movements, Peter using his agility to evade the incoming objects while Tony used his suit's short-range teleportation. With a swift hand gesture, Tony initiated a hard-light holographic projection, creating multiple duplicates of himself and Peter. The solid illusions scattered in different directions, confusing Wanda as she struggled to pinpoint the real target. Peter used a bit of eldritch energy to summon an invisible shield, protecting himself and Tony from Wanda's continued barrage as they rushed forward, blending in with their clones. Tony, flying among the illusions, fired repulsor beams. And he wasn't the only one. Each illusionary Tony fired as well, forcing Wanda to defend herself on multiple fronts. Wanda's powers were stretched thin as she tried to ward off the relentless assault. Her attacks became more erratic, and her crimson aura flickered intermittently. Seeing an opening, Peter and Tony launched their coordinated counterattack. Peter shot a reinforced web cocoon around Wanda, entrapping her within its sticky embrace. Simultaneously, Tony unleashed a powerful hard-light hologram that struck the cocoon with tremendous force, reinforcing it in a sphere of energy. Wanda struggled to break free, her powers surging in a desperate attempt to escape. But it was too late. Peter and Tony's synchronization was flawless. As they bother appeared beside her, fists wound back. Without missing a beat, Tony struck firsts, smashing his mechanical fist into her face, and launching her upwards, where Peter could be seen waiting patiently. Night-night, Peter smirked as he spun, his fist colliding with Wanda's nose, which shattered with a sickening crack. The combined assault overwhelmed Wanda, as her head snapped back before her body followed along after, smashing into the ground below. Instantly, the cocoon of web and hard light shattered upon impact, creating a huge crater in the ground. Peter and Tony landed gracefully, their eyes locked on the fallen Scarlet Witch. Wanda groaned, her strength depleted as she slowly fell unconscious. Peter moved closer, his gaze filled with empathy. "It's over, Wanda. But don't worry, I'll still keep my side of the deal." Tony approached as well, clapping Peter on the shoulder. "That was a good test run for my suit. I have so many ideas for upgrades now." But the mission wasn't over yet. Peter extended his hand, palm outstretched, as a swirling vortex of fiery phoenix energy appeared. Laying beside Wanda's sleeping and battered form was the malevolent Darkhold that had caused all of this. With a determined expression, Peter tossed the flame onto the book. The ancient tome shrieked in agony as it ignited, its pages curling and burning to ash. The fiery vortex consumed the book entirely, leaving nothing but a smoldering pile of ashes. The air crackled with the residual energy of the Darkhold's destruction, and Wanda, now free from its influence, unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Now I just have to destroy the castle and I'm done, Peter thought as a golden portal opened up behind him. What's going on here? The dust and smoke from the battle with the Scarlet Witch had barely settled when a rippling portal opened nearby. Out stepped Wong, the Sorcerer Supreme of this universe, and Doctor Strange, who had both been at Camartage when the alarms rang out, urgently calling them to the scene. Peter turned and smiled as he recognized the two sorcerers. "Hello again, gentlemen," he greeted them. "No hard feelings from our last encounter, I hope?" At first, Strange and Wong believed that the individuals before them were their universe's Peter Parker and Tony Stark, but as Peter spoke, memories of their past meeting began to resurface. Memories of how Peter demolished both of them in a fight and then locked them away in their own prison. The realization hit them. This Peter was not their Peter. Strange stepped forward, his eyes intense with determination. "What brings you to our universe once again, Peter?" Wong joined Strange's side, a look of resolute readiness in his eyes. The last time they had faced this interdimensional visitor, they had been defeated and imprisoned. They wouldn't let that happen again, or so they thought. Peter held up his hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not here to fight," he assured them. "I only came for Wanda and the Darkhold." The mention of the Darkhold sent shockwaves of alarm through Strange and Wong. They had learned about the evil book many years ago, and they couldn't allow Peter to take it. "Where is the Darkhold?" Strange demanded, his tone stern. Peter smirked and gestured to the smoldering pile of ashes beside the unconscious Wanda Maximoff. "There it is. Wanda was using it to send demons to my universe, so I destroyed it." Instantly, the air seemed to escape Wong and Strange's sails. It appeared that Peter was not the antagonist in this situation, as they had initially thought. Wong raised a curious brow. "What are your plans for Wanda?" Peter shrugged. "I'll talk to her and decide her fate once she wakes up. But right now, I've got to make a quick trip to Mount Wundagore." Wong's eyes widened at the mention of the ominous location. "You should stay away from that place. It's far more dangerous than any dark book." Strange and Tony were clueless about its significance. Peter didn't seem worried or bothered at all by Wong's warning. "I've been to Mount Wundagore in my universe, and the Ancient One and I managed to destroy it. I plan to do the same in this universe. Now that the Darkhold is gone, the final piece of the puzzle is eradicating its source, Darkhold Castle. It's the only way to ensure this universe's safety." He suddenly smirked. "You're welcome, by the way." Strange seemed to agree with him, his expression serious. "I'll come with you. I don't know much about the place, but I'm sure that I can be of help." Wong let out a sigh before coming to the same decision. "I'll join you as well. We should not underestimate the threat that place poses." Peter shook his head and turned to Wong with a request. "Actually, can you take Wanda into custody and keep her restrained until we get back? Her connection to the Darkhold makes her presence at Mount Wundagore rather dangerous. And I can't just leave her here alone." Wong reluctantly nodded in understanding. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured ethereal chains that wrapped around Wanda's unconscious form. Hovering her slightly, he guided her through a shimmering portal, leading her back to Camartage, where she would be securely held in check. "All right, let's go destroy a haunted castle." With the immediate threat dealt with, Peter waved his hand, opening a golden portal, which both Strange and Tony followed him through. As Peter, Strange, and Tony Stark stood at foot of Mount Wundagore, they gazed up at the imposing structure known as Darkhold Castle. It loomed ominously against the gray skies and white snow, a place of ancient malevolence. Their mission was clear: destroy the source of the Darkhold's power. But they knew it wouldn't be easy. Well, Peter knew it would be easy, but that's just because he's been through this before. As they approached the castle, a deafening howl filled the air, and what seemed like 1,000 flying wraiths burst forth from the dark spires of the castle, darkening the sky as they swarmed their way, stopping them from entering the castle. Peter, who had already experienced this ordeal in his own universe, conjured a comfortable chair and sat back, observing the chaotic spectacle. He reached out, and a bag of chips appeared in his hand, making himself comfortable among the chaos. Tony and Strange, on the other hand, were in the midst of an intense battle against the wraiths. Arcane energy and repulsor blasts filled the air as they fought to keep the wraiths at bay. After an arduous battle, they finally managed to dispatch the last of the wraiths, panting and disheveled. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, casting an annoyed glance at Peter. "You could have helped, you know." Peter, still lounging in his conjured chair, offered a nonchalant shrug. "I've been through all this before. Now it's your turn to do the heavy lifting." They entered the ominous castle, navigating its eerie corridors and encountering demonic golems guarding the interior. Each step forward felt like a descent into a realm of nightmarish proportions. But once again, Peter lazed around at the back whilst Tony and Strange did all the work. Tony glared at his best friend. "You're really starting to piss me off." Eventually, they reached a chamber with a large stone casket at its center. Demonic carvings covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if the very room itself pulsed with dark energy. Peter, who had done absolutely nothing since their arrival, conjured a flickering ball of flames in his hand. As the fiery glow danced in his palm, a sinister voice filled the room, resonating with ancient malevolence. It was Chthon, or at least what remained of the deceased demon. Chthon began to offer them anything they could desire in exchange for leaving his castle untouched, but Peter interrupted, his tone laced with indifference. "I've heard this spiel before, Chthon, and I'm still not interested." With a casual flick of his hand, Peter tossed the flame onto the casket, and as the flames rapidly spread throughout the room, they could all hear the agonizing, ear-piercing screams of Chthon as what remained of the demon was consumed by the relentless fire. Leaving the room, they retreated back to the castle's entrance. As they turned to watch, Peter's flames engulfed the sinister structure. The castle shuddered and crumbled, disintegrating into ash as the flames devoured it. Within moments, all that remained was a desolate mountain peak, a stark contrast to the malevolent fortress that had once stood there. The Darkhold's source of power had been eradicated, and the world was free from the menace that had plagued it for so long. The short trip to Camartage was full of celebration, marked by the absence of the ominous Darkhold castle on Mount Wundagore. As they stepped into the mystical sanctuary, Peter, Strange, and Tony were met with an unexpected sight. Wong, alongside a few other masters of the mystic arts, surrounded a thrashing Wanda Maximoff, who was struggling against her restraints. Each master was concentrating their power, infusing it into the many chains that held their prisoner in place, barely able to keep her contained. Upon seeing this chaotic scene, Peter let out an exasperated sigh. He knew she would cause trouble the second she woke up. With a hint of annoyance, he walked over and delivered a firm slap to the back of her head, temporarily halting her frantic struggles. "What do you think you're doing? I leave for an hour, and you're already causing trouble." Wanda glared up at Peter, her eyes burning with resentment. "You need to return the Darkhold now." Peter, unfazed, met her gaze with a calm expression. "I can't do that, Wanda. I destroyed it." Wanda's reaction was immediate, her face twisting into an expression of heartbreak and despair. It was as if Peter had torn something precious away from her, leaving a void she couldn't bear. Her addiction to the Darkhold had been like a vice, manipulating her with its malevolent influence. She had lashed out in her desperation to keep it, not fully comprehending the horrors it had led her to commit. But before she could sink too deeply into her distress, Peter spoke again, his voice carrying a note of unexpected compassion. "My deal is still on the table, Wanda. I can find a universe where you can be with your children again. A universe where Wanda Maximoff is gone, leaving her children in need of a mother." Wanda looked up at Peter, stunned by his offer of help after her attempts to kill him. She hesitated for a moment, torn between her pride and her desire to be reunited with her children. Tears welled up in her eyes as she accepted the lifeline Peter was offering, her voice trembling. "Please, please help me." Peter extended a hand, patting her head, his expression holding both sympathy and understanding. "I will, but you have to stop causing trouble," he says, and Wanda nods her head frantically. "Good, we'll find a way to make things right, I promise." With that said and done, Peter snapped his fingers, which caused Wanda's restraints to shatter before crumbling away completely, setting her free. Exclamation point. The many masters formed up behind Wong, ready to fight should Wanda try anything. But more than that, they were shocked that Peter could so easily destroy their restraints, which held their combined power. Thankfully, Wanda simply stood up and stuck close to Peter, like a lost puppy. "Now, I just have to find the right universe for her and I can go home and relax. Though I should probably find one without a Darkhold in it as well." After a short discussion at Camartage, Wong came to a decision. As he addressed Peter, Tony, and Wanda, his tone carried a mix of politeness and sternness. "I appreciate your help in dealing with the Darkhold, but it's time for you to leave Camartage. It's in your best interests and ours." Peter nodded in agreement. "Sure, we'll take our leave." Wong's decision made it clear that the sorcerers of Camartage were wary of the intruders from another universe, and Peter understood their concerns. But that wasn't all, they were also wary of Wanda, who was already corrupted and manipulated by one dark artifact. They didn't want her anywhere near their library or vaults, which safe-kept many other dark artifacts and books from the wrong hands. And Wanda just so happened to be the wrong hands in this scenario. Returning to the Avengers Tower, Anthony and Tom sat side by side on a plush couch, sulking like children who'd been reprimanded. They had been kicked out of the battle by Peter, who had called them dead weight and unceremoniously sent them through a portal. They were slightly offended but mostly disheartened. When Peter and Wanda stepped through a portal, alongside Tony, they couldn't help but voice their grievances. Anthony was the first to speak up. "Dead weight, huh? I'll have you know that we defeated Thanos. You know? The guy who snapped half the universe away in a single second." Tom, with a more subdued demeanor, chimed in, "I mean, I've been doing this Spider-Man thing for a while. I'm not that useless, am I?" Peter sighed, listening to their complaints in silence. When they finally ran out of steam, he looked at them with a hint of exasperation. "If you don't want to be dead weight, then you need to step up your game. What I saw back there was pitiful. You both have the potential to be great, but you need to work on your skills." He then turns to Anthony, "And you need to upgrade your suit?" Peter's words sent both Anthony and Tom back into a sulking mess once again. Peter had a point, but it was hard to swallow their pride and acknowledge their shortcomings. Turning his attention to Wanda, Peter asked, "Is there anything you need to grab before we leave this universe?" Wanda shook her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Everything I've ever treasured is either gone or never truly existed. And I can always buy new clothes and other essentials." Peter nodded and turned to Anthony and Tom. "It's time for us to leave." Although Peter had wounded their egos just moments earlier, they still considered him a friend and said their goodbyes with a mixture of gratitude and disappointment. With goodbyes exchanged, Peter opened a shimmering portal back to Tom's room. Soon enough, they stepped through an unassuming closet that was, in fact, their multiverse traveling ship. Wanda couldn't help but be astonished by the ship's interior, exclaiming, "It's bigger on the inside." Peter chuckled, and Tony chimed in, "Will you ever get tired of hearing that?" Peter shrugged, "I haven't yet." He moved toward the control panel, a fusion of advanced technology and mystic arts, and hooked up his phone, opening the Spider-Verse group chat app before tapping the GPS icon. Instantly, an interface showing a partially mapped multiverse appeared. The possibilities lay before them, numerous realms and universes unexplored. Peter, having charted two distinct MCU universes, both his own and the current one they were in, had a sense of where to go next. They would have to venture blindly into the multiverse, a prospect that excited and intrigued him and his passengers. Setting the course to a random universe, Peter activated the ship. It flickered in and out of existence before finally vanishing entirely from this universe, taking its passengers along for a journey through the endless tapestry of the multiverse. After almost a month of relentless travel through the multiverse, Peter, Tony, and Wanda had traversed countless universes, seeking the ideal universe for Wanda to call home. Each day brought them to around 10 new universes, exploring various MCU-related alternate realities. They encountered both the awe-inspiring and the bizarre, from dark universes where Thanos had ultimately triumphed to gender-bent versions of the Avengers, like Antonia Stark and Petra Parker. In one particularly messed-up universe, they found a gender-bent Nick Fury named Nicole Fury, but worst of all, she was one of the most beautiful women that they had ever seen. Peter was still traumatized to this very day. "I need to ask the Ancient One to erase my memory when I get back, or else I'll never be able to look at Fury the same way again." In their exploration, they witnessed all sorts of advanced universes filled with flying cars and other futuristic marvels. But they also found some less developed ones resembling a Wild West rendition of the MCU, with the Avengers toting revolvers and a Native American Thanos defending his people. Peter couldn't help but realize that Thanos was probably 100% in the right in that universe. I mean, how can he be the bad guy there? Through their efforts, Peter had mapped enough MCU-related universes to navigate efficiently, leading them to the ideal place for Wanda. As their TARDIS-like ship materialized in this new universe, Peter turned to Wanda and Tony, explaining, "This universe falls between a reality without the Darkhold and another where Wanda faces a tragic fate due to cancer. It should be a perfect blend of the two." Wanda's excitement bubbled over as she practically sprinted out of the ship, only to find herself in a dimly lit hospital room in the dead of night. Her eyes widened as she gazed upon a frail and bald woman, who seemed to be lying dead on a hospital bed. This universe's version of Wanda Maximoff was a shadow of herself, her body worn down by the harsh treatments of chemotherapy. The room was filled with the deafening tone of the heart monitor, which was alerting everyone to Wanda's deceased state, an unsettling reminder of her death. Tony and Wanda stood there in silence, absorbing the somber reality that had unfolded before them, whilst Peter walked over and unplugged the monitor before the nurses were alerted. Wanda's emotions swirled within her as she looked at her dead counterpart, empathy washing over her. She couldn't understood the pain and suffering this version of herself had endured, as she never had cancer, but she couldn't help but feel a deep connection to the woman in that hospital bed. Wait, Wanda raised a curious brow as she turned to Peter. How did she die from cancer? I could easily cure cancer with my powers. Peter shook his head. This version of you never awakened any powers. She was just a normal person. Wanda stared at her counterpart, surprised that even a normal version of her could get messed over as well. Though instead of the man she loves dying or the illusionary children she created disappearing, this one simply got cancer and lost it all. They were the same, just in a different way. Tony broke the silence, bringing the focus back to the task at hand. So, what's the plan? Before Peter could respond, he felt a peculiar presence in the room. It was an ethereal, ghostly presence, distinct from the living world. Peter's eyes widened as he realized what it was. He reached out, his hand passing through the deceased Wanda as he grasped onto the form of a translucent figure, pulling it from her body. Startled, Tony and Wanda watched as a ghostly Wanda Maximoff appeared before them. She looked around in bewilderment, her voice filled with confusion as she asked, "What's going on? Is that me? Why is Tony Stark here?" Peter moved to explain, but Wanda stopped him. "Wait, let me talk to her." "Sure." Peter shrugged and stepped back beside Tony. Minutes passed, as the living Wanda explaining why they had come to this universe, the ghostly version listening intently. Surprisingly, a relieved smile began to form on her face, her confusion giving way to understanding. This transformation shocked everyone. They had anticipated resistance from the ghostly Wanda, but it seemed she had a different perspective. Realizing their confusion, she began to speak, her voice soft and filled with a sense of calm. "I'd much rather have a version of me, someone who will love my children unconditionally, take care of them instead of some unknown foster or adoption family. It seems like I have nothing to worry about anymore." With that, the ghostly Wanda's form began to shimmer, her presence becoming more ethereal by the second. She looked at the living Wanda with a final, reassuring smile before she dissolved into the air, her soul finally free to move on to the next life, unburdened by the worries that had tethered her to this world. Wanda stood there, the weight of the moment settling in, realizing that she had gained a chance for a new life and a family of her own. Ruining the moment, Peter stepped up and conjured a pair of scissors, clippers, a razor, and some shaving cream. "Well, are you ready to take her place?" He smirks as Wanda begins to realize what will happen next. Wanda's eyes widened. "Can't we just use magic to make people think I'm bald?" Tony stepped up beside Peter, matching his smirk completely. "How could you ask that? Where's your sincerity and respect for the dead?" Peter nodded along beside him. "That's right. Do you think she liked going bald from all of her treatments?" "No, but she had to do it, and so do you." Wanda looked at their insufferable faces and felt the overwhelming urge to enact violence. "Fine." But she held back and simply let go of her attachment to her long, luscious hair. If they wanted her bald, then she would oblige. After all, it was thanks to them that she was even here in the first place. Peter and Tony giggled like idiots as they surrounded her, buzzing, slicing, and shaving her hair with a mad glee. The next day, the sun cast a warm glow through the curtains of the small hospital room. It was a new day, one filled with hope and change. In this universe, life was unfolding in a way that had not been expected. Wanda, who had taken the place of her deceased counterpart, sat patiently in her hospital bed with a renewed sense of purpose. With a contented smile, she looked around the room, marveling at the opportunity she's been given. And finally, the moment she was waiting for had arrived. The door creaked open, and the two young children, her boys, entered the room. Their faces were a mix of anticipation and apprehension as they approached the hospital bed. One of them hesitantly called out, "Mom?" Wanda's heart swelled with love as she held her arms out to them. "Come here, my darlings." Her voice was filled with warmth and tenderness. The children rushed into her embrace, their tears flowing freely. They had experienced a world of pain and loss, and seeing their mother in a much healthier and vibrant state was a dream they had never dared to imagine. Wanda held them close, her heart brimming with love and gratitude. The tears they shared were not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy and healing. They clung to her as if afraid she might disappear. As the emotional reunion unfolded, the door to the room opened once more, and her doctor came walking in, a sense of astonishment in his eyes. He glanced at Wanda and then at the children, his voice laced with disbelief as he declared, "This morning's tests show 0 cancer cells in your entire body. You're officially in remission." The room seemed to hold its breath, the weight of the news settling in. Wanda's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the doctor. "In remission? But I thought..." She played it off well, using her novice acting skills to the best of her ability. The doctor nodded, understanding her confusion. It's a miracle. We've never seen anything like it. But I must caution you, Wanda. Cancer is unpredictable, and it can come back. We should remain cautious and continue regular checkups. Wanda's children held onto her even tighter, their tears now a mix of joy and relief. One of them looked up at the doctor and said, "Thank you for making Mommy better." The doctor smiled warmly at Wanda and her children. "I wish I could take credit for this, but it's something beyond our understanding. You should cherish this moment, Wanda." Wanda's eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded. "I will, Doctor. I'll cherish every moment of this," she said as she turned to the window, where she could see Peter and Tony stood atop the adjacent building, watching her. "Thank you." Peter and Tony nodded and gave her a wave goodbye before entering their ship, leaving Wanda to her happy ending. After their month-long journey through the multiverse and helping Wanda with her happy ending, Peter and Tony found themselves back in their ship. Tony, eager to explore the multiverse even further, couldn't help but ask, "So, where are we headed next?" Peter glanced at him, his brow furrowing with a hint of weariness. "We've been gone for a month, Tony. I need to check on my family, especially America. MJ's thinking of adopting her, not to mention the fact that I have a wedding to plan." Tony sighed, reluctantly agreeing. "Alright, fine. But we have to schedule the next multiverse trip soon, or else I'll just leave without you." Peter shrugged. "Deal. Now, let's head back," he said as he walked over to the control panel and began to set the coordinates for their home universe. But, as the ship's systems came to life, something strange happened. A loud, guttural hum reverberated through the ship, followed by a series of disconcerting bangs. Peter and Tony exchanged concerned glances. This was definitely not normal. Suddenly, smoke began to rise from the ship's control panel, and circuits were popping with bursts of electricity. Panic set in as the ship phased in and out of their current universe before flickering across the multiverse. It was either a malfunction or some critical issue with the ship's design, and now it was manifesting in the worst way possible. At the worst time possible. Shit. Peter quickly tried to take control of the ship and set it to return home, but the problems persisted. Smoke continued to pour from the damaged systems, creating a tense atmosphere inside. Finally, after a few tense minutes, the ship was able to materialize in another universe, but something was off. Instead of appearing on solid ground, it was suspended high in the sky, hurtling towards the green and blue earth below. Feeling the free fall, Peter rushed to the ship's door and wrenched it open. Smoke billowed out as he gazed down at the familiar terrain far below. Acting on instinct, Peter leaped out of the door and summoned Phoenix flames along his body, propelling him forward. Grasping the ship with both hands, his extraordinary strength allowed him to slow the plummeting ship's momentum. Gradually, they descended toward the ground, and with a gentle touch, he set the ship down safely. They had crash-landed in a dark, industrial part of an unfamiliar city, the surroundings littered with towering factories. Tony staggered out of the ship, still coughing from the lingering smoke. He surveyed the damage and muttered, "We'll need at least a week to fix all that damage and find out what went wrong." As Tony turned toward Peter, the lights of the city revealing a bright symbol in the distant sky. He noted, "At least we made it back home in one piece." But his tone shifted as he stared at the ominous shape. "Is that what I think it is?" Tony asked Peter. Peter turned his gaze upward and froze in disbelief. High above them, piercing through the cloudy night sky, was a bat-shaped signal, unmistakably the bat signal. His jaw dropped as the realization hit him. They hadn't returned to their universe. They'd somehow landed in some sort of DC universe. Peter nods. That definitely looks like the bat signal." As the bat signal loomed over them, Tony was practically bouncing with excitement. He turned to Peter, his eyes gleaming. "This is it. We're in a comic book. I get to meet Batman. This is like 10-year-old me's wet dream. I wonder how he'd react if he found out that he was a comic book character too?" Peter though before quickly bringing Tony back to reality. "Hold on. I get that you're excited, but we need to secure the ship and find a safe place to put it first. And we don't even know which DC universe we're in. It could be one where Batman is not exactly the hero you're hoping to meet. For all they knew, they could be in the universe with the Batman who laughs, one of the scariest versions of Bruce Wayne. He's basically the unluckiest Batman. Joker ruined his life before torturing and dosing him with an irreversible strain of Joker venom, turning Batman into a hybrid of himself and the Joker. A/N. DC should really make an animated movie about the Batman who laughs. It's a cool story, though that wasn't what Peter was really worried about. The odds of them landing in an evil Batman universe was slim to none. What he was wary of were entities like Lucifer, Trigon, Apocalypse, etc. When it came to power levels, DC was certainly on par, if not higher than Marvel. Tony's enthusiasm dimmed as he realized the wisdom in Peter's words. Yeah, you're right. We should be careful. Together, they began the task of moving the ship, their thoughts filled with caution and the potential dangers of the new universe they had landed in. While Tony's dreams of meeting Batman were momentarily put on hold, they both understood the need to prioritize the safety of their ship, which any villain and even some heroes would kill for. As they carefully moved the ship away from the industrial district, they scanned the area for a suitable location to hide it. The unknown universe held countless possibilities and dangers, and Peter was determined to ensure that the ship was secured before exploring all of it. Metropolis. In the depths of an abandoned subway tunnel, Batman battled a group of Joker's henchmen. His imposing figure struck fear into their hearts as he moved with unmatched agility and precision, his dark cape swirling around him. Batman was a formidable sight, clad in his iconic black suit, with a cowl that concealed his face, revealing only his mouth and chin. Insert picture of Batman here in the dimly lit tunnel. The confrontation escalated as the henchmen surrounded Batman, each one brandishing weapons that paled in comparison to the skills of the Dark Knight. They underestimated him, and that was a mistake they'd soon regret. As the henchmen lunged at him, Batman dispatched them one by one. A flash of his batarangs, a blur of fists and feet, and they were swiftly subdued. But amidst the chaos, one of the goons managed to get dangerously close, aiming a pistol directly at Batman's back. Just as the henchman's finger began to squeeze the trigger, a blur of red and blue appeared. Superman descended from above, his chiseled features and iconic S-shield emblazoned on his chest, a symbol of hope and strength. Insert picture of Superman here. Superman's mere presence was enough to send shivers down the spines of the remaining henchmen. He caught the henchman's wrist, his grip unyielding, and with a powerful squeeze, he bent the firearm, rendering it useless. Batman, still in combat mode, pivoted and swiftly incapacitated the last henchman with a precise blow to the jaw. The criminal crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Once the dust settled, Batman stood before Superman, and his voice was as cold and calculated as ever. I had him. Superman raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Nice to see you two. And to what do I owe the pleasure? Batman, never one for pleasantries, pulled out a small device and began scanning the area, his sharp mind already focused on the next lead. The Joker is in Metropolis. I'm here to find out why. Superman nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. As Batman continued to work on his device, Superman couldn't help but offer a small revelation. I have news, Bruce. Batman didn't look up from his device, but there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Lois is pregnant. Superman's mouth dropped open in shock, and a rare vulnerability flickered in his eyes. How? Batman glanced up briefly, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Your hands didn't tremble when you faced Doomsday. They are now. The device in Batman's hands began to beep, signaling a specific direction, and he wasted no time in following its guidance. Congratulations, Clark. I'll be out of your city as soon as I find the Joker. You mind cleaning this up? Superman glanced away momentarily, considering the challenge that was always Batman, and when he turned back, he realized the Dark Knight had vanished, leaving him to manage the aftermath alone. With a wry smile, Superman muttered to himself, how does he do that every time? Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen were no strangers to danger. As intrepid reporters, they often found themselves chasing leads that took them to the darkest corners of the city. Today was no exception as they crouched atop a stack of metal shipping containers at a desolate shipping yard. Lois, with her signature black hair and a determined glint in her eyes, peered through binoculars, watching the suspicious activity unfold below. She wore her characteristic sharp attire, professional yet ready for anything. Insert picture of Lois Lane here. Beside her, Jimmy Olsen, a lanky figure with short red hair, focused on capturing the evidence with his trusty camera. His face displayed the enthusiasm of a dedicated photojournalist, unaware of the danger that loomed around them. Insert picture of Jimmy Olsen here. Say cheese, Jimmy muttered to himself, taking snapshots of some mysterious individuals unloading crates from a ship. He had an innate ability to capture moments in time that told a story in the blink of an eye. Lois, however, had an instinctive sense for trouble. She noticed subtle signs that something was amiss and tugged on Jimmy's arm. Something's wrong. Let's go. Jimmy, intent on getting one more shot, hesitated for just a moment, snapping another picture of the suspicious activity below. But before he could finish, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air. Suddenly, bullet pierced the side of Jimmy's head, causing him to topple to the ground. The blood flowed from the wound as his body went limp, life extinguished in an instant. Lois gasped in shock and horror, rushing to Jimmy's side as she called his name, but there was no response. His eyes dimmed, his once vibrant spirit vanishing with the finality of death. Hee-hee-ha-ha. The ominous laughter that followed sent a chill down Lois's spine. She turned to see the Joker, a man with chalk-white skin and a chaotic mop of green hair, grinning wickedly in her direction. He held a smoking gun, a mad glint in his eyes. Insert picture of the Joker here. Well, 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 the Joker taunted with a chilling chuckle. Beside him, Harley Quinn, with her vibrant red and blue hair and her oversized mallet, gazed at the scene with a manic glee. She twirled the weapon in her hand, ready for any chaos that might follow. Insert picture of Harley Quinn here. Imagine meeting you here, Lois, the Joker mused, his voice dripping with malevolence. Vacationing is so fun, puddin'. Harley commented, smirking happily. Only the very best for you, Harley. Joker turned back to wink and mistakenly steps into a puddle of blood. EW, I got some Jimmy on my shoe. In the dimly lit, abandoned building they had chosen, Peter and Tony got to work. Peter waved his hands, conjuring golden spell circles in the air. With a deep focus, he began to transform the building around them. The cracked walls were transfigured to a pristine condition, the old, battered floor turned into polished marble, and the crumbling ceiling regained its sturdiness. But Peter didn't stop there. With the building up to a livable standard, he then placed some runes along the walls, which would make any passerbys ignore the place. Nice job, Tony commented as he watched the room transform. You know, we could make a fortune flipping houses. Peter grinned and replied, that would be a good idea if I wasn't already a billionaire, and you weren't a trillionaire. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured some comfortable furniture, making sure the space wasn't just an empty room. While Peter continued renovating their temporary residence, Tony delved into the ship, his hands moving deftly as he started taking apart and inspecting the fried remains of the control panel. It was a meticulous process, but Tony was determined to get to the bottom of what had gone wrong. After a while, Tony emerged from the ship, holding the single motherboard in his hand. He looked at Peter with a mix of frustration and relief. I think I found the culprit. This motherboard was cracked, which triggered a cascade of complications and landed us here. Peter let out a sigh of relief, rubbing his temples. At least it wasn't the Multiverse engine core. If that had been damaged, I might have actually cried. Tony nodded in agreement. Yeah, we got off relatively easy this time. With a plan in mind, Peter turned to Tony. I'll go get some supplies and food while you start on the repairs. Tony, who had been itching to explore Gotham City, whined, why do I have to stay here and handle the repairs? We built this ship together, so you know how it works. Actually, now that I think about it, you probably know it better than I do. Peter fixed Tony with a dead look and a raised eyebrow. It's simple, I know you better than you know yourself, and I don't trust you not to cause trouble out there. Gotham isn't the friendliest place, and you're too excited. Just stay here, work on the ship, and I'll be back as soon as I can, he said matter-of-factly. Besides, I'm just going to get supplies. We can both head out together when I get back. Tony grunted but didn't protest further as Peter left the building. Watching Peter's back as he departed, Tony muttered under his breath, aren't I supposed to be the mature one here? So why is he the one acting like he's the adult? He knew he had his responsibilities, but that didn't stop him from longing to explore this new and mysterious DC universe. As Peter disappeared into the dark streets of Gotham, Tony sighed and turned his attention back to the ship. There was work to be done, and he was determined to get their means of transportation back in working order. As Peter walked through the dark streets of Gotham, the looming clouds overhead blocked out the sun's light, giving the city an eerie atmosphere. The pollution was thick in the air, and Peter couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't just smog but a curse that shrouded the city in perpetual gloom. Making his way through the crowded streets, Peter did his best to blend in with the people of Gotham. He had to purchase supplies and food the old-fashioned way because he knew that items he conjured would disappear after a certain amount of time. Even conjured food was only worth snacking on, as it held 0 calories or nutrition. So if they didn't want to starve to death, then they had to go shopping. Suddenly, the sounds of car wheels screeching to a halt follows by sharp cracks of gunfire pierced the air, echoing from around the corner. Peter's instincts kicked in, and he strolled toward the source of the commotion. As he turned the corner, he found a gruesome scene unfolding before his eyes. There, in front of him, was the Penguin, a grotesque figure with a rotund body, dressed in a tuxedo, and sporting a monocle. He waddled back and forth in front of a line of captives, men, women, and children alike, all forced to their knees, with guns aimed at their back. You all should have just kept your mouths shut, shouldn't ya? One of the hostages, a young girl about the same age as Peter's own daughter, bravely spoke up. I don't even know who you are. Penguin leaned in close to the girl, his bladed umbrella poking dangerously close to her tiny neck. Oh, my dear, innocence doesn't save anyone here. You might not have talked to the bat, but your dear old dad did, didn't you? Penguin hissed as he turned his head. The man beside her, who was indeed her father, began to beg for his daughter's life. Please, punish me, not her. She's innocent, she doesn't deserve any of this. He pleading with Penguin. Penguin's cruel laughter filled the air as he grabbed the girl by her hair, ready to carry out a ruthless execution in front of her father. Peter, unable to stand by and watch any longer, was about to step out and intervene. But just at that moment, a handful of pellets hit the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that engulfed the area. As if on cue, the captives climbed to their feet and ran for their lives. And in their place, two figures descended from the buildings above, their presence masked by the smokescreen. The smoke choked Penguin and his henchmen, causing chaos as they struggled to see and breathe. Emerging from the mist were Robin, a young acrobat in a red and green costume with a yellow cape, and Batgirl, clad in a sleek black suit with a bat insignia, her bright red hair flowing in the wind. One by one, Penguin's men were rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground as the two sidekicks made quick work of them. It's the bat. Shoot. Shoot. God damn it. Penguin, thinking it was the Batman himself, ordered his men to open fire. Instantly, countless bullets sprayed randomly through the smoke-filled air. Many shots missed, whilst others ended in friendly fire, wounded or even killing one another. In the chaos, a stray bullet found its mark and struck Robin in the leg. Batgirl quickly came to his aid, holding his wound to stop the bleeding. By this point, the smoke was starting to clear, and Penguin stood tall, alongside two remaining lackeys. His smirk revealed his overwhelming relief that it was Batman's minions, and not the Dark Knight himself. Where's your daddy? Did he send you two idiots out all alone? As he taunted the fallen heroes, Peter calmly walked over and set down his groceries, drawing the attention of everyone present. Robin and Batgirl, spotting a civilian making a very dumb and dangerous decision, exclaimed, "Run, quickly, get out of here." But before they could react further, Penguin motioned for his men to kill Peter, believing him to be just another bystander. The henchmen, who were aiming at Robin and Batgirl, turned their guns at Peter, and as they opened fire, Peter simply disappeared before their very eyes. The gunmen fired round after round, but Peter was nowhere to be found. Amid grunts and groans, Penguin turned and found his two remaining henchmen falling to the ground, incapacitated. Their guns dropped to the pavement, Peter standing behind them, his hands casually in his pockets. Peter, with a playful yet slightly exasperated expression, glanced at his groceries, which had been riddled with bullet holes. Great, just great. That cost $89 and 30 minutes of my life, which means it actually cost around $1 million altogether. He turned to Penguin, an annoyed look on his face. You're their boss, right? Pay up. The Bank of Spider-Man takes cash deposits only. Penguin, furious at the audacity of this nobody, cocked his umbrella, which turned out to be a concealed firearm, and opened fire on Peter, thinking he had the upper hand. With a wave of his hand, Peter summoned a golden barrier made of eldritch energy, which halted the bullets in their tracks. As the smoke from the gunfire began to clear, and all of the bullets clattered to the ground, Peter remained completely unharmed. Penguin's ammunition ran dry, and Peter waved the barrier away, but not before using his telekinesis to levitate the used bullets into the air. With a mischievous grin, Peter told Penguin, "I think you dropped this." He then flicked his wrist forward, sending them flying back at Penguin. Robin and Batgirl watched in shock and horror as Penguin was riddled with bullets and fell to the ground, bloody and lifeless. His grotesque figure lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. You killed him!" Robin exclaimed in shock. "Why?" Batgirl asked, just as shocked as her fellow sidekick. "Why? Are you dumb?" Peter asked, a single eyebrow raised. "He just tried to execute men, women, and children in the middle of the street like some crazed warlord. If you two didn't show up, then he would have slit that little girl's throat, but no one was hurt." Batgirl rose to her feet, stood protectively in front of Robin, who was still wounded. "You didn't have to kill him. He was out of ammo. All you had to do was capture him." "Right, so you are dumb." Peter spoke matter-of-factly. "First, I don't know about you, but I hold zero sympathy for child killers, even if it's only attempted. And second, I have a right to self-defense. That fat bastard unloaded a full magazine on me, so I defended myself. End of story." He shrugged uncaringly as he turned to collect his surviving groceries. But Batgirl tried to form a rebuttal, but a sudden transmission through her and Robin's comms stopped her. "This is a priority call to all Justice League members and affiliate. I need as many of you as we can spare in Metropolis. Lois Lane is missing." Peter's ears perked up as he heard the grizzled voice of Batman. Hearing the call echoing through both Robin and Batgirl's earpieces, Peter froze for a moment and listened intently. The voice on the other end was unmistakable, the voice of Batman. "This is a priority call to all Justice League members. I need as many of you as we can spare in Metropolis. Lois Lane is missing," Batman's gruff voice declared. A second voice crackled over the radio, questioning the urgency. "You want the whole Justice League on a missing person case?" Peter's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Batman's response confirmed his suspicions. "Yes, we believe she was taken by the Joker." Instantly, Peter was struck by the reality of his current location. He was in the Injustice universe, a dark and twisted world where the Joker tricks Superman into killing Lois Lane alongside their unborn child, which happens to also trigger a bomb in Metropolis at the same exact time, sending Superman down a path of tyranny and slaughter. Turning back to Robin and Batgirl, who were still dazed from the earlier encounter, Peter moved swiftly and snatched their earpiece comm devices. "Hey, give that back." They attempted to fight back and complain, but Peter didn't waste any time. With precise strikes, he incapacitated them, leaving the unconscious sidekicks in the middle of the street, where they would hopefully wake up soon, or else the police might find them alongside Penguin's dead body. Completely ignoring his groceries, Peter opened a shimmering portal back to their temporary hideout and called out, "Tony, let's go. We're heading out." Tony, who had been eager to explore Gotham City, rocketed out of their ship in his Iron Man suit and flew straight through the portal, landing at Peter's side. He couldn't help but notice the downed sidekicks and the bullet-riddled corpse of the Penguin a few meters away. "I thought you said I'd be the one to get into trouble?" Tony quirked a brow at Peter. "And where are the supplies?" Peter simply pointed at the bullet-riddled groceries, and Tony raised an eyebrow in response. Before Tony could inquire further, Peter pulled out his phone and connected to the local internet. He swiftly located Metropolis on the map and stashed his phone away, all while opening another portal to a tall high-rise building in the sunny, futuristic city of Metropolis. Peter strolled through the portal, and Tony followed, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. "Peter, I thought we were going to explore Gotham," Tony began, but Peter interrupted with a question. "Do you recall the last DC movie we watched together?" Peter inquired. Tony took a moment to recollect before replying, "The Injustice movie." As the words left his lips, realization washed over Tony. He surveyed the cityscape and spotted three figures flying in the distance, along with a red streak zipping through the streets below. Tony couldn't help but ask the question that was gnawing at him. "Is Lois dead yet?" Peter replied, "No, she's just been taken by the Joker." Tony nodded and activated his suit's scanning systems. "Jarvis, locate the nearest explosive signatures." Jarvis promptly responded with a confirmation, "On it, sir." As Tony's suit scanned the city, he picked up a high-level chemical reading emanating from the clock tower at the center of the city. He relayed the information to Peter. "I found Joker's bomb. It's in the clock tower." Peter smirked and said, "Good. You take care of the bomb. I'll handle the damsel in distress before Superman goes rogue," he said as he tossed over Batgirl's earpiece. "That links up with the Justice League. I have Robin's as well. I haven't made our presence known yet, so only talk when you've disarmed the bomb." Tony begrudgingly accepted the lesser of the two tasks, knowing that disabling the bomb was crucial to preventing a catastrophe. With a burst of repulsor-powered speed, he shot off toward the clock tower. While Tony takes care of the potentially catastrophic bomb, Peter made a swift decision. Shrouding himself in the vibrant and ethereal flames of the Phoenix Force, he launched himself into the sky, his destination the waters surrounding Metropolis. Casting a quick spell as he descended, Peter scanned the waters below and located a hidden submarine, lurking beneath the waves just off the coast of Metropolis. Not wasting a single second, he donned his spider suit, knowing he'd need its filtration enchantment to protect himself from the kryptonite-laced scarecrow toxin that was no doubt inside the sub, meant for Superman upon his arrival. Opening a portal into the submarine, Peter stepped inside, finding the interior engulfed in a thick green gas. The malicious toxin had already been released, but his suit's enchantment kept him safe from its effects. As soon as the portal closed behind him, Peter could hear it, the eerie and unhinged laughter that could only belong to the Joker. It echoed through the confined space of the submarine, a haunting symphony of madness. Following the deranged laughter like a beacon, Peter ventured further into the sub and stumbled upon a chilling scene. Joker and Harley Quinn were both standing over a groggy Lois Lane. A closer look revealed that Lois had a long, stitched cut on her chest. The Joker had linked her heartbeat to the bomb, which is meant to kill thousands of Metropolis citizens upon her death. Joker raised a dubious eyebrow at Peter's entrance, quipping, "Well, you're not Superman." Peter nodded, his tone dripping with condescension. "You're quite astute, aren't you?" Harley couldn't contain herself and rushed at Peter, her oversized hammer at the ready. She screamed, "No one makes fun of my puddin'." But before Harley could grasp what was happening, Peter flickered out of view and reappeared behind her in an instant. With a backhanded slap, he sent her hurtling into the unforgiving metal wall of the submarine at breakneck speed. As Harley collided with the wall, falling unconscious upon impact, Joker stood behind Peter, a revolver aimed squarely at the back of his head. He was ready to fire, ready to blow his brains out. But Peter, using his speed alone, vanished yet again. He materialized at Joker's side, reaching out and crushing the gun's barrel with his hand into a twisted, deformed hunk of metal. "Ah, that was my favorite piece. I killed Carmine Falcone and Two-Face with that. It had so much history." Joker whined, tossed the ruined weapon aside, and produced a small spray bottle filled with an unknown, sinister liquid. "Let's try this instead." He brandished it menacingly, poised to unleash its unknown horrors. However, Peter moved with superhuman agility and snatched the bottle from Joker's grasp, turning the tables on the clown prince of crime. He sprayed Joker right in the face with his own malicious substance. Instantly, Joker's maniacal laughter turned to blood-curdling screams as the acid-like liquid seared his face, causing excruciating pain. "Ayaha!" The deranged villain's face burned and distorted under the corrosive assault. Tossing the spray bottle aside and leaving Joker to his anguished cries, which eerily merged with his psychotic laughter, Peter collected Lois and opened a golden portal back to the building where he and Tony had parted. Gently placing Lois on the ground, he turned back to the portal and shot 2 quick webs, which pulled the unconscious Harley and the still screaming Joker through. With everyone out of the submarine, Peter closed the portal and knelt beside Lois, who looked up at him through groggy eyes, seeing him as a nightmarish figure due to the scarecrow toxin she had inhaled while inside the sub. "No, no, get away from me!" she cried out in terror, begging for the illusion to disappear. Casting a quick spell, Peter discerned a device wrapped around her heart, which Joker had no doubt attached. Working his mystical expertise, he delicately opened her stitches and removed the device, erasing any trace of the cut. In an instant, Lois was restored to perfect health, without a scar to be found, and the remnants of the scarecrow toxin that filled the submarine were flushed out of her system. Lois finally gazed at Peter, seeing him for who he truly was and not some monstrous apparition. "Huh? Where am I?" She also noticed both Harley, unconscious a few feet away, and the wailing Joker, clutching his deformed face. As Peter finished, Tony's voice resonated over the Justice League radio. "Spidey, I defused Joker's bomb." Instantly, confusion filled the airwaves as Batman and the others struggled to identify the unfamiliar voice on the line, not to mention the fact that they hadn't even known about the bomb threat. Following Tony's announcement, Peter reported, "Good work, I'm back at the building where we split up. I've captured Joker, Harley, and retrieved Lois Lane." Immediately, Superman's voice, filled with relief, flooded the radio waves. "Where is she? Is she safe?" Peter didn't bother responding, and instead, he gently removed Robin's earpiece and handed it to Lois. Groggily, Lois put it on and heard Superman's voice. "Hello? Answer me. Is Lois alright?" "Hello? I'm fine, Clark. I just feel a bit woozy." As she conversed with her lover, who was infinitely relieved to hear her voice, Peter's attention shifted to Tony, who had landed beside him, his eyes locked on the infamous Joker, the embodiment of comic book villainy. "It's really him," Tony muttered in awe. Even Peter couldn't deny a sense of excitement at encountering the Joker, though it didn't quite match Tony's level of fanboying. As time passed, the Justice League was able to find where they were. The Flash, with his signature red suit and lightning bolt insignia, streaked up the side of the building and appeared before them, bringing Batman along with him. Insert picture of Flash here. Green Lantern, a figure clad in a green and black costume, flew overhead. Insert picture of Green Lantern here. Wonder Woman, the Amazonian princess with her lasso and sword, descended gracefully from the sky. Insert picture of Wonder Woman here, and the last to arrive, Superman, rushed to his pregnant lover's side, pulling her into his arms. "You're all right?" he muttered in relief. The mood was generally celebratory, with everyone relieved that Lois was found safe and sound. However, Batman, with his piercing gaze, remained skeptical, silently scrutinizing Peter and Tony, trying to figure out where these unknown heroes came from. As Batman focused on them, Tony couldn't help but experience a sense of awe and fanboy excitement. He stood before the iconic Batman, a legendary character he had admired since he was a child. It's him. It's really him. Peter couldn't help but shake his head as he watched his best friend vibrate in excitement, like a child on Christmas morning. Is this how I felt when I first became Spider-Man and met everyone? Tired of waiting, Batman steps forward menacingly. Who are you?
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.